planning. And we are so glad that you are here this morning. Welcome. Who is here? Let's see. Scott, we see you here. Sherry, we see you here. Kathy, thank you for joining us. If you will drop into the chat where you're coming in from and what brought you here to the Global Healer Summit today. And we are so excited to have this event going on. Yesterday was just so mind-blowing. And I don't even use that word very often, but I can't think of another word that describes the experience that we had yesterday. Every talk built on the next talk and built on the next talk. And we hadn't planned it. We hadn't no idea that what anybody was talking about. And it just flowed together like there was some divine string attaching us, in the ethers, bringing us into the same conversation, even from many miles away. And so we look forward to having that happen today. Welcome, Jolene. It's so good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. Stephanie, we see you. Come on in. Yes, put in the chat where you're coming from and what brought you here to the Global Healer Summit today. I'm Rochel Rittgers, and I am co-hosting with two amazing people. And I want to introduce them to you. Jody Curtis is here and Ann Fernandez is here. Jody, would you like to say something to our beautiful people here?
Sure. I just want to ditto what you said. It was an amazing day yesterday with wonderful presenters, and everything just led into the next. And we are so blessed to have a whole new lineup of wonderful people today, starting with Dr. Clint G. Rogers in about 15 minutes. And I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah. And Ann, what are your thoughts to open up our day?
Yes, before I guide us into a short meditation, I just wanted to say I was buzzing. My fingers were tingling all day, all evening, even when I woke up this morning, and I thought how powerful it is to get together with like-minded people. I mean, that is just so amazing. I'm addicted now. I want to do this all the time. So I want to thank everyone, those of you who were there yesterday and those of you who are showing up today, and to just have us join for a moment by just going within so that we can sort of just leave the day behind us and bring our focus and our attention right here, right now. So just take a deep breath with me. And I want you to follow that breath into your body. Follow that breath of life as it goes into your nostrils, into your lungs, and just imagine, or at least follow it into the rest of your body. And inwardly, quietly say with each breath, I am calm and relaxed, and I am connected to my center. With each breath, I am calm and relaxed, and I am connected to my center. And I just want you to bring your awareness, your attention to that center, what that means to you. I like to describe it as a light that is constant. It's always there, it's always shining. But we forget that that light of pure love is always shining within us because we get caught up and tugged into our outer world and to all the stuff that is going on out there in our world. But if every once in a while we take a deep breath and say, I am connecting to my center, we'll be able to walk through our daily lives and feel that centeredness so that then we can act and react from that light of love within us. So for today, join us in this frequency of light and love that we're all here to raise on this planet, to raise the vibration. And so I just want to send a blessing to all of you so that we all connect, our energies all connect, and to all the presenters, and to especially to Dr. Clint Rogers, who is our first presenter this morning. Namaste.
Wow, thank you, Ann. That was so precious. Bringing ourselves to the center helps us to all connect so vividly and so powerfully. And I'm noticing that we have several new people this morning that were not able to be here yesterday. And I just want to let you know that we have decided that we're going to make the videos available for a couple of weeks after the event so that you all will have an opportunity to see everything that happened yesterday too. The talks were powerful, and we encourage you to be a part of listening to those when you have the chance to, and we'll get that out to you after the event. But I just want to say hello to Sheila and Michelle. Hello, Mindy and Sherry and Kathy and Pauline. It's so good to have you all here. Oh my gosh, Kirti, oh my gosh, so good to have you. And Nancy, we see you today. Laura, great to have you back. Rudy, so glad you're here. Everybody who's here today, we're excited for you to be here. And Mitchell, I see, is here. Welcome, Mitchell. And who else do I see here that is just joining us? We want to make sure you feel a part of this event. We are not here to just talk at you. We're here to talk with you and to assist in the growth of everybody here, but ultimately to expand the consciousness of everybody so that we impact the world as a collective. And that is our mission, is to really impact and empower and elevate the frequency of our planet as a result of all of us coming together as a collective. You all know probably that the collective, the more we have together, this is Dr. David Hawkins' work, if you're familiar with that, the more people that we have together, the greater the expansion of that energy. And it doesn't have to include everybody in the world. A few, relatively speaking, like-minded, love-minded individuals can truly impact the entire planet. So thank you for bringing your energy here. Thank you for bringing your power here. Thank you for bringing your love and your essence. It is what it's all about. Jody, would you like to share anything?
Only just reiterating what I said about yesterday, which was so fantastic. All the speakers that we had, and we've had a good turnout. We have people coming in and out each of these days. And I noticed some of the speakers on today. Dr. Sheila K. Collins is my daughter's grandmother, and so I'm really looking forward to her presentation tomorrow on the art of grieving. So we have a good lineup for today and tomorrow. And do you want to introduce Dr. Clint, or do you have something else you'd like to share before we get going?
Well, I'm just seeing where we have people coming in from. We've got, Cornelia, I want to call out some props for our beautiful tech person. Cornelia Merck is making everything happen in the background. And she is here from Paradise Island, Bahamas. And so she's bringing the energy of the sea and such great vacation energy to us as well. So Cornelia, thank you for being here in this summit and for being our backbone as we're putting this experience on. And yes, I would like to now introduce my beautiful, amazing teacher and friend, Dr. Clint. And as soon as I locate the conversation that I have for him. So I don't know what you sent me, Dr. Clint, but I made my own up. So sorry about that in advance. Dr. Clint calls himself a Western skeptic in his book entitled Ancient Secrets of a Master Healer, because for 10 years, this highly academic professor volunteered as a videographer to record and the practice and teachings of Ayurvedic and Siddhavedic, the practices from Dr. Pankaj Namram. While he started out not believing any of these practices could be effective, through his time and effort, the practices became a part of Clint's philosophy and his lifestyle. He now travels the world sharing the miracles of these ancient secrets with people in all walks of life, from orphans to the elite and many in between, transforming skeptics routinely. Today, he will be presenting 3 life-changing ancient secrets for having all 3: health, wealth, and happiness. What an honor it is to present to you a man who has dramatically improved my life and the lives of thousands of others. Dr. Clint G. Rogers. We know that Cornelia is going to get this aligned just perfectly. So if you'll be patient, we'll wait for the video to begin.
Have a choice. This isn't a quick fix. So many people won't choose it if they just want the cheapest, fastest option. This is about deeper healing. It's about a long-term, safe, deeper healing solution.
I shared already, but it didn't show obviously for whatever reason. So let's do that again. Yeah, I share the sound. Can you see the video now?
Yes.
Okay.
Solution in which the original problem.
Okay.
Start the book by saying, I'm one of the last people that you'd expect to write a book like this. I never knew this kind of ancient healing existed. And then when I saw what happened in my father's life, I said to Dr. Joan, more people should know that this exists. More people should know this is a choice. They may not choose it, but at least they should know this is a choice. And really that's what's driven me, is how we can help as many people as possible to know this is an option. And then they can have a choice. This isn't a quick fix. So many people won't choose it if they just want the cheapest, fastest option. This is about deeper healing. It's about a long-term, safe, deeper healing solution in which the original problem not only goes away, but everything starts to feel better.
All right, take your seats.
We can still hear something from your screen, Cornelia. It sounds fun.
It's weird.
I just muted you for now, but I'm just so grateful. I want to start with just acknowledging the powerful team behind the Global Healer Summit, and also acknowledge the divine feminine intuition through which it started. I know Maya Rose had some inspiration, and I know through experience of being with her and having repeatedly benefited from the inspiration that comes from her, that I trusted. In fact, Dr. Naram, my teacher, so I had a teacher whose name was Dr. Naram, who had a teacher whose name was Baba Ramdas, who had a teacher who had a teacher, a master who had a master. The original master was Jivaka, and Jivaka was the physician for Buddha. And they wrote down a lot of their ancient secrets on these manuscripts. And a lot of you, when I'm looking at you who are here, you know a lot of this story already. And I'm just looking at your names and your faces and just feeling so much love that you're here. I want to make sure that today, so first of all, I don't think it's an accident that you're here. There's no accident. And I've been more excited for this presentation than I have for any in a long, long time. I just came from 1 month of being offline. So having no phone, no computer, and just being present with whoever I was with, wherever I was with. And honestly, I forgot I forgot about a lot of things coming out of it. But when I found out this was the first public presentation or public gathering that I would be speaking at, it just felt right. And it felt right for the reason of, honestly, divine feminine intuition, Shakti. So I just want to see, raise of hands, who's heard the name Shakti or word Shakti before? Yeah, okay, I see Mindy, Michelle, Sheila, yes, Laura, Nancy, yes. Fantastic. Some very powerful Shakti women here. Jolene, Pauline, Kirti, Amy, Christine, and those especially who are facilitating this. You know, Rochel, radiator of love, and Anne Fernandez, who I had a chance to meet. Actually, originally, I think I met you at Jody Curtis's house in Joshua Tree. And just both of you are so dynamic and powerful. Dr. Ram, he said a big reason why these ancient secrets exist and why they work is because of Shakti. Gandhi wrote a book called My Experiments with Truth. And Dr. Ram said if he ever wrote a book, he was going to call it My Experiments with Shakti. So good to see you, Stephanie. Yes, good. You're here, another very powerful Shakti woman. So Dr. Ram, he taught me over and over again. He says, Clint, do you know how to access Shakti? So Shakti is the divine feminine creative force on the planet. The presentation today that I felt inspired to share is, discover what are the ancient secrets so you can have all three. Health, yes. Wealth, yes. And happiness. So many times people sell compromise. They sell one for the other two, or they sell two for just one of them. But what if you can have all three? And especially at this summit, which is a global healers summit, I've seen, and Dr. Ram, we saw many times healers that had some conflict in their mind or their subconscious about doing their passion, which was healing, and not quite sure how to also match it with abundance. And so one reason why I'm so excited about this is because through the process of working with Dr. Naram over that 10-year period, traveling with him in so many cities, hundreds of cities, and documenting thousands of cases of powerful healing, yes, these ancient secrets are so powerful to bring people to a state of wellness, that dis-ease can go away. And so many of you have so many awesome stories. I mean, even Anne, I love your story about just the healing that comes from the ancient secrets, and many other people, Laura, and I just see so many people that have already had your own personal experience with that. Mindy, who was just in Denver area and just had such a great experience in your house for the presentation in the clinic with you and Anne and all those powerful people that were there. Yes, we know. We have nothing to prove and no one to impress. This works. It's powerful. It's super effective. And for even the most complicated or lost cases, we've seen people get their entire lives back, including my own father, which is a lot of what their story, why I switched from being a skeptic to being a mouthpiece of this, giving the TEDx talk that's reached millions and writing this book, which I'm so humbled has been translated over 30 languages, and seeing this movement begin. So yes, this works. How does it work? Dr. Naram, he taught me these principles for healing, but also it's not just the lost ancient secrets of wellness, but he also said there's lost ancient secrets for achievement. How anyone can have predictable, long-term, non-toxic super success. And he told me, he's like, Clint, it's not time yet to share these, but when we do, the world is going to be an awesome place. You're going to have amazing experience. So he says it's not quite yet time, but there's secret principles through which people can experience, yes, health, but also abundance, wealth, and happiness. And a big part of that is Shakti. And so that's why I love this container. I love being with Jody and Anne and Rochel and knowing Maya Rose, and then those people who felt inspired to be here. You're here not by accident. This is very, very, and at the end of the presentation, I am going to offer something that you're going to be so happy about. But regardless of whether you join that new 30-day miracle experiment experience, which is focused on abundance or not, in this short time that we have together, I want to give you so much value that if you just apply one of these secrets, it can totally change your experience of life. So first of all, because Shakti power. So Dr. Ram said to me clearly, Dr. Clint, I want you to ingrain this in your brain. Women are genius. Women are genius. What, Clint? Okay, women are genius. And men are idiots. I was like, wait a minute. He's like, yes, men are idiots. I was like, but what do you mean? He's like, women are genius because they naturally have Shakti in them. Men can develop Shakti once they respect and honor women. He just would pour this into me. And I started to think about that and feel into it and realize that some of the most powerful things in my life happened because of a connection with that intuition, the intuition which formed this entire Global Healing Summit, the intuition which is inside of each of you. Now, how did Dr. Naram connect with his intuition? So he had certain daily rituals that led to, so not only he was world-renowned healer, but also he lived in so much abundance that he didn't ever have to worry about money. Money wasn't the issue. In fact, in a big quote, I'm going to read you a section in just a moment, in chapter 14, which is Secrets to Discovering Your Life Purpose. He would say this, he would say, Dr. Clint, actually, I'll just read you this little section. So we were in Italy at the time. And in Italy, we were walking to the Duomo Cathedral, which is in Milan. It's this huge cathedral, and he loved it because it was dedicated to Shakti. Now, obviously, Italians, they don't call it Shakti necessarily. It was dedicated to Mother Mary, but he felt the Shakti power there. So he loved to go there. And in the end of whatever clinic we were doing or before, he always wanted to go there to absorb that energy and offer his intentions in that space. And as we're driving there, he was telling me about how he started as nobody, nowhere. So many of you may have a dream to be a healer, but you're in the starting point, or you're at some stage, but you know that you have capacity to do more. And he said that this very powerful thing on this is in chapter 14. He says, the clearer are your goals. This is something his master, Baba Ram Dass, taught him. He says, the clearer are your goals, the more sure are your chances. The clearer are your goals, the more sure are your chances. This is one thing that his master taught him. So the powerful question he would ask anyone in any healing session is, what do you want? But then he'd follow it up with, what does that look like? And he'd get clear. So for Dr. Ram, he says, I want to be one of the most powerful healers I want to be the most powerful healer on the planet. His master says, very good. Okay, how will you know when you're the most powerful healer? And he would press a certain marma point that I can show you in a moment. Dr. Ram says, well, I know because people would come to me from 6 countries. When you have no one coming to you, that seems like a huge thing. People coming from 6 countries. And his master says, very good. How else would you know? He says, I know because Mother Teresa would come. Very good. How else would you know? I'd know because Dalai Lama would come. Very good. No, it's a big thing. When you have nobody coming to you to say Dalai Lama is going to come to you, Mother Teresa is going to come to you. But he was filled with all this passion, this excitement, and he went home to tell his friends, his family about it, and they laughed at him. And Dr. Ram, he actually said this really beautiful thing to me. He says, Dr. Ram Paz said, all these desires came into my heart before I had a single patient. I only had a dream. My master was encouraging, but when I told my friends and family, they laughed. They couldn't see why so many people would want to come to see me, why the Dalai Lama or Mother Teresa would be interested in my pulse healing. He says, when someone has a dream, support them. Don't sabotage them, Dr. Naram said. I almost gave up on my dream right then, but with the encouragement of my master, I began the process of becoming a healer. It started slowly, but the pace picked up and kept growing and growing. My goal was to have people to come from 6 countries, and now people come from more than 100 countries. And I've been able to help them. His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, came to show me his pulse many times. Mother Teresa also came to my clinic and hugged me. What was that like? I wondered. It was like 1,000 mothers hugging me. Only when she wrapped her arms around me, she asked, Dr. Naram, are you pregnant? I was shocked. I didn't know what she meant until she told me she was surprised by how fat I was. At the time, I was very overweight, 220 pounds. Her question helped me see the hypocrisy of trying to bring health to others, but being too busy to bring it to myself. It shocked me so much that I started studying the manuscripts to discover the ancient secrets for weight loss. I've lost almost 100 pounds. And he says, after that first experience of meeting Mother Teresa, Dr. Ram said she began calling him to see if he'd help other people under her care. And Dr. Ram said, Mother Teresa truly loved people, so she wanted to see them heal. He would say that she would hug people, even if they had leprosy or whatever contagious disease. She didn't care. She would hug them and they would feel good for 10 minutes, but then the pain would come back. She'd seek out the best medical care from Germany, USA, anywhere, but she'd see that it had complications and the side effects were sometimes worse than the original problem. She was not satisfied. She felt distraught. And so she would call Dr. Ram. Dr. Ram says Mother Teresa was not a soft person. She wasn't like a soft, cuddly, person, unless she was hugging that person indeed, but she was fierce. And she'd say, Dr. Ram, come. You'd be like, okay, help these people with this liver problem. Help these people with this kidney problem. Help these people with this skin problem. And so he would use all the ancient secrets, and she'd see that the problem actually went away. It didn't have more side effects come. And then he said this, he says, at a certain point, Mother Teresa got so angry at him. And she said to him, Dr. Naram, why did you not meet me 30 years earlier? We could have helped so many people. So she recognized Dr. Ram had the tools, not just the love, but the tools to help people have a transition, to be healthier, to get their lives back. And she knew that it happened in a safe, non-toxic, long-term way. Dr. Ram said it was one of the happiest days of his life when Mother Teresa said to him, Dr. Ram, your work is the most powerful work, purest form of healing on this planet. I really love you. Let's work together. And they did. Dr. Ram said, you can love people, but if you don't have the right tools or methods to help them, then you feel frustration and pain, especially if you try to help them with something and how you help only causes more problems. Has anyone ever had that where you tried to help someone but had backfired or some other things happened or side effects? I know I've been in that experience. He says, I'm so grateful my master gave me these 6 ancient tools which bring deep healing. And I'm so grateful Mother Teresa showed me how they're a true extension of love. The opening quote in the book, which a lot of you know, I didn't come to teach you. I came to love you, and love will teach you. So coming back to the Shakti, the intuition, one of the secrets for which not only you can experience health, but also wealth and happiness is to listen very closely to that intuition. Now, this is a secret that I'm going to tell you. It's so simple, but it will change your life. Change your life. It's actually, Dr. Ram would always have a notebook with him everywhere he would go. He'd have a notebook in his pocket. He had a pen. He actually had several notebooks for several different reasons. And he would write down intuition that came to him, inspiration that came to him. Anytime we'd have a meeting with anyone, he'd always be taking notes. Even when it was meeting with me or kids or whoever, he'd always be taking notes, not just about what he was learning from them. In fact, he told me, he's like, Clint, everyone can be my master if they have something to teach me. But also it was about the inspiration that came through that magical interaction, because everyone we're interacting with all the time is divine. Everyone has some gift. So I just want to see, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit, but I just want to see if you have a notebook, I just want to see you raise it if you're taking notes on life. And if you have a notebook with you right now, Michelle, Sheila, fantastic. Pauline, fantastic. Rochelle, wow, Jody, you guys are making me so happy to see this. Oh, so beautiful. I didn't get a chance to scroll through and see, but if you have a notebook and you're taking notes on life right now, I just want to make sure, Cornelia, can you put your email address in the chat? I want to give everyone who's doing that a gift. I'm going to send you in the mail a gift from me, actually a gift that I got from Dr. Ram that I only have so few left, just with love, because I want to reinforce that. It is one of the most powerful secrets for not just healing, but fulfilling your life's purpose. So awesome. I just want to acknowledge that. If you don't have a notebook with you right now, I want you to anchor that. I just want you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine yourself having a notebook with you wherever you go. And I want to imagine yourself that just from that one simple thing, 1 year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're living with so much health, wealth, and happiness because you are connecting with your highest self, your divine self. And because it trusted that you were listening, it started to pour out more and more inspiration, more and more guidance. So I want you to just lock that in. If you do this one thing, fine, fantastic. Your life is exponentially better, exponentially better. So coming back to this story with Mother Teresa, Dr. Ram, he said this, it's so beautiful. He said, he showed me actually the mala, or the Dr. Ram had actually had from Mother Teresa around his neck, a Christian cross that was given by her, blessed by Pope John Paul II. He wrapped his fingers around the pendant with a squeeze as if to hug it in his hand and said, but let's return to the point. This is about you. If you truly believe, if you truly discover what you want from your life, things can happen. Once you discover that dream or burning desire, I want to give you over time what my master gave to me. The tools to take that dream from your superconscious mind to your subconscious mind to your conscious mind and make that dream a reality in this lifetime. I wrote in my notes because I wanted to remember it, but also because I couldn't look him in the eyes. He was directing so much intensity and care towards me. I was insecure and riddled with uncertainty at that time in my life. And I wanted to believe I could achieve clarity, but I didn't want to be disappointed if it never came. Dr. Naram repeated, the main point, the 3 secrets of this lineage is to discover, what do you want? He said 95% of people don't know what they want. They're window shopping. They're trying this job, that job. They say, okay, if this doesn't work, I'll try this thing. They try this husband and then switch it to another husband, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, never clear. He said 3% of people, they know what they want, but they never achieve it. They don't have the right tools, the right technology, the right support, the right mindset, the right resourcefulness. He said 1% of people, they know what they want and they achieve it, but they never enjoy it. With Dr. Ram, I met a dozen billionaires, Hollywood stars, Bollywood stars, probably hundreds of millionaires. I met so many of the most highest achieving people, but they showed us the inside of their lives. Also, I met many people who are gurus, famous speakers and authors, people who literally, there's millions of people on the planet believe that they are God embodied. And then we'd see behind the curtain, see that they had diarrhea that they couldn't control, and they didn't know how to tell their public that they had diarrhea. That yes, I'm God, but I can't control my diarrhea, whatever. Or the billionaires had all the respect in the world, but they had some huge problems with their family, their wife, their kids. They had a health problem because in the process of achieving, they did it in a toxic way. They damaged the earth. They cheated in some way. They did something that they achieved, but at an expense, so they couldn't enjoy it. They were so worried about maintaining what they achieved, they couldn't enjoy it as well. So that's why Dr. Ram said only 1% of people on the planet, they know what they want, they achieve it, and they enjoy it. 1% of people on the planet. He said, these ancient secrets, yes, you'll get your health back. But then what do you do with your health? What do you do with your life when you have it? What do you do with this short breath of life? You know, I was just barely at Burning Man with my brother and a bunch of beautiful people. And one of the most beautiful things about that experience is that you see this huge city. It becomes the 3rd largest city in Nevada for that 1 week. But if you get there before everything's set up, it's just a big desert. And then we were there last year to set up, before anyone came, we put up our dome, and then we saw this huge city get set up all around us. And then 20,000, this year there was maybe 70, 80,000 people. And then if you're there to take down, you see everything go back to being a desert. And it's eerie because in that middle week, there is a lot of life happening. There's a lot of activity and there's a lot of expression. There's no money exchange, which is so fascinating. I've never been at a place on planet Earth where people are just gifting and expressing themselves. But also it reminds me how temporary things are. You know, on one of the last days, they burned the man. And then on Sunday night, they burned the temple. And you just see everything is fleeting. Our lives are so short. We have a little moment to be alive. So what are we going to do with our few breaths that we have? You know, one other thing that anchored this in for me was I just started to realize, I started asking people, do you know your, actually, I'll ask you, raise your hand if you know your parents' names. Okay, I'm hoping. Who knows all 4 of your grandparents' names? Okay. Who knows your great-grandparents' names? Wow. So good. Wow. Amazing. Sheila, you know 2 of them. Anyone know your great-great-grandparents' names? So this is really remarkable for me because even the people we're most close, oh, Rochel, you know one of them. Wow. So in this entire group, we probably know one of those people. So even the people that we're directly related to in our children, our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, they aren't even going to know our names They're not going to know our names most of the time. So why are we so concerned about trying to please anybody else, or live our lives the way we should? We should live our lives what brings us passion. What do you want? Not what other people want for you, but what do you want? If you're literally, even your name is going to be forgotten by your own descendants, then why are you putting so much pressure on yourself? And also, life is such a blink. Dr. Ram, he emphasized this to me. He said this, he says, Dr. Clint, I'd like you to participate in a yagna. A yagna is a ceremony or process with a specific objective. He said the focus of this one is discovering oneself by asking, who am I? Where am I going? And how do I go further, faster, and surer so that I am fulfilled in this life? So that I'm fulfilled in this life. It was no mystery why he suggested I participate. As a first step, Dr. Ram said, I'll ask Dr. Giovanni to show you what foods to eat to nourish your body and your mind to remain healthy, alert, focused, and full of energy so you can achieve your dreams. At this point, Simone, who was driving, found a parking spot. Before we got out of the car to walk inside the Duomo Cathedral, Dr. Naram turned to me and said, Clint, my master told me something I want to tell you. With an intensity I'll never forget, he said, don't ever chase money. Don't ever chase money. I want you to chase ideas, great ideas. And I want you to chase and achieve great dreams. Don't chase success. Instead, chase and achieve excellence. He told me that if I could discover and follow my heart's desire, the passion would come. Dr. Naram continued, once you are full of passion and you pursue excellence, success will come naturally. Enough money will follow and important things in your life will occur. Like what? I asked. You will be happy and you will be content and you will eventually discover fulfillment. I quickly wrote this in my notes before we hopped out of the car. And as we walked under the beautiful entrance of the cathedral, Dr. Ram said, only when you do this, Clint, will people truly hear you when you speak. They will notice you and you will have great impact. Believe it or not, every day, everyone is influencing other people in positive or negative ways. When you discover what you want, you achieve what you want, and enjoying what you've achieved, you become a nucleus with a ripple effect. You start influencing the whole world in positive ways, and you will help make this world a healthier, happier place to live. Now, Dr. Ram continued in that scenario to share some things, but in this space with this time we have left, I just want to share one other story and then an invitation, because I believe that your birthright is not just health. Yes, if you have any kind of situation with health and you're not in your optimal health, these ancient secrets can definitely help you. No doubt about it. But you should also be experiencing abundance. And so many times when I see healers, they have some conflict and they have a mission, they found their passion, but it hasn't yet brought abundance. They haven't yet experienced that. And so there's some conflict and some doubts in their mind. And also happiness. All these three can be yours. There's a quote that says, so many people, they spend all of their health creating wealth, and then they spend all of their wealth trying to get their health back. That's toxic success. That's not non-toxic success. That means you did it at an expense that wasn't worth the price. There's another quote that I shared at the beginning of my TEDx talk, says that so many people are at jobs they don't like so that they can buy things they don't need to impress people they don't even like. And I've seen that too many times, and also inside of myself at different times in my life. Now, this is the story I want to share with you. Dr. Ram was in Germany, and in Germany, he met probably the wealthiest person in all of Europe. In fact, Dr. Ram says there's cash rich and there's asset rich. So like, say for instance, the founder of Facebook, he's asset rich because he has a lot of abundance, but not much access to it. So cash rich is when you have fluidity. And he said this was perhaps the most cash rich person on the planet. Now, his first wife was ill in the hospital, and the best German doctors couldn't help. And Dr. Ram came, helped her bring her out of the coma, helped give her life back to her. And this man was so grateful that he started interacting with him, engaging with him, and they became very good friends. And at one point, Dr. Naram was with this man. And this man, this very wealthy man, looked at Dr. Naram and said, Dr. Naram, I see that you're on a path in which you're going to have a lot of your time consumed by your mission. And also I see you're on a path in which you're going to achieve a lot of success, a lot of wealth. And I don't want you to make the same mistake that I did. He said, Dr. I was like, what mistake did you make? He says, I achieved success and wealth and money and every aspect that you can think of, but I failed with my family. My kids despise me. I bought them everything. I gave them each a Mercedes. I gave their girlfriends Mercedes. They don't even look me in the face. They despise me. He says, please do not make the same mistake that I did. Through that really impacted Dr. Ram. And he says, okay, so because his son was young at the time and his nieces and nephews were young at the time, he started something called Shakti Parchala. So it's a school of thought in which you activate Shakti so you become a creator instead of a consumer on this planet. So either we're creators or consumers. Let's say the whole economy collapses. Let's say with COVID, so much fear comes. We can either consume the fear or we can become a creator of whatever experience we want. If the economy collapses, we can become scared, or we can know that we have a power to create, and no matter what circumstance is happening externally, internally, we have a power. So his goal, Dr. Ram's goal, was help him and get these kids to a place where they would know, yeah, you can go on vacation to Disney World and you become a consumer of, some fun experience. But he would take them on vacations where they would learn to become creators, and he would give them challenge activities. And I remember the first challenge activity he gave these little kids was he actually gave them a 100 rupee note, and they had to go out on the street and break the 100 rupee note into 1 rupee coins. So they had to have 100 rupee coins. So they had to interact with people, strangers and different people. And this was like scary for them. This was like a first step. And as they went out, one of the little girls, her name was Tanvi, she went out, and the very first person she connected, he's like, what are you doing? And she's like, my uncle, Dr. Ram, has given us this challenge assignment. We got to split this 100 rupee note into a bunch of 1 rupees. And he's like, your uncle is an idiot and you're a beggar. Get out of here. So this little girl, hearing this very vicious, went to her mom and started crying. And she's like, I can't do this. And her mom, in her desire to help the daughter, was like, don't worry. She opened up her purse and was about to give her all the 1 rupee coins. Dr. Ram saw this just in time, and he's such a soft healer, but this was one of the times he was very fierce. He says, no, don't do that to that girl. In this case, she's not your daughter anymore. She's mine. You leave. Now, the mother was shocked, and the daughter was shocked. This is interesting because sometimes we want to love, but it doesn't actually help. It cripples people because they have their own journey and they have to learn certain things. Dr. Ram spent time with Tanvi and then sent her out again. And when she was successful in breaking the coins, she was so proud of herself. Now, fast forward, Dr. Ram would give them many challenge activities. And over the years, I was able to be with them on these Shakti Parchala adventures. And I remember one time in particular, he was teaching them, how do you communicate so that your words have impact? How do you create it so you give people 10 times more value than what they pay for? In fact, if you have a journal out, write that down. That's another one of the secrets. If you want to experience unlimited abundance, if you want to have a line of people ready to pay you money, if you want to have it so you have a waiting list that's a long ways away, you give people, Dr. Ram says, give people 10 times more value than what they pay for. So he was teaching these kids how to do it, and they were raising money for the orphanage in Nepal. And at the time when they were raising money for the orphanage, they had created different trinkets and different stuff. And I remember we went out where I was following Dr. Ram's son, Krishna, and some of the boys, and seeing them get rejected and how they dealt with it. And then I started following the girls, and Tanvi this time was a couple years older, and they had a lot of experiences of developing self-confidence where they weren't afraid of rejection, where they understood no does not mean no, just means they don't understand. So you can sometimes, I saw Tanvi, the same little girl that was so scared the first instance. She was standing at a restaurant, a table where there was a family, and she said, excuse me, sir, can I have 2 minutes of your precious time to share with you? And he stopped her. He's like, no, go away. And she just stood there like a rock. And he turned his chair away so that she would see, but he didn't hear any footsteps leave. And so he sitting for a while. Then he became curious. He looks like, what do you want? He's like, excuse me, sir. She said to him, can I have 2 minutes of your precious time to share something with you that I think can change your life? He's like, no, go away. I'm with my family. And he turned his chair again and she didn't leave. She was there. So then he turned around and he said, what do you want? She says, sir, I'm not a beggar. My family comes from a wealthy place, but why don't just take 2 minutes of your time and share something I believe can change your life. He's like, okay, what is it? And then she brings out what they're selling and tells about the mission and everything. And he pays her 1,500 rupees, 1,500 rupees, and his life is blessed. And I remember she walked away so proud. Now the boys at the time were getting rejected hardcore. And so they thought, oh, maybe I need to go to a different location. You know, they didn't see the power of this Shakti in her essence, her purity, her power. Now, I was with Dr. Naram and this girl was with another girl. So there's 2 cousins were together. I was with them and one of the fathers across the street. And we saw them crossing the street and I heard the father expressing so much concern to Dr. Naram. He's like, Dr. Naram, what if something happens to these kids while they're on the street? What if something horrible happens? And then as they were crossing the street, a policeman approached them and stopped them. And he says, Dr. Naram, you know, in India, police are corrupt. Who knows what's going to happen to my daughter? What's going to happen? He's like, say, who can help them? And right at that moment, when he was like so concerned and in a huff, Dr. Naram saw, he's like, look. And he saw the police, we saw the policeman pull out of his pocket money. Instead of bribing the policeman was paying for these trinkets because these little girls were so persuasive that they convinced him that this is going to benefit his life. And he paid them to buy these trinkets. And Dr. Ram said to that father, it looks like they can take care of themselves. You can go home if you want, but these girls are here and they're learning how to become strong creators. So having spoken this story, yes, don't chase money, chase great ideas. Yes, discover what you want, how to achieve it in a non-toxic way so you can enjoy what you achieved. Give 10 times more value than what people pay for. Become a creator instead of a consumer. And Dr. Ram, he said to me, he's like, you know, his vision actually was to create at least 1,000 millionaires. 1,000 millionaires that were conscious millionaires, that were enlightened millionaires, that become millionaires because whatever efforts they did was good for the planet. Yes, was good for humanity. Yes, and made that entrepreneur or that creator healthier and happier, and that they did it in a way that was enjoyable. So who would like, I just want to see a raise of hands. Dr. Ram said this was his 1% club. The people that know what they want, achieve it, and enjoy it. The people that experience all 3, health, wealth, and happiness. Who wants to be on that 1% club? Okay, oh, wow, Jody too. Okay, beautiful. Until now, I just want to share this part too. Yesterday I listened for probably 3 or 4 hours to the last recordings Dr. Naram and I in our conversations with each other, where he was sharing his vision of what was going to happen in the next 20, 30 years and the 27 challenges that humanity was going to face and how the ancient secrets would benefit them and how we were going to work together and all of this. And I remember even I was sharing with him that I apologized. I was like, I wish I would have been a better student, because I feel like now finally I'm getting it. You know, he just sent me to Saudi Arabia to do a clinic on my own. And I couldn't believe how successful it was. And so many other miracles were happening. And I said, now I really want to learn. He says, don't worry, I'll teach you everything. And as I was listening to those audios last night, and as I was remembering his passion for all the different things, I was also remembering that, you know, he left several days after that, about February 10th or 11th of 2020, he left and he went to Nepal. Usually I went with him, but this time he asked me to stay behind because Jack Canfield and Inga Canfield were at our home there in India and were participating in a Panchakarma experience. And then he went to Dubai, and then he landed in Mumbai, but we got the phone call that, yeah, he had left his body, that he had passed away. And I remember in those moments feeling like so lost, like I devoted 10 years of my life so that people could have these ancient secrets, even without him needing to be there. But I always just assumed he would be there. You know, he told me as I was listening to some of these audios, he's like, Clint, I want to thank you no one has understood me as well as you have. It's like, thank you. I'm so glad that someone finally learned these things, because other people who were with me for years, even closest to me, they never learned these things. But I'm so glad someone finally learned them so that you can teach my son Krishna when it's time. And then also you could teach the world. I was like, in my mind, I'm like, no, you'll teach Krishna. You're going to be here. You'll probably outlive me, was my thoughts. You know, and then in the wake of his leaving, I just remember feeling like one of the darkest times of my life and feeling like so lost. Having someone with me that just knew the answers to basically everything, you know, and be able to trust him in so many aspects of like integrity around money, around service to humanity, around everything, you know, so much capacity. And then just to feel that in the wake of that loss. And I remember one time, many of you know the story of Milo, this mystical dog that showed up, and I'm so grateful for him, because through him is where the first miracle experiment game started. And then it grew to thousands and thousands of people applying 3 simple principles, where when you apply these secrets, inevitably miracles are going to happen. And we've seen Cornelia has been a part of it since the beginning. And we've seen miracles, people that haven't talked to their mom in 11 years, all of a sudden the healing happens. You know, people that haven't talked to their children in a long time, and all of a sudden the healing happens. Financial miracles, relationship miracles, healing miracles. We have never done the miracle experiment experience focused particularly on abundance, because I didn't feel like it was ready. I didn't feel like it was time. I thought, let's wait, let's anchor in the physical healing first. Let's make sure that the training is in place. But now we've started, we had the 100-day training. Now many people are in the 3-year practitioner training, which is learning about how you become a practitioner of these healing secrets so you can bring physical, mental, emotional, spiritual health and wellness to people. But the thing that I was waiting for all this time was, when are we going to do this? Where we teach people how to live in non-toxic abundance, and we share these secrets. In fact, just yesterday I was on the phone with Nehemiah. He's the one who started Serving Those Who Serve. It's the organization that was helping 9/11 firefighters and first responders. And coming up Sunday is 9/11. We have actually a powerful Sunday healing miracle call, in which he's going to be on the call. Other things are going to happen, but he knows that starting on September 25th, we're starting the first ever miracle experiment game, the miracle experiment experience, which is focused on abundance. And he told me, he's Clint, I know that what you're going to teach is so powerful, and I know people are going to become so wealthy. And he's like, I just want to tell you as a brother, I don't want you to have the karma of what people do with that money once it comes, because people don't know who they are. They know who they are now, but they don't know who they will be when they have millions. They don't know. And he says, I don't want you to have that karma. So what if before people start the miracle experiment experience, they take a vow that whatever they do with the abundance that comes, they use it for the benefit of humanity. They use it for the benefit of the earth. And I said to him, I was like, Nehemiah, thank you so much. Yes, we are going to definitely do that. And he was almost in tears. He's like, oh, I didn't know if you're going to receive that. But when people participate in this, it's going to be so powerful, because it's not just learning the principles, but every day we're actually going to have morning like activation, in which you have to not only activate conscious, but subconscious and superconscious, and bring things through in a way that you can manifest it. Dr. Ram spoke to me in Sanskrit, a phrase that he says, your outer world is a manifestation of your inner world. So a big portion of it is shifting your inner world. And then you see the outer world change. And then can you digest it when it comes? And so Dr. Ram had taught me all these things when he had passed away. And I remember I was running on the street, and I was running with Milo, and I was so angry. I was angry at myself that I didn't learn more. I was angry at God. I was angry at Dr. Ram that he had left his body. And I just remember in this anger and this suffering, I was running, but I couldn't run anymore. And I just stopped, and I fell the side of the road, the dirt road in Mumbai. And I just prayed, and I said, God, please take this anger away from me. Like, I know that I wanted to learn these 6 things from Dr. Ram. He said he would teach me as soon as he got back. And I feel like I missed that opportunity. So please, God, either you bring someone into my life that can teach me this, you teach it to me directly, or help me forget about it completely so I can just move on with my life. And I remember when I prayed that, I just felt like peace finally. And so I started running again. And when that anger had cleared, all of a sudden I started to remember conversations with Dr. Ram, one of which I listened to last night that I recorded, in which he said to me, he's like, Clint, this was the night before he left. He says, I want to give you 9 out of 10. He was so excited. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, I want to give you 9 out of 10. So I turned on my recorder and I heard him as he spoke to me, why he was so proud of me, why he was so happy. And at the time I didn't understand because I was focused on other things I wanted to learn that I feel like I didn't know. But he all the time was focusing me on something down here, one thing that for 10 years he anchored into me in such a way that he felt like, yes, someone finally got this thing. And then as I was running in Mumbai and as the anger dissipated, I started to remember that memory. And then it triggered so many others. I just broke into tears and laughter. And I'm like, he did it. He passed it on. And I remember I went to Krishna and I just said, he did it. He passed it on. Krishna, he did it. And we just hugged each other and we laughed and we started to remember so many of the secrets. Actually, I wrote it. I said, it's the super, super golden top secrets of the ancient secrets of Dr. Naram that I documented. And I knew at some point I would share them, but I knew I had to do it first myself. I had to experiment myself. Now, at that time, there was no book published. At that time, working with Dr. Naram for 10 years, I had no title, no position, no ownership per se. I had $0 for publishing a book and marketing it. I was starting from zero. But I had the principles. I had the experience, not just about health and wellness, but about the power of creation through accessing Shakti and allowing that mystical process to evolve where you go from conscious, subconscious, superconscious, and you allow creation. Through that, man, so many things that happened that I just look back in the last 2 years and I'm like, what on earth? How did this happen? And many of you have seen from the beginning, like Rochel and Cornelia and many of the others, Jody, or from $0, zero marketing budget. In fact, it was so funny. Kyle, who's now been going around with me and recording at clinics, all the healing stories, he worked with one of the most famous marketers of all time. And he says, tell me about your marketing plan. I want to know, how did you do this? How did you create a global movement? My brother Gerald, who you heard speak yesterday, he's like, Clint, you're like the most reluctant leader of a global movement I've ever known. And so Kyle wanted to know, what was your marketing plan? And I just laughed. I'm like, well, here, I'll show you. It says, I didn't come to teach you. I came to love you, and love will teach you. He's like, okay, yeah. But what was your plan? What was your marketing plan? But it's not a marketing plan. It's principles. Principles that when you apply, things happen. Now, here, the book has been translated in so many languages, and everyone who's been working on it has been benefited. In fact, I'm going to open this on Sunday, but the book just came translated in Turkish. We're just so excited. But we have it in Spanish and Gujarati and Farsi and Hindi and Dutch and Italian and Romanian and French and in all kinds of languages already done. And it's just the beginning. It just followed certain principles. And so in this miracle experiment experience that begins September 25th, and actually, Cornelia, can you put in the link? For those who are now on this call and listening, there's no accident here. We have a special discount code where you can get 50% off. Honestly, even if you pay the full price, it is worth so much more than that, that it doesn't even make sense, the price we're offering it for. It doesn't. And it's 30 days in which you embody these principles so you can experience health, wealth, and happiness with a community of people from around the world who will soon become some of the most powerful and influential people because they achieve success and wealth in a way that's non-toxic, predictable, long-term. Same way we achieve health. It's not a quick fix with side effects that are negative, but you also want to achieve success in a way that's fulfilling, that you know it's good for the earth, it's good for humanity, and it's good for you, and it's fun. So those simple principles we're applying for that 30 days, and many of you are going to be a part of it. I hope all of you join, because I don't know of anything I've been more excited for, more prepared for, more committed to, and also fulfilling the vision of Dr. Ram. I know he's going to be so excited and be blessing people like crazy who take this step to do things in this way, according to the ancient science, so that this world can be a healthier, happier place. I see that my time is gone. I just know that I love you and I'm with you. And you're here for a divine purpose. And I believe you're listening not by accident to this right now, that you're this Global Healer Summit for some real divine, beautiful purpose. If I could be of any service in that, I'm so happy to. So I see Jody Curtis has posted that link right there for those that also want access to the book. There's another link, myancientsecrets.com. And I guess I just want to end by just looking at your faces one more time. Sheila, I believe in you. You are divine. Michelle, so believe in you. So grateful that you're here. Mindy and Anne, yes, 2 powerhouses. Anne actually even met Milo. I forgot to say that in that. And so beautiful. She met Milo. Pauline, I'm so glad that you joined today. You're powerful. Mary Weiss, yes. Oh, so good to see you. Ronnie, amazing. I'm so happy that you're here. Julia, Graydon, yes. So grateful for you. You have such an important place in my heart. And Nancy McKenna, yes. So grateful for you. Esther Francis, wow. Laura, so glad that you're here. Christine and Stephanie, Amy, Scott, Sherry, Kathy, Carolyn, David, Jolene, Kirti, just coming back to those who are watching the recording, to Maya Rose, my brother Gerald, Rochelle, thank you. And thank you, Jody, thank you. Cornelia, thank you. So grateful to be with you. And yeah, abundance comes in many ways. Actually, I just want to end with this one little final thing. The last year has been full of abundance for me. 2 moments in particular just really were abundant. One is here. We were with the orphan kids in Nepal, and I brought a group there, and we did Holi, where you throw all the paints on. And I remember at the night on the day after, I took the orphan kids to go to dinner, and then I surprised them. And when I surprised them, I told them that I was going to take them to see a movie. And most of them have never, ever been to a movie theater before. But this happened to be also a movie where their favorite star was a part of it. And I just wanted you to see the joy on their faces in this. That was there when they learned they were going to a movie theater. They were filled like they won the lottery. I remember it was the first time many of them had been in a mall, a shopping center. And so we have a video where they didn't know what to do when they got to the escalator. Like the littlest kids were scared of it, and they didn't know how to get on, how to get off. We got to the theater, we bought popcorn for them all. And it was just such a joy to be there with them. And then I remember a few days later, I told one of my influential friends in Nepal about it, sent them that video. She contacted the actress that they loved. And within a week, that actress had visited their orphan home. And they were like so happy that she walked out of the screen into their home. Like it doesn't take that much to be in abundance. It takes gratitude for what we have. A lot of times, just gratitude for who we are and thinking about how we can help others achieve what they want. Just one other, if I can, let's see if I can just show this one other magic moment because it was so fun. This is the last magic moment, just talking about abundance. My mom's 79th birthday was this last year, and we surprised her. People think the 80th birthday should be the biggest, but why wait? So we flew in all my brothers and sisters. She's one of 8 kids, and this is her reaction. This is on my Facebook page. Let's see if I can enlarge it and play it. This is like so fun. For me, this is abundance. This is magical. So today can be filled with health, happiness, and abundance. Just if you come from that space of gratitude, of saying, what do I want? What do I want today? Taking notes on when inspiration comes and following that inspiration and following the joy. Follow the path of that joy. I love you. I'm with you. Thank you so much. And we'll look forward to the rest of this powerful Global Healing Summit. Namaste.
Oh, thank you so, so much, Clint. Wow. You opened this day with just such incredible magic. And we're all elevated beyond any level I can imagine at this point. And now I just feel like sitting here in the silence and absorbing all that we just heard. And unfortunately, we have a schedule, right? And so, Anne, do you want to come forth? And
I will try. I'm in that beautiful energy space. However, we have the next presenter and speaker, who is a dear friend and co-host, Jody Curtis. Jody is a reverend and a creative consultant, a thought leader and spiritual coach, as well as a homeschooling mom of an awesome 10-year-old, which is true because I know that awesome 10-year-old. And Jody developed a deep understanding of the breath of life and the creative spirit within after overcoming stage 4 blood cancer in her early 30s. This took her even deeper into her journey of understanding and utilizing the magic of nature's gift and the power of the human mind and spirit for health and healing. Currently, she teaches ancient Tibetan breathwork and other classes internationally online and has students in 104 countries. She's a Reverend of Science of Mental Physics, and a founder and creator at EmpowerHouse Productions. She is passionate about creating content that uplifts, inspires, and empowers humankind. Jody will be speaking about breathing your way to health and leading ancient Tibetan breathwork exercises and guided meditations. Let's welcome Jody.
Thank you so much, Anne. Wow, we all love Dr. Clint, don't we?
oh, God.
I love him. And his ancient secrets have helped so many of us. And I've been eating mung beans for the past 3 years now, and I absolutely love the way it makes me feel. So I teach ancient Tibetan breathwork that came from the monasteries of Tibet about 5,000 years ago. A man named Edwin J. Dingle. This is him right here. He was an Englishman that put a caravan together and went across China into Tibet. And he wrote a book about it called My Life in Tibet. He walked across China and ended up at this monastery where he almost died multiple times on his journey. And then he ended up at this monastery where they recognized him as a highly evolved soul and a returning Lama. And the monks knew that when he came to the West, that it would be time to send these great teachings to the West. And so he founded an Institute of Mental Physics in New York in 1927, and then in Los Angeles, another one. And then he came out here with Paramahansa Yogananda to create the Institute of Mental Physics in the Mojave Desert, where I live near Joshua Tree. And I taught the breath work there for a decade. And I'm actually going back on the 28th. I'm going to be teaching there again. So that's very exciting. I just have this, it must come from another lifetime before, because I have such a deep passion for this work. The work balances your entire endocrine system, so your hormones. And I found this work after I had gone through my Western process, and I was healing from that. I was guided out here to the desert and bought a house sight unseen, and basically showed up at the place and said, oh, I'm here. I'm supposed to be working here. And then started working there and began training as a reverend and doing the breath work. So we're going to actually do some active work, some kind of exercises. As you can see from this sheet here, there are 8 key breaths of the science of mental physics. The science of mental physics is a science of feeling. And in its heyday out here, there were over 300,000 students that attended the retreat center. And it actually is happening still to this day in multiple countries around the world. And in India, it's very big, and they call it Brahma Vidya, which means the science of the knowledge of the divine. So I always love that. So there are lots of spiritual teachings. There's a first chunk called the Initiate Group Course, 26 lessons. Then there's the Inner Chamber, which is 123 weekly lessons. And then the Preceptor Teacher Training Course. So if this is something that piques your interest, you can contact me. I can give you more information about it. But for today, I'm just going to probably be able to get through 2 or 3 of the breaths, the breath exercises. I guarantee you're going to feel better if you participate in these. It'll wake up every cell of your being and charge it up with prana. So that is something I've been learning about, that prana exists in the air, but in the oxygen, but it is not the oxygen. It is like soul food energy. And we can build this up in our system and store it for future use in our nervous system. So it's very, very powerful work. And I brought myself back to complete health and wellness. I'm probably even healthier and happier than I was in my 20s and 30s. And then I ended up having a baby that they said I would not be able to have, because I believe because I righted my endocrine system. And I've seen many, many healings that have come about because of this. And then when I, met Dr. Clint and started practicing his work, I thought, wow, there's just this whole gamut of this ancient wisdom that has been around for thousands of years because it works. And so this is my little part of the puzzle to share. And as we get started, if you would just just have a seat, and we're going to just sit in the silence for a moment. I'm going to say a little prayer. I always like to get started in the quiet and just get centered. Take a deep breath in through your nose. All the breathings are done through the nose, deep down into the belly. You want to breathe all the way down into the belly, chest, upper chest. Just practice that for a minute. Your belly should rise first, the way babies breathe. If you watch them, their bellies come clear out and then go back in. And just get centered and quiet within yourself. And taking this moment to just give thanks for all the ascended masters and teachers and beings of light in the great hierarchy of universal wisdom. All these wonderful teachers that have passed down this powerful, powerful work for us to utilize here today. And this was in the 1920s, so some of the languaging is a little antiquated, but I like to teach it exactly as the way that it was taught to me, so nothing is lost in translation. And now we imagine, since in our imagination we can do anything, we imagine a great wall of gold and light about us. Nothing can penetrate or pierce this light, as it holds us all protectingly in its own essence. Above us, the higher ones in the great hierarchy of universal wisdom, holding over us a gossamer substance, which forms a panoply under which we all rest together in the great peace. Within the circle there is wisdom, and below the circle there is love. God is love. Deep breath in through the nose. Let it out with a sigh, making room. We're going to begin with the alternate nostril breathing, which is done in many yogic traditions. In mental physics, we plug the right nostril. We inhale through the left for the count of 4. Holding for 16. And exhaling for 8. And then again, we breathe in through the right side for 4. Holding for 16. The right side corresponds with your nervous system, and the left side corresponds with your circulatory system. So this breath balances both hemispheres of your brain. Unplug the left, exhale for 8. One more time, inhale 4. Hold for 16. Unplug, exhale 8. Again, 4. Holding for 16. The thumbs correspond to the lung meridian, so I usually use my thumbs, but you could also do it with one hand. And exhale for 8. So that is the harmonic or balancing breath that can be done anytime if you're stressed out. Sometimes I'll do it all the way to Los Angeles if I'm driving in my car just with one hand, and it'll just help you feel so calm and relaxed. So getting into the 8 key breaths, there's a few pointers, and time-wise, I'm going to have to go through these super fast, so you probably aren't going to get all the mechanics of this down today. But the first thing is the secret switch, and that is placing your tongue on the roof of your mouth. There is a maxillabone on the roof of your mouth that actually breathes. And when you place your tongue there, it sends a signal to your nervous system to just completely relax right down. So as you go along in the practice of the breath work, it's important as you're inhaling through your nose. When you're inhaling through your nose, there's actually filters in your brain that sorts out the oxygen and the prana and everything. So you want to keep your tongue on the roof of your mouth as you're inhaling. And then the exhale for all of the breath work is very interesting. It's kind of like a CH sound. It's a forceful inhale, squeezing the old air out. So inhale through the nose and exhale forcefully. It's like a CH. Your tongue tries to stay connected, but it'll flop down while that air comes out. And then you might hear me say lock it up. That just means swallow after you do the breath work, and that actually signals to your body to lock up all that prana and that oxygen and that air, the light, the life that you're generating inside yourself, and makes it your own. The first breath, this is the most involved, so don't let this one scare you. The rest of them are much more simple compared to this one, but this one is called the memory developing breath. And if this is the only one you ever do, this one is so powerful. Since we are electromagnetic chemical beings, we're like magnets. We're creators. Whatever the creator is, we are that in human form, right? Differentiated from all the other life forms on the planet. So as creators in human form, our intention is very important too before the breath work. And the memory developing breath, we're going to be getting copious amounts of oxygen. And of course, it's going to help your memory, but it's really to help you understand your purpose and why you're here on the planet. And what it does is it brings up anything that needs to be released to get it out of your system so that you can have more space for light and life and love and all the good things, peace and happiness and joy. And so that's what we're going to be doing with this. And this breath I always liken to those old-fashioned silver water pumps. You know, you're pumping the pump, you're pumping it, and then when you stop, that water begins to flow. So that is exactly what we're going to be doing with our bodies. I'll demonstrate it in a second. This breath is done in 3 sets of 14 and then a final triumphant 7. That's what he calls it. And this breath is to ignite the 49 fires in the body, your entire energy chakra system. So this one is done with the palms facing down on the knees. It's the only one done sitting. And it looks like this. So we'll exhale together, bringing our head down slowly and gently. And then when you inhale, so just like that, we're going to do it 14 times. Don't worry about counting. I'll count and then I'll say rest after each 14, at which point it's your job to just observe and notice within your own being what is happening. Okay. And then I'll do another set of 14. We'll rest, another set, rest, and then the final 7, after which I'll be saying an affirmation, and I want you to just sit in the silence and take in the words that I'll be saying. Okay, so palms facing downward, spine straight, thinking upward to the top of your head. First, the thought, and before every breath, Ding LeMay said, from the first breath of a newborn baby to the last gasp of a dying man, life is a series of breaths. So before each breath, we say, I thank thee, Lord, for the breath of my life. You can say, I thank you, God, thank you, Great Spirit, Creator, whatever works for you. The idea is to just take a moment of reverence for the breath without which there is no life. So the thoughts. I thank thee, Lord, for the breath of my life. And now pulling that secret switch, putting your tongue on the roof of your mouth. Together we exhale, bringing our head down. And up, up. Resting, relaxing, feeling after. You might feel hot or tingly. Just observe. And now 2 more 7s. Together we exhale. And up. One more. Squeezing all that old air out. Resting, relaxing right down. Just noticing. And now for our third set of 14. Together we exhale. And up. Last one. Resting, watching. Just letting your breath return to normal during these resting periods. And now for our final triumphant 7, giving it your very best, keeping your spine straight, moving only the head. Together we exhale. And up. One more. Coming back to normal breath, turning your palms facing upward on your knees, relaxing right down. The success of all of the breaths depends upon your ability to relax completely. And now I imagine a great light at the top of my head. The top of my head is heavy and relaxed. The forehead is heavy. The eyes are relaxed. The muscles of the face are withdrawn. The jaw gently drops. No pressure on the teeth. The arms and hands are very heavy. But oh, how happy I feel. I feel happy all over, particularly in my beautiful face. My face is bathed in smiles. My whole body is bathed in the blushes of my smiles. I feel a gentle pressure from within outward. And that gentle pressure is taking away any little lines of care or worry, trouble, disappointment, anything negative, and I feel happy all over. And now I bring that light down. The light comes down, the chest is relaxed, the abdomen falls down, and the light comes down, down, down to the tips of my toes. And now I imagine that great light at the back of my neck. I'm looking down over a wonderful waterfall playing on my spine, so that I see a countless number of tiny specks of iridescent light. 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 And I know my whole body to be full of light. If thine eye be single, the single eye, the inner eye, the eternal eye, the eye of my imagination, if thine eye be single, my whole body shall be full of light. And I know that every single cell in my body is a power plant. Every single cell in that countless number of cells in my being is a lamp, a light, a torch, bringing to me the light of divine wisdom within me. The light that is in perfect correspondence with the flame, and the flame that is in perfect correspondence with the fire that is in the center of centers of my inmost being. The fire of divine love within me. And so feeling heavy, imagining that I am looking upward to the top of my head, giving thanks, and imagining this great golden shower of light going out in all directions. Slowly, I take a little breath and a long, deep, sweeping sigh. And I lock it up, I swallow as I take another little breath and a quick sigh. And I sit down quietly. We're going to do one more. Sorry to move so fast. I like to leave a little more time for meditation in between, but I'm just giving you a little sampler, and I teach a free breathwork class on every Wednesday at 11 a.m. Pacific time. If you would like to join in, I'll put the information in the chat later. Okay, so this one is really simple, but from here on out, all the breaths that are done standing have the same kind of positioning, which is the heels touching. So if you were sitting in lotus position, like Indian style position for meditation, you're activating the 7 different points that are connecting on your body. So when you touch your heels together like this, it acts as the same kind of position. Shoulders are back and down. Your fingertips, so everything is snapped back. Your knees are snapped back, your buttocks are tight, and you're pulling downward on your fingertips. So just get that sensation for a minute. It's kind of like an upward sensation from the top of your head, and then pulling an active movement of pulling downward with your fingers while your heels are touching. So this is the position for all of them. This breath, called the revitalizing breath, is very simple. You're just going to take in the breath like I showed you, through the belly, middle chest, throat, and then I'll say big sniff at the top, literally filling every single particle of your lungs with this delicious breath of life. And then we're just going to hold it until I tell you to exhale. Now, the tricky part when learning the breath work is keeping that strong position during the inhale, but it's even trickier keeping it while you're exhaling out. So you're going to keep that strong, tense body throughout the entire breath, throughout the exhale, and then relax completely. After doing this for so many years, my body gets so tight, I actually have to physically, unlock. So just try your best. And here we go. So shoulders back and down, pulling that secret switch. First, the thought. I thank thee, Lord, for the breath of my life. And now all together we exhale, squeezing it all out. And now inhaling through the nose, all the way in, keeping that tension all the way in, all the way up, big sniff. And we hold it, pulling downward on those fingertips. I am the master of my body. I am the master of my body. And now no dropping of the head or the neck, keeping that tension. Together we exhale. And now relaxing right down, keeping your eyes closed, relaxing completely, coming right down. We think of, we feel for the hidden meaning of these sublimely simple words. I am whole. Nothing is lacking. Nothing can be added. I am whole. I am perfect. Perfect as the Father in heaven within me is perfect. I am perfect. I am strong. I am strength. I am strong. I am powerful, full of power. Every single cell in my body is a power plant working for me. I am powerful. I am loving. Loving. I am the substance of the universe in action. I am love moving. I am loving. I am harmonious, in harmony, balance, poise, equilibrium. I am in harmony with the laws of this universe, the eternal, enduring, immutable, everlasting law of this universe. I am harmonious. I am rich. I am rich. I draw my supply from the source of all supply. I am rich. I am young. Young. I am life's first reflection. I am youth. And now I imagine innumerable streams of living light coursing downward in my body. I am young. I am happy. I am happy. I look happy. I feel happy. I am the force that propels the fluids of life. I feel happy all over. I am happy. And so looking upward to the top of my head, feeling happy, giving thanks, imagining that great shower of golden light going out in all directions, slowly, a little breath and a long, deep, sweeping sigh. I lock it up, I swallow, take another little breath and a quick sigh, and I wake up quietly. So that is 2 of the 8 key breaths. Hopefully I left you wanting to learn more. and I'll turn it over to you guys. Thank you so much.
Jody, that was wonderful.
Thanks, Anne.
And yes, I want more. Absolutely. I thought that I was breathing okay, because I breathe every day, obviously, right? We all breathe every day, but this was really powerful. And really, I noticed a difference, when you mentioned about the nervous system and the different parts of the body affected. So that was just beautiful. Thank you for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Anne. I just want to say one quick little thing is there were some reverends that learned this breath work, and actually in Tibet, in the monastery, they would actually the monks would bury their heads in sand and learn to breathe through the pores of their skin. So that tells you something about the oxygen, because one of the reverends was in a submarine or something that capsized, like the oxygen cord got cut, and the other 2 men were panicking. He was trying to teach them, at last minute about these breathings. He survived for 3 days with no oxygen. So that just leaves some more mysteries of life that we have yet to figure out in this 3D world, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Jody.
Jody, I want you to make sure and look in the chat. You're receiving so much love that was so powerful. Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you for that. And like you were saying, Anne, I want more. That wasn't enough. Yeah. So this is a great thing for you to reach out and teach to the world. Yeah.
My sister's been doing this for 3 years, and I have seen tremendous growth in her and other people who came to the class. There was a guy that couldn't even stand up, and by the end, he had a cane, he couldn't even walk. And by the end of practicing, he accredits the breath work to his health.
Beautiful. Well, we will move on, but thank you so much. Our next speaker is got surprises for us. Oh my gosh, I am so excited to have this talk as well. She calls herself an oracle, a teacher of mysteries, a medium, and an animal communicator, which I can attest to. I've been in her presence for great periods of time. She's the founder of Taste Your Magic Global Healing. And for over 20 years, Ruth Mellor Barclay has helped guide gifted leaders to connect to the mystery and magic all around them so that they can bridge the gap between the metaphysical and the physical, embracing their power and calling so that they can lead with greater impact. She has worked with professional athletes, CEOs of major companies, billionaires, celebrities, and government officials from over 28 countries, and has been featured on multiple TV and radio shows around the world. As a guest expert, Ruth's ultimate goal is to help her clients tap into their inner power so that they can expand their natural gifts into supernatural gifts that can enhance their positive influence in the world. Unleashing joy, abundance, healing, and freedom in all parts of their life. She has the ability to connect and communicate with anything, anyone, anywhere, at any moment, if it is willing, beyond the layers of this physical understanding. She owns Silver Dance Ranch in Utah with her sexy husband, Scott. I can attest to that. Lives happily with their 3 kids, 13 horses, 4 goats, 2 cats, 1 dog, 4 snakes, and a zebra. Oh my gosh, Ruth, I love you so much, and I'm so glad that you're here sharing with us. Welcome, dear. Let us have your amazing wisdom through her talk entitled Animal Shamanism.
Yeah, there's so many fun things to do in this industry, and all of the magical gifts that everybody has, we can just tap into at different points and help close the gaps in our lives so that we can create what we're wanting to create. One of the goals that I have when I work with people and even animals of that nature is I've learned to understand that everything connects to everything, right? Once you drop a ripple, the ripples go out into all parts of your life. And however you are desiring these different relationships in your lives of money, business, spiritual, body, all the different things that you're desiring as a whole, one ripple will begin to affect the other ripples. And so when I work with people and individuals, whether it's leaderships, whether it's just competition style, whether it's abundance or trying to figure out health, we've even worked with terminal illnesses and helped some miracles that way. But any way that it happens is there's a wheel structure to it. And when I was teaching with the Native Americans, it was a Kiowa tribe, and I was a medicine woman training under Tonki Oshiwin, and he was explaining the dynamics of the medicine wheel. And some of you guys understand this in different shamanic work that you guys have done. But when you can balance these different parts of your life, then you can spin the speed of your asking and receiving quicker. It's like a wheel. If you've got a fast car and you're trying to drive forward in this fast car, but your wheels aren't aligned, then the faster you go, the more it'll spin out, or things will start breaking apart until you balance the system of movement. And so when I'm working with people and animals, we start to find the parts that light up, that are ready. That's the key word, that are ready for that closing of the gap or harmonious, coming together, resonance of understanding, movement, change. And so that when a person decides to create an asking, and an asking creates energy movement, then it can be balanced and it'll help all parts of your lives. So your relationships will be affected more positively. All of these different askings you've been asking will circulate back out. So that came up. A lot of you guys are working on just these different parts of balancing your lives right now. And I love that. So, and I do have a special guest today. We'll bring her out a little bit later, but did I still have the 30 minutes or did we kind of cut that back a little bit?
No, you have 30 minutes, dear. We will extend into lunch just a few minutes so that we can make sure everybody gets their full time.
Okay, good, because I have a couple things that I'd love to play with. So this topic today is we're working with animal shamanism. What is that? I've learned to understand how I work with my gifts and my energy and perceptions in society and my desires of want through material manifesting. So things in material, cars, life, relationships, through the animals. The horses have helped me understand. Anytime I get a little confusing on what's happening with people nowadays, my horses show me how they work with us and how they communicate and what's the energy of us and what's going on that way. Same with my snakes, same with all of the different animals. We have hawks that come out here that visit us all the time. So one thing that with the animals, and I have a retreat coming up, Animal Shamanism retreat, is they understand the energy aspects of you. They can feel when things are out of balance. They can feel when you're being authentic and showing up as you. When you start to allow yourself to align in your own integrity, that means to me that if I'm aligned in my own integrity, that means whatever I'm putting out there, what I'm saying, what I'm doing, what I'm not doing, I can take responsibility for that. Nobody else can. If they try to come at me with different words, if they try to say I'm doing this or that, if I'm in alignment of integrity, I can hold a balance through whatever wants to come in and out of that is outside of me. And so when you start to approach animals or animals start to approach you, they are asking for that integrity in yourself. It doesn't matter if you are raging. It doesn't matter if you are crying or happy or excited. Believe me, I've been all of those with my animals, and they have held me through some of the scariest moments of my life. But it was because I was being authentic, and the ones that were willing to show up to support me held their strength in love for me so authentic without any retaliation of their own ideas. They helped me basically find myself again. And when we start to work with each other, a lot of you guys are leaders on here working with people already. You are a safe space for the people you are working with. And that's a powerful aspect of being able to be a facilitator, a teacher. There's an experience that comes in being able to stabilize yourself and not put yourself into what's happening into their life, but hold an aspect so that they can see the truth of what's happening in their life. And so one thing that's really fun for me is to check in on what animals are supporting me in my movement. So type in if you've ever heard of, yes or no, if you've ever heard of spirit animals or totem animals, type in. And if you have, maybe type in the ones that you've resonated with real quick. So spirit animals are always fun to work with. These animals can come to you, oh yes, lots of people, owl, hawk, blue heron, ooh, I like that, deer, owl, very much. A lot of these are Western style animals. Ooh, dragonflies, I like that. So these ones are supporters of you. Sometimes we come from a group of animals or a group of trees or a group of different energy beings. And just like where you are located globally, you are part of that culture. And so with the animals, we start to learn, what are we resonating with the most as who we are naturally in our birth? And they'll start to come in and they'll show you these aspects of you that either need the work to kind of step up, or the support, or the parts of you that are shining so loud in your gift already, they're ready to play bigger. So what I want to do with you guys is we're going to tap in. I'm going to lead you through a little meditation, a little journey, and it's going to be so fast. And we're going to see what animal is currently supporting you. This may or may not be your actual spirit animal. It might be one that's supporting you to go to your spirit animal. Your spirit animal is the empowerment of you. Like if you are fully into your empowerment, these are all the goodies of this. We also have a shadow animal. And a shadow animal, a shadow spirit animal, is our shadow parts of us that we hide, those parts of us that maybe we deny, those parts of us that we're scared to even look at. And these parts, a lot of times, our shadow animals we're scared of. Before we drop into this, just so you know, I came from a Black Wolf tribe with the Native Americans. And they worked with me through a lot of dynamics of being a lone wolf into being able to be in the community and have my tribes. Now, my wolf side is actually leading me into stepping into my tiger. So I have a big, powerful tiger that has been part of my life. And I played with her when I was a little kid all the time, and she's starting to come back through. So some parts of me was scared to step into this tiger space, mainly probably because I have a tendency of stating what's on my mind, and that can be a little sharp and scary to people. So I've had to learn how to manage different things right that way. My shadow animal was the hyena. The hyena scared the shit out of me, by the way. I am not scared by animals. Animals don't scare me. I want to swim with sharks. I've played with crocodiles. I've done all kinds of scary stuff. But for some reason, I saw horror scenes such at a young age of hyenas that was something that scared me. So I started to dive a little bit more into what is it about the hyenas that maybe I'm nervous about? What are the things about hyenas that I love, that I didn't even know existed? What are these powerful aspects? And what I started to notice, I won't go into a whole lot of details on what it was for me, but a big powerful thing that I noticed I didn't like is their scavenging abilities. How an animal would have their meal and then the hyenas would come in and take it, right? And I thought, gosh, this is just not me. I'm a giver. I'm a giver person. I just don't go in and scavenge someone else's thing. And so my own perceptions of like ruining and taking everybody else's stuff and livelihood was like freaking me out. And so I started to look into this a little bit more. And it really was when I was older that I started to realize their intelligence, their ability to love each other, their ability to communicate, their ability to survive all kinds of different dynamics of life. And now I'm starting to notice people have them as pets, hyenas as pets. So I started to look into it even more than that. And what I realized was the scavenger side of me helped me survive some parts of my life where I was losing everything, where I went from running $15 million in a group business to absolutely nothing, and me and my daughter fighting to keep the ranch, fighting to keep our homes. We lived in a trailer for different reasons. A lot of different things was instantly stripped from me. And so that survivor came in and was able to hold my family. I was able to hold my family. Now, another part of that was really interesting because I like to, if there's a word that kind of lights up for me, I like to re-explore that word and update it, is what I call it. I update it for where I'm at. What does that mean for me now? What does that mean for me now? Because we all have values and beliefs built on words that our parents or our society has taught us, but what are the updated things? So I said, okay, what's my updated space of this perception that they're stealing other people's stuff? And what I started to realize was they have a way of understanding the ease, of understanding the low-hanging fruit that's ready, of understanding how to utilize their energy efficiently. And so for me, I started to be like, what's this like for me? And it was, I was overexerting myself for others that didn't really care. And so if I kind of took the ideal of the hyena a little bit, I started to understand, conserve yourself. See what's ready for you. See the gifts that are actually in front of you. See what is ready for you. See where God is trying and the universe is trying to hand you stuff, and your perception is pushing it away. And so as I started to open myself up, I realized that I had a belief that if it wasn't hard to earn, I didn't deserve it. And I would push it away. And so with the hyena's help and understanding me a little bit more and how they are actually a very loving, giving type animal, I started to understand, where do I get to give when it's ready to be received? And where do I get to receive when it's ready to be given? And where are those dynamics? And how do I get to watch and be ready and rest and play in between those spaces? And when it's time to work, go get it, because it's ready. So these are, all this has kind of come from me being able to connect and communicate with animals and watch them work with different people and clients and stuff like that. So we're going to discover one that's helping you guys. Are you guys ready to do this? Okay. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to have you guys email me your animal, and we'll elaborate some points through email to you guys. And then we'll invite you into my next space where we have a Taste Your Magic Connections event, and you'll actually get to play with the horses live and communicate with them too and learn more gifts about who you are. But, okay, so when you get your animal, you're going to email me at tasteyourmagic@gmail.com. Don't worry about the other ones right now, just tasteyourmagic@gmail.com. Okay. And then we'll get you some more information on who you are and why these could possibly be helping you right now. Again, what we're going to do, this may or may not be your spirit animal or shadow animal. It might just be a totem animal that's supporting you to get you through a point. Okay. So when you are working with your intuition, when you are working with your guidance system, a good general law for me is the first 5 seconds after I ask something is pure energy information, divinity coming through. Anything after that, it can be, but now your chemicals are working stronger in your body and your mind might be coming over or taking over that way. So the first 5 seconds of information is what you get to receive, and that's what I want you to trust. Animals are all about you trusting you. You are the only one that can get this right. I mean, we can guess. I know Anne could guess some for you and help you out and support you with that, but this is you learning how to trust you. Okay, so I want everybody to go ahead, and what's beautiful is Jody helped us with the whole meditation, so your bodies are all ready. Thanks, Jody. Okay, go ahead and close your eyes. And I want you to just go ahead and take a breath in through your nose and then breathe out through your mouth. And this time I want you to breathe in through your nose and into your head and your sinuses, all the way back to your scalp, through your hair, and then exhale out. And we're going to do one more breath. Breathe in and breathe down low into your body, expanding your lower stomach. It's tight as you can with air, and then exhale that back out again. Now I just want your body to breathe. Just allow it to breathe, however it feels like breathing. And what I want you to do is I want you to ask, show me the animal that is supporting me now. Show me the animal that is supporting me now. You might see it in your imagination. You might see it come up. You might hear it. You might smell it. You might feel it with as if you're feeling it, touching it, or petting it. Show me the animal that's supporting me now. Sometimes it'll pull you back to a memory of seeing a picture of one or seeing it in real life. Raptors have been very prominent lately, big birds. Our ocean life is talking a lot as well. And as soon as you get an animal, sometimes it could be a dragon. I've had unicorns pop in. I've had all kinds of really interesting ones come through. Sometimes I've had some that are a mixture. Just trust it. And when you get an animal, type it in the comments. Just so you remember. Good. And I'm going to pick one of you first. And we're going to explore it a little bit. Ooh, kangaroo. This is really good. Now remember, sometimes this is your spirit animal and sometimes this is just one that's supporting you, because sometimes we're a little nervous to really step into our power. we have different traumas around that when we have. Okay, so raise your hand if you have not gotten an animal. If you have not gotten an animal. Okay, awesome. All right, so I'm going to go through and pick one of you guys, okay? And if you don't want to do it, then just shake your head. No. Okay, we are going to go with Joan of Angels. Hers is a duck. Joan of Angels.
I knew it.
Of course you did.
And I didn't want to say it. And then I kept seeing these most gorgeous webbed feet. And I went, it's a duck. You can't call it anything else.
A duck is a duck, right? Okay, so Joan, and this is something that I'd love you guys to do as well. When you email me your animal, you're going to put on there what stood out the most to you about the animal. So Joan, you mentioned, of course you did, you mentioned what already stood out was the feet. Is there anything else that stood out to you about the duck? Because these animals love to show you the parts they're trying to get your attention with.
Okay, so the duck was actually leading her baby ducks across the path. So that stood out to me because this was a strong duck leader.
Very good. Very good. And what did that make you feel like while you were watching that?
Well, I may have webbed feet. No, it kind of, actually I've had foot problems all year. So I think that is kind of funny, but it really stood out to me that I'm stepping into leadership. And I love the way the duck has that divine feminine, but to me, it's a feminine animal. It was that mothering, nurturing nature of stepping out as a powerful leader, as opposed to the male, more type A driven that I was in my youth.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Pretty soft. Go ahead.
No, it's beautiful. And some of you guys might be catching on a little bit as to what are the parts that are resonating and ready for her. And so without being completely obvious with some of it, because she's already nailed a lot of it, is a lot of the times the duck is, as we like to say, let it roll off your back like a duck, right? So when you are stepping into a leadership position as a mother type figure, and she's physically walking and showing you, and how interesting is that your feet are actually having some questionable moments right now and walking forward into this, right? So she's explaining to you that a lot of what's happening is in your movement forward as a leader, your presence is already there. You already are leading. You already are this aspect of the divine feminine, leading followers that are already following you. And what you get to remember is that you're the perceptions that are around you right now. And to kind of filter out the parts of the old that are no longer serving, that get to just roll off your back. They don't have to have meaning all the time. They don't have to have impact into your body. They can just kind of roll off. Water gets to be water. We love water. Water gets to serve as water. And when water hits a duck's back, it just rolls right off. Thank you very much. When you want water as a duck, you go and swim. You go and nourish it. And so sometimes you're still in an aspect of absorbing the unnecessary energy and perceptions that are coming at you because you care about those people, right? And she's explaining that you are beautiful, you are a lover, you are a leader, you are dynamic, you've got this, you already are doing all of it, and let the water be the water. You don't have to change the water, but the water doesn't have to change you. And so share with us a little bit, Joanne, real quick, like 2 seconds, 3 seconds. What's that like for you? This is really fast. We're just kind of shooting it out.
Yeah, I think that's really true. I'm in tremendous transition. I left my home of 7 years. I'm on the road. You know, I'm like swimming in the sea, and it's quite unique.
Yeah, and you've got this. You've got this. So allow yourself to give your feet some attention and ask them. Ask them what they need to be able to move forward without the pain, without all of what's happening. And you know this stuff, I can tell. Good job. Very good. So Joanne, I still want you to email me and we can elaborate a little bit more on some of the stuff.
I will.
Okay.
All oracles need an oracle. That's
yes,
all I could say.
We definitely
Wonderful.
do. Okay, great. So before we head out, remember, email me your animal at tasteyourmagic@gmail.com. And also what stood out to you about that animal. And if you had nothing, just explain really short how you received it, how you saw it, because I'm going to ask you it anyway. So when you do that, email me, and then we'll link you into some of the other events and stuff like that as well through your email. Now, with the last little part that I have, my next event is September 23rd and 24th in Utah. It's a really fun one. It's called Taste Your Magic Connections. And we teach you how to receive oracle messages for yourself. We teach you how to communicate with animals, and we teach how you do it. And we also teach you how you communicate with loved ones who've passed on. We all have these different abilities. And for me, being a teacher of the mysteries, I like to learn what it is for you. How do you translate it? Because that's all we're doing. We're all trying to translate all of this energy and information the way we know how to do it. And so we can support you in how it best fits you, so it resonates, your messages resonate with you. And it's like, yeah, I can actually do something with this. Not just, she told me this and this didn't happen and that happened. You know how that works. So my next guest, this is, are we good to go? Jody and Rochel? Okay. So I have snakes. We do a lot of amazing works. And Jody actually was on here with Voldemort. And today we have my brand new one. And this is Burmese. So she is a Burmese python. She's only 1.5 years, and she's already 6 feet. So, and I'm going to try to find it. She has a little heart on her. This is her first time debut with you guys, because we just got it. Oh, I can't find it. She's got a beautiful little yellow heart on her, and we'll find it later, so we'll save some time. She also has pink lines of fire on her head. So, the thing with snakes is, how many of you have experienced being misunderstood or labeled as something that you are not, right? Or have concerned some people in your lives because of your power and ability. And all that was very natural for you, and you were just communicating it in a full embodiment. So snakes have had a little bit of a ill labeling over the years and the different stories that we can go through, but we won't. And one thing that I love about working with the snakes and people is they allow the fears in our body, whether it's emotional or physical or however that's linked in our body, to start to show up. And they actually help you shed them out lovingly. When I get done working with people with snakes, they have this like love for them now, because what happens is you have a connection with a part of you that you feared. Okay. And that fear is being perceived as the snake doing it, because our brain is telling us it's something and it finds something. And the snakes like to be that something for a minute to help support you. So what she keeps doing is she's very attracted to my throat and my heart. And how wonderful, I'm speaking to you guys from my heart, right? With the throat chakra. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to take in a deep breath, and we're going to allow her to work through all of us with our throat chakra and our hearts. And being able to, what she's communicating to me is, which was really neat because it's very clear, is how to communicate from your heart, how to communicate and speak from your heart. And so right now you're going to feel a little bit of a shake. You're going to feel a little bit of your body wondering what's happening. And I want you to just tell your body, you can put your hand on your heart, you can put your hand on your throat, you can put your hand on your stomach. And I want you to go ahead and just breathe in and allow her to move this through me, through you. We are all in this together. We're raising the frequency of the world. And so by doing this, allow yourself to free up what wants to be freed up in your fear right now, to speak from your heart. There doesn't have to be a certain way to do this. There doesn't have to be a way that makes it sound perfect. When you communicate authentically from your heart, it doesn't take very many words. You can say one word and it will create the rippling impact. And so not just words for you, but your energy matching. Allow your body to have the energy flowing, not stuck. So her story, and I'll say it really fast. Burmese pythons are a little aggressive when they're babies because their moms can have up to 100 eggs. And then in the wild, they're kind of like food for the first little while. And so babies that come right out of hatchling are very aggressive. They fight for their lives right from the get-go. They want to live. They want to live. And so this is another thing that she's showing you, that your little child wants to live. It wants to live in you, and it has a purpose. He or she is ready to help you communicate from your heart. And although she is big and she is powerful and she's going to get bigger, she's super friendly right now. She just wanted to be seen for who she was, not the fear component of what she could be or could do. People came towards her. Oh, we got time. Anyway, there you go, you guys. I'll just keep talking. We know Rochel warned me. It always happens, but let's give Bermisa a round of applause. Woo! We're so proud of her. She's so brave. They would be so shocked, the owners previous to this, because they're like, nope, she's shy, she's aggressive, she'll do all kinds of stuff. But she kind of likes you guys. Ah, look at that. That's funny. She's going for it. So anyway, I'm proud of her. We're going to have her at the next event, September 23rd and 24th here in Utah. And I'll give you information. We'll give you guys a sweet way to be able to easily say yes and come play. Okay? Don't forget to email me your animal. And thanks for this time. I love you guys. There's always so many things that are fun to communicate with you guys.
Thank you, Ruth. You are amazing. Always amazing.
Oh,
Wow.
so incredible. Thank you for sharing such incredible gifts, dear. Wow,
Thank
we
you.
all have something to take away from this for sure.
Absolutely.
Mm.
So we have our next guest. Wow. Yesterday, I have to tell you guys really quickly, and we have to move on, that all of us was just buzzing at the end of the day, just layers and layers of these wonderful gifts. And the vibration and frequency was amazing. So I am so proud to introduce a good friend of mine, Joan of Angels. And Joan is also known as Dr. Joan Hangarter, a DC, and is a channel for angelic energies and is here to heal, inspire, and remind others of their purpose and potentials. She acts as an intuitive guide, an oracle, and transformational teacher, and is known for her healing messages, wisdom, and the wisdom art that she channels. She offers transformational coaching, soul awakening sessions, and uses her skill as a chiropractic energy healer to be a medical intuitive. In 2013, she was guided to paint 33 angels in 30 days, thus launching her work as an artist and a channel for these divine beings to assist you. So we're going to put information in there for you so that you can connect with Joan and learn a lot more about her. So Joan, I would love for you to step up and share your wonderful love and light and wisdom with us.
I'm so excited. And first of all, thank you, thank you, thank you. This has so far been an amazing day. I can hardly believe it. Well, of course I could believe it, but it's been really exciting. And I'm just very, very grateful. Ruth, the Oracle, amazing to be considered a duck. Like, I just loved that. And I loved how you just express who you are. And Jody, wait till you hear what I'm going to share, because your work, just all of it is just an introduction. So I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you. I do want to tell you guys that I go by the name of Joan of Angels, but today I was told to bring in my Dr. Joan side, my medical side, my healer side, because this presentation is really about healing from the inside out. So I have a presentation. I decided it would be, well, I was told it would be easier. So if you put on screen sharing, loves, I could actually share my screen for the PowerPoint. Okay, so I have to be, it's disabled. Okay, oh, I'm a co-host, great, perfect. My favorite position, here it is. I love you all. So yeah, so we're going to talk about healing from the inside out, turning on your power so that you can actually do what you came here to do, okay? And this is what's so important, that we all have special gifts, we have special powers, we have a unique code that's all about what we're here to do. But if we don't learn how to align it, then it's not going to give you or do what it needs to do. So how do we align our body, mind, and spirit? How do we learn to tune in so we can hear the voice from within, so we can hear the messages that we are getting? Okay, so moving forward, and we've been talking about personal power all morning, but your power, your personal power, increases with your ability to stand firm in your truth, to go inside and to know who you are. And in today's world, where everything is pushing on us to conform or to say yes and to do what everyone else is doing, this power to stand in our own truth, to stand in our own discernment, is truly really important. So going within and taking time to go within to hear the messages from your guides is really important. So the wisdom of your body. So this is going to be a talk really that combines really the wisdom of our body, the wisdom of our soul, and our soul purpose. Because how our body responds is a large part of our attitude, our mind, and our ability to do what we came here to do. So you may have a great soul purpose of being a leader and a healer, but your body, you've deteriorated your body so that your frequency is so low that you can't get off the ground, or your health becomes your issue. Or just like I expressed before, my feet, my toes, there was a time all winter where I actually had to wear a boot on my foot to slow me down so that I couldn't go as fast as I wanted to. So that, of course, was analogous to the fact that the doors are opening for me. I wanted to run through them, but Spirit wants me to take my time and make sure that each web of that foot is on the ground. So our body has all that it needs to heal and support us on our journey. And what is our journey? Our journey is that which we agreed to do when we ended up here in our soul body. Now, I have been working with patients and clients for 43 years. That's a long time. And for 43 years, I have taught them that once we learn how to harness this power within, we can accomplish miracles. We can leap over tall buildings in a single bound. We can do what we came here to do. But it's a matter of unleashing this power within. And so this power within you has the power to heal you. It has the power to uplift you. It has the power to guide you. It has the power to change and transform not just you, but the planet. For when you're aligned with your own destiny, then you become aligned with the global destiny, the world destiny, your country's destiny, your family's destiny. So my affirmation has always been to allow me to move forward with grace and ease, aligned with that which is for the highest good of all concerned. So for today, my beloved friends, we ask that this information touch you and help maybe turn on that aspect of you that wants or knows to fearlessly begin to move forward and letting go of that which no longer serves you. So Mother, Father, God, we ask right now, even in listening to this presentation, that we let go of what doesn't serve us so that we can favor life, so that we can say yes to our destiny. Is that so simple? No, because why? Most of the time, we have no idea how good our body and our souls is designed to feel. Because think of everything around you, the media, the TV, your family. It's like they're worried you're sick, you're not going to make it. How dare you try to step out of the box or even feel good? And why don't you have that chocolate cake? Because everyone loves chocolate cake, right? So the truth about it, when you take a breath back in, is that we are fifth dimensional beings in 3D bodies. And if we can wake up to that, if we can feel the presence of the divine in our body, and if we can learn how to get our body to work with us and not against us, then we can have what we came here to do. And we can step into health, wealth, and happiness. We can step onto that miracle path. We could live that life purpose, that dream, that vision that we came here to do. All of you have a mission. It's a matter of clearing away what is keeping you from living it. And that is what I do for years. I keep working with people to help let go of what no longer serves. And by the way, tonight, this full moon, this Piscean full moon, is all about letting, it assumes you've let go. This full moon is about the complete transformation into feeling good. So starting this moment, I am healthy, I am wealthy, and I am happy. I was born to be healthy, wealthy, and happy. So how are the tools to keep turning on this power? And by the time we're done, I will have shown you this miracle mastery switch, which you will go, oh my God, you mean I can turn on my power? I can literally feel it bloom from the inside out and be aligned with my destiny and spirit? Walk this miracle path? Yes, you can. And that's when miracles happen. That's when your transformation happens. That's when you go, yes, I can do this. And we want to turn on that switch that says, yes, we can do that, so that we can actually say yes to our destiny. You step into your power. You become that magnet, that miracle magnet for people who've been waiting for you. And it's literally like turning around. Those people who've been waiting for you now get activated also. And what do? They activate the people behind them. And before you know it, we're millions strong. That light can literally be seen by the angelic ones above the planet as they circle. They'll go, oh yeah, there. Every second, more and more lights get turned on. But what turns it off? Well, we are what we eat. So if we make healthy food choices, and or we are what we think, if we make healthy thought choices, then we will get the highest good. But if we make those choices that drain our energy, or that lower our mind talk, lower our frequency, then our vibration automatically shifts to the lowest. So I know this because when I was, God, okay, I'm trying to remember, my dad had just died. I was 23 and a half years old. And I was living with my mother, and I was drowning my sorrow in red licorice, okay? And we had a local grocery. In those days, you knew your grocer. And so I went in every single day during my lunch hour, and I had him weigh like a half a pound of red licorice or these licorice things and give it to me. And one day he looked at me and he said, Joan, do you know what you're putting in your body? Do you know what you're doing? And suddenly it was like someone had, I call it angel slaps. Okay, someone had slapped me awake. And from that moment on, well, it reversed. Okay, I never thought of the connection, but I became anorexic after that. Okay, just so you know, that's the reaction it had. And ultimately I've learned how to eat well. But what we are putting in our body lowers our frequency. It will lower your energy. It will lower your vitality. It will cause you to be sick. And it's the same thing with our mind. If we think thoughts like, my boss is a pain in the neck, or I hate going to work, or, that person makes me ill inside. Well, guess what? You are going to get those diseases, those illnesses. So our mind talk is what we put out in the universe and what we get. So the law of attraction, which always talks about our thoughts, the law of attraction says that what you put out in the universe, you receive. Thoughts are real and they're true. If you could see the auric field of everyone around you, you'd see like the self-talk, that I'm not good enough, oh my God, I'm fat, I'm ugly. So these thoughts are just like going to a restaurant. You order ham and eggs. Well, I don't anymore. You order potatoes, fruit and eggs, and you expect the waitress to give you back exactly what you order. And the universe is exactly the same. So if you order, whatever you are saying and putting out is what you're going to get back. So conscious choices of how health can come, how this power can come from inside, even comes from simple things about whether we're putting fluoride in our body. If we're brushing our teeth with the fluoride, it will shut off your third eye. It will shut off your throat chakra and your pineal gland. It'll confuse you. So much of the chemicals in your cleaning fluids will turn off your body's ability to think. Okay, so when we talk about your body in wholeness, and I'm really talking about all of you in wholeness, not just your physical, but your body, mind, and spirit, we need to look at complete healing versus cure. You cure a disease, you cure a symptom. And the truth is, you really don't cure those. So if you're taking a pill to cure your psoriasis, it might cure your psoriasis, but believe me, it's going to impact your gallbladder and your liver. And down the road, you're going to have health issues just related to what you took to treat or try to cure your symptom. Cures do not last, but healing does. So what's the difference? When I say healing comes from the inside out, and I'm going to show you one way that happens, but when we have healing, for instance, we can take what they call adaptogens, okay, ashwagandha, mushrooms, even CBD are all adaptogens. What's an adaptogen? An adaptogen goes in and says, what does Joan need to heal today? What does Anne need in her body? What are you lacking? So we can provide that to you. Do you understand the difference? And Spirit says the same thing to you. What do you need to let go of? Or where are you fractured in your body, mind, and spirit so that healing can occur? And most tonics and most herbal adaptogens work with not just your physical need for healing, but your spirit also. Ashwagandha calms your personality, soothes you, eliminates stress. So when we move out of a pharmaceutical model into a wellness model of our whole life, we can get complete wellness from looking to the plant kingdom and from healing. So loving our body and turning on our body's own innate ability to heal or to listen or to do what we came here to do comes from healing from within, looking to our heart. How do we dance to the rhythm of the soul? How do we listen to our own truth? How do we speak our own truth? How do we remove the blocks from our throat chakra that have kept us not speaking our truth for many, many, many generations back? And so remembering that as we heal, we also are healing our ancestors who could not speak. I heard something on the radio this morning that reminded us that women did not have the right to vote 100 years ago, okay? We couldn't vote. We were considered property of someone else. This luxury of this conversation we are having right now with global healers might not have had any of us women on it because women were not allowed to do those things. So remembering that we are taking our power, we are commanding it, we are speaking our inner truth, and we are taking on new labels. It's quite powerful. We are learning new ancient healing secrets, and that's what I want to share. Part of Jody's, I caught her meditation, where we are turning our head up and down, not turning, flexing our neck up and down, up and down. If you look at these two charts that I've put up here, you'll see that the brain is here, okay, and it sends impulses down a spinal cord that's connected to the back of your brain. Okay, I want you to look at that. And then on the one on the right, you see the same thing. There's that long spinal cord antenna that goes all the way into your consciousness, into your brain. It connects it, goes down into your coccyx and your tailbone. But look, then all those nerves come out and go to every single part of your body. So ancient healing, my guys, as we talk about it, I want you to start to feel that awakening in your body, because usually we do not think about it. But what we turn our attention to awakens, activates it, stimulates it. So here's the ancient secret. First of all, it's an ancient chiropractic tool, and only old-time chiropractors know about it, because the new ones refuse to believe this, or don't, they want to seem so medical that they don't want to be remembered that every chiropractic adjustment, if done correctly, turns on your body's healing power. And I've learned to do it, by the way, on Zoom, which is so phenomenal. But look here. Now imagine, I guess I don't think you can see my cursor, but imagine that there is a block right here at the base of that yellow brain, and it's like a block. So, You know, like turning on a light switch. If you can't turn on the light switch fully, you won't get enough nerve flow or light flow. It's the same thing. So instead of having full power energy coming from your brain, which is also receives energy from innate intelligence, which is universal wisdom, which some people call source, some people call God, some people say you're hearing the voice of the divine or your guides and angels, but all of that comes down through that crown chakra and goes down from that angel center right here, that switch, and then goes into your body to be distributed or to wake up or to hear it or to tingle with magic and miracles and energy. So if because of a fall or accident or life or curses or other people's thoughts on you or low self-esteem or poor food choices, you turn off that power. If you accidentally shut it down, there will be ill health. There will be pain. There will be emotional upsets. There'll be irritation. You will not be fully empowered. Okay. The goal of this talk is to help us understand that it's so simple to wake up every day and fully empower ourselves so you can do what I do, which is to leap out of bed in a single bound and go, oh my God, I'm on fire because I know I'm here and I charge every aspect of my body. So you could use visualization to turn this switch on, which is one of the things that I teach and one of the things that I do. It's a switch off, switch on. And I know we have some time, we're going to get to it. And the same thing back here, but also I want you to wiggle your toes right now. Wiggle your toes. I want you to imagine this energy coming from above down through your crown chakra, activating your brain cells, activating your innate intelligence, activating universal mind source consciousness within you, turning on your power to be you, your power to do what you came here to do, your power to feel 100% alive, 100% focused, 100% committed, and able to fulfill that vision that you have, turned on and raring to go. Why? Because these times require 100% all in. When we say these are the times for which we are called, we don't mean tomorrow. We mean today. We mean that when we look around and we see how we've emerged from that cocoon of the last 2 years, we know that we are the leaders that are stepping up. We are the ones that have woken up. And so we need to utilize that which will turn on our body, mind, and spirit, so that when we are called, we go, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. So years ago, 2013, when I received those messages to paint 33 angels in 30 days, and I was a mess. Okay, I had written books on miracles, but then I lost it again because it's another story. I lost it again, and there I was, not the miracle maker I thought I was. Okay, and I prayed to my angels. It was like, please help me. And Halloween Eve, 2013, I heard that voice, paint 33 angels in 30 days. Now, did I say yes? Well, I'm a human with my own resistance. So I said, well, I can't paint eyes, And then they said it again. And I said, well, there's a lot of, and I had oil paint at the time. I was like, that's a lot of oil paint and 30 paintings. Oh my God. And then they said it one more time. Now I knew that third time was the time. Either I said yes, or they'd go calling other people. In fact, I knew they were calling other people. Thousands, millions of people are called. But it's when you say, yes, I am ready, that the goodies come. So I painted those 33 angels. I put them up in the angel loft where I was living. And a book fell off the bookshelf. It says, your call for angelic assistance has been heard. And I got down on my hands and knees and cried. Because I knew then I knew then that I was going to be okay. And then the book opened to another section, which is that to be one of the chosen ones, you must choose. And my friends, that's the choice I'm putting to you today. To be one of the chosen ones. It doesn't mean you're here to be selfish and be waited upon hand and foot. To be one of the chosen ones means you've chosen to serve greater than any ability you knew you even had. You're chosen to walk that path where you can feel the presence of the divine in everything you do. And you know that what you do furthers that path. So these ancient healing secrets of wiggling your toes right now and saying, toes, I love you. Kiss your toes if you could pick them up and look at them, kiss your hands. And so we are a team. We are moving forward together to dance on this stream of life, to walk this path that we know we came here for. So we say yes, because this is what my guides told me in 2020. I kind of felt like since everyone else was freaking out, I ought to freak out. So I started to freak out a little bit, and then I get a wake-up call like this. Joan, are you there? And I had just been walking around going, I'm Joan of Angels. I'm the only Joan of Angels, And they went like this, and they said, Joan, my love, you have a purpose. You have a mission. You're here to lead. You're here to inspire. You're here to wake up people. What are you doing? Because if you don't say yes, and that's okay, it's your choice, we'll go on to the next one. Believe me, there's many Joan of Angel wannabes out there. There's many people who are willing to say yes. And I'm telling you that too, not to frighten you, because you're on the exact right path you're to be on, but to remind you. Okay, so these ancient tools are to remind you that when you have pain, it's your emotions that do that, okay? And I'm going to go fast through this, but this is how your pain can ruin your day. Your pain can keep you stuck. Your pain can keep you in that lowest vibration, or it could raise you up to benevolence, to gratitude. So what you eat, when I started off with you are what you eat, is so true. Your body is designed to move. Your body knows what it needs. So right now, as we're speaking, again, wiggle those fingers and hands, okay? Now, here's what I always look at with my clients. What in your life raises that vibrational frequency, turns you on, literally, and what lowers your vibrational frequency? I'll never forget, I was up in Ojai, up in California, beautiful spot. It was 110 outside. And my friend and I go out and we go to my favorite ice cream place. I had not gone out for ice cream for like 10 or 20 or 30 years. Remember, I'd been anorexic, so ice cream was, Anyway, we go out for ice cream. I was in a great mood. And do you know, within 20 minutes, I had allergies and I had to go and take a nap. I could barely function. So it's a good thing I wasn't going on stage then. What is it you do that lowers your vibrational frequency? Take a peek at it. People, places, or things. And we look at that, we let it go so that you can be free. Those lower frequencies don't get you into heaven. We look at what raises and what activates our innate intelligence. So, guys, that process that Jody taught us is one of those processes that can activate your innate intelligence. Just concentrating on this and imagining that your brain lies up with your spinal cord can do the same thing. All right, good. Other ways: dancing, walking, movement, joy, and happiness. So, and pleasure. And, we're talking about horses from Ruth. Yes, things and being with animals and nature that just give you pleasure and that help you remember who you are. So guys, I really, wanted to bring you to this awareness of who you are, why you're here, and that this power, this gift lies within you. The time is not next year. The time is you to get that your health is not determined by forces outside you. You have everything you need to even turn on your own immune system. Believe it or not, your immune system is your line of defense. You have everything you need to call forth the gifts that you came here to do, the powers that you have to clear away what stands in your way and to say yes. The best thing that ever happened to me was when I learned to work with these forces. Now, there's a miracle mastery switch that you all have. You can imagine it just like this in front of you. I don't know if you could see me. Can't see me, but it goes like this, and it turns up your power. It turns up your energy, or you can turn it off like that. So guys, I'm Joan of Angels. My mission in life since I'm 30 is to help remind you that you have within you the gifts, the powers, the memory of why you're here. And you've come here for an amazing reason. You've come here to be part of this great awakening of humanity that is going on now, this great global reset. And so it is.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. What a powerful presentation. And guys, just know that that was just one small aspect of Joan and what she does. So Jody's posting everything now in the chat so that you can reach out to Joan. She has so much more to offer. Thank you again, Joan.
Yes, thank you
guys so much.
Excellent, Joan. Thank you so much. Wow.
Thank you. That was delightful.
Wonderful,
All right.
Joan. So happy to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This next speaker, I am honored to present and introduce. She is a friend of mine. Our daughters are best friends, and she's been very instrumental in helping me get better at being a parent and also in my communication. She's a life coach, energy worker, parent educator, and certification candidate through the Center for Nonviolent Communication. Her name is Faith Chinnock, and she's going to share some simple somatic practices that help us foster intuitive, deep listening for the life energy that is beneath each behavior, feeling, and thought. And her passion is to collaborate with others to create a space for healing and community and reconnecting with ourselves. And she's been so instrumental in, I tell her I feel like a kindergartner learning some of this stuff, but it is really, really helping up level and shift my relationships that I have as I become a better listener, listening through this nonviolent communication. So today she's going to be speaking about choosing intuitively reframing commitments. So Faith Chinnock, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hello. Can you all hear me okay? Awesome.
Yes, and Faith, I'm just stepping in here just a moment because I want to be sure you know you've got 10 minutes after you have until 10 minutes after the hour. Okay, dear?
Gotcha. Yeah, and we'll see. I might shorten mine so that we can, have the next speakers go. So I'll see if I can keep it short. And I'm so glad to be here and so grateful for Jody for inviting me to be here. And it looks like Anne and Rochel also are involved in the organizing. And I've really enjoyed hearing Joan of Angels. And it just so happens that's my mom's name. So I feel very supported right now in having her lead into what I'm also going to share. And I'm feeling very connected with this idea of having the miracle mastery switch. And that is what I would actually love to practice with you. So yeah, with that idea that resourcing ourselves, bringing ourselves back to what really matters to us. I'm just taking a moment right now. I'd love to go through a self-connection process to connect a little bit with that mastery switch and making the choice, bringing awareness to what would I need to flip that mastery switch in myself? What resource or what would it take for me right now to choose to turn that switch on? And so if you'd like to take a moment, closing your eyes if you would like and relaxing. checking in with your body. How are you feeling in this moment? Notice your head, your heart, and your belly. These different places in us that hold so much intelligence and wisdom. Anything that you're carrying right now that you'd like to set aside, maybe that's distracting you or having you feel tension, bring your hands up to your shoulders and imagine lifting up everything that's on you that you would like to let go of and just move it to the side like a big pile of bricks. Anything that you're ready to just put aside right now. You can always pick it up later if you want. And imagine a dinosaur tail, like a T-Rex tail, growing out from the base of your spine and touching the earth. And rest back on this T-Rex tail, feeling the support of the ground. Noticing how you feel now. Now, if there was one quality or resource, I'm going to call it, that would support you in turning on that switch for yourself, coming back into your inner wisdom, intuition, wholeness, what would that be? What quality would you need to be able to turn that switch on? See if your body speaks to you, if there's anything, maybe it's acceptance or compassion, trust. What would you love a little bit more of right now? See if one word comes to mind. And see if you can notice what this quality or value is. As we've been talking about, there's a certain energy to this quality. Maybe it has a color or a shape, or maybe a memory comes to mind of what this quality is for you. For me, when I imagine the quality of comfort, I remember my stuffed animal as a childhood and how comforted I felt in that moment. So see if you can connect with that quality a little bit inside yourself. And even more, saying yes to this quality. Imagining that more and more as you say yes to this quality, it's like you're bringing that light up just a little bit higher, allowing it to be present in you. If you can sense that quality, allow it to expand even more in you. And even more. So you're really resting in this quality. You're allowing this quality to hold you. Maybe you need some support at your back, Just imagining resting in that quality of support. Now see if you can imagine the qualities surrounding you and expanding a little bit outside of your body, creating a sphere, a field around you. So you're sitting in this bubble of this quality. Bring your awareness behind you and allow it to surround you, behind you, and support you, above you. If you want to move your arms around and just really intentionally allow yourself to be in this space. And if you'd like to expand this bubble to include the people here, begin to imagine the bubble expanding to include everyone who's present in this group today. Allowing that quality to be present for them as well. And opening your eyes if you would like, remembering that this time is for you. So however you would like to spend this time, maybe you'd like to continue to close your eyes, or maybe you'd like to go take a nap. Maybe you're feeling hungry, really checking in with yourself and noticing what would support me in this moment. What would really serve my life and me right now? And if you'd like to come back here together, open your eyes and notice who's here with us. Just looking around, noticing all the names and faces here. Having curiosity about each of you and your lives and what it's like to be in your body. Noticing also if you have a different sense in you right now. Do you notice that switch is turned on a little bit more? I'm seeing it more like a dimmer switch going up and down. Just maybe it's not all the way on, but maybe it's just a little bit more on than it was. And I'd love to share a practice that one of my mentors, David Weinstock, has taught me, and it's called Hollow Bone. And it's a way to connect with what we really care about deep inside of us, the things that will really support us in being who we would love to be in the world. And so right now, I'd love for you to take a moment to either journal or write in the chat, just type up anything you'd like on what do you really care about? What really matters to you? And seeing this as your ground. So as we went through this practice a minute ago, what would really turn you on? What are the qualities and values and things you hold most dear in the world? And so just begin to share that if you'd like in the chat or just journaling privately to yourself. Take about 5 minutes for that. And as you write, notice how you feel in your body. Notice if there's any difference in how you feel before you write and then after you write. Notice if you feel moved, inspired, touched. So take another minute or so to see if anything comes to you. For me, what came to me this time is health, my own personal health and wellness. So what a few people have shared in the chat, love and healing others, radiating love for the benefit of everyone. That I and everyone in the world knows they were made perfect and all has been provided for us to heal gracefully and naturally. So now I'd love to go through the hollow bone practice, which will bring in what you really care about, your ground, what really matters to you. And so if you'd like to stand up, this is another way to shape a commitment. It's more of a powerful request than it is a commitment. It's something that you care deeply about, as you've been sharing here, something that really matters to you. And so holding that in mind, we're now going to go through a process to resource ourselves even more, and then moving into listening to this desire of our hearts, of our souls, and seeing if there's a request. In other words, a commitment, seeing if there's a request, an action, something that comes from this deep longing that you have for the things that you've mentioned, living in my purpose and creating healthy boundaries to live safely in it. So as we go through this process, what would that look like in your life? Kind of imagine what actions would come from this purpose or these desires that you have. So starting with your hands facing down to the earth, connecting with your ground, noticing the connection that your body has with the earth and all of the things in the earth. all of the roots of the trees and the people that are here, the animals, the oceans. Sense that connection that you have with all of this. Then bringing your hands to face behind you, bring to mind the ancestors and teachers and mentors in your life that really support you in being who you love to be in the world. Maybe one person comes to mind, or maybe there are a few, or maybe there are hundreds. Just imagine who would be at your back right now to support you. And then moving your hands beside you, bringing to mind your friends and colleagues, those who walk beside you on this earth, this group here, the people who stand by you and support you. And then bringing your hands in front of you, imagining the young ones and the children in your life and in the world, and remembering the qualities that they bring, the joy and creativity and fun. Feel the support that they bring to your life. So staying connected with your ground, what matters to you and everything that you're connected with on the earth. All of these relationships in your life that support you. Gathering all of that support up and imagining it's in a big bowl or chalice and allowing yourself to be filled with this connection and support, drinking it up. Letting it really fill you up till you feel full. And now from this place, opening your hands and offering and receiving, being in a balanced state of offering and receiving. Noticing how you feel now. And so now bring to mind that beautiful quality that you would love more of in your life, or the things that matter most to you that you were writing about. Bring to mind what you really care about in life. And imagine that you're holding in your hands one thing that you really care about that you would love a little bit more of, maybe. What's something that you would love a little bit more of in your life? And imagining this as an offering for yourself, something for you to receive. Maybe it's a quality of support, healing. So imagine this is a beautiful gift that's being offered to you. And bring it up to your forehead. Notice how it feels. Notice if you're able to receive this offering. Notice if maybe it's too much for you to receive right now. without any judgment, just noticing how you feel with this gift and receiving it. And see if there's one action that comes to mind that might support you in coming closer to receiving this gift. What's one thing you could do or say that would support you in receiving this even more? And if you feel ready to have this request be part of you and who you are, then bring your hands up and speak your commitment or your request, if you would like, out loud to see how it feels. Maybe you say, I am committed to, or I am a commitment to, or I make a request of myself to. For the sake of that quality or value that you would love more of. And when you feel ready, you can move your hands down as if you're really making that decision and stepping forward into that choice for yourself. And notice how you feel. And let's come back together, if you'd like. I see we have a few minutes left of the extra time, and I'm also happy to be complete now. If there's something anyone would like to share, I would love to hear. I'm wondering, Jody, if we have time for maybe one person to share, or we'll write in the chat.
Sure.
Awesome. Yeah, I'd love to hear how that was for you. If you'd like to share, you can unmute and share, or share in the chat if there's anything you want to remember from this time that we've had together.
This is Michelle. I'll share. What a magical experience I feel like the divine allowed to come through, because this whole time I had this nagging feeling from my mom, right, needing from me, and I got to really own and stand in what the divine is calling for me to live in, and the peace I get to remain in when I'm divinely guided, right? The interruptions don't get to happen if I don't want them to. I get to stay in alignment no matter who it is in the world and the planet. If my angels and the divine have called me to something, no matter who it is, no matter what it is, no one else has power or authority over me. And I get to claim that freedom. So thank you so much. I honor you. Love and appreciation, because it was divinely guided the whole, like, in the moment. So.
Oh, thank you for sharing, Michelle. That really also supports me. And I got chills throughout my whole body of just, yes, I also want to step into that power of my own choice and having it never taken from me, you know, really recognizing that it's my choice if I allow it to go or not. So thank you. Thank you for that message. Yay. Well, I think we'll close there. And I'm just going to share in the chat that I'm part of Liminal Somatics. It's a group of people. David Weinstock has been building this community for years and years. And we now have an online learning community where we do practices like this regularly. So if you're interested in that, it looks like Jody put in the chat the website for that. And also I'll put my email in if you'd like to contact me about more opportunities for practicing in this way. And I'd be happy to also set up a time with any of you to meet and talk about more options of support or ways that that this might come into your life more if you would like. And so, yeah, thank you so much. And I'll turn it over to you, Jody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Faith. And you know, your work has just been helping me with all of my relationships. It's been so wonderful. And I've been so in touch with the ancestors since we've been doing that practice as well, about all the support that we actually have, even if we don't feel like we do. In the unseen, there's plenty. And so next up is a longtime friend and mentor of mine, Angela Montano. She is an international spiritual practitioner, and she is devoted to sharing the utterly transformative power of prayer. And she has a podcast called Prayer on the Air. It has listeners in 32 countries, and she has a best-selling online course called 21 Days of Prayer to Change Your Life, offered by dailyohm.com. And that has close to 28,000 students. And Angela knows her stuff. She started her career as a television reporter and a host and a producer on a news station and PBS, and went on to do that, reported to TV audiences, and then a soul call led Angela to LA, where she began studying under spiritual leaders, including Dr. Reverend Michael Beckwith at the Agape International Spiritual Center. And she is now a licensed spiritual practitioner, or not now, she has been for many years. And she's discovered and practiced many different ways of praying to meet the needs of all of her clients. And she's facilitated over 25,000 individual sessions with people of all different faiths and belief systems from all over the world. And she considers prayer to be one of the greatest technologies that we have. And as our ever-changing circumstances can, cause frustration and anxiety and suffering, Angela helps her clients let go of control and trust in a higher power, living from the inside out. And her presentation today is called Is Prayer Medicine? So Angela, I will turn it over to you. Can we make her a co-host? Thank you.
Hello, everybody's hearing me okay? I'm so grateful to be here with all of you. It is such an honor, and Jody and I go back, like she said, a long time. So thank you, Jody, for having me here. So it's interesting, isn't it? Prayer, the very word, is a trigger word for many people. Some people, if you even said, hey, would you like me to pray for you? It would be offensive to that person because it's so associated with religiosity. And so it's really incredible to tune in to the power of prayer, to really connect to the power of prayer beyond religiosity. And prayer is a gift within you. It is, I'm seeing people to admit, but I'm assuming you're going to do that, Jody, right? Okay. It's a gift, it's a power. And it's so important today that we experience prayer beyond a cultural understanding of it that's only related to religion. Prayer existed for centuries before the first religion was ever even formed. There is evidence of the Neanderthals praying. So my basic definition to prayer is really just reaching beyond. It's reaching beyond your current suffering. And I am going to, in this 30 minutes, give you I'm going to call it 3, 3, and 3. I want to give you 3 essential movements of prayer, 3 faces really of God to consider when you're praying, and then 3 prayers. So we're going to do 3, 3, and 3. But this point I'm making in the beginning is essential. This idea of detoxing from old, outdated perspectives on prayer. A lot of people, we have religious trauma, and that's turned us off from prayer and away from prayer. Our understanding of God has evolved through our lifetime, and we think of those prayers of childhood to be the only prayers there are. How do you pray given the evolution of my own cosmology? So those are going to be some of the things we work with. And this question, is prayer medicine? I want you all to keep that in your mind as we work. Is it medicine? You know, in the dualistic field of reality, there's a lot of controversy around prayer. You know, should someone take the medicine the doctor ordered versus, you know, do you heal spiritually? Is prayer medicine? And the way I want us to work with this is I would love us to imagine we could transcend good medicine, bad medicine, right medicine, wrong medicine, medicine that works versus medicine that doesn't work. You know, what is medicine? Medicine is a support for our wholeness, whatever modality it comes from. You know, a friend is medicine, a smile is medicine, you know, and so let's all be receptive to really the medicine offered in the friendly universe in which we live. I'm going to begin with the 3 essential movements of prayer. So no matter what kind of prayer you're doing, these are the 3 essential movements that have to happen for you to have a transcendent experience. So as a spiritual practitioner, like Jody said, seeing clients, you know, all these years, hour after hour, of course, you know, I think I've got to have a stellar spiritual practice, right? You know, I'm helping all these people. I better, you know, have myself together. And I always struggled with meditation. I've meditated for over 30 years, but for most of those 30 years, would have told you privately, like, I'm failing. You know, to me, success was 7 days a week, you know, 7 a.m. every morning. And sometimes I just didn't make it. So there was a period when my daughter, who's now 22, was young, and I was so tired. I was bone tired. And I was like, you know, trying to like just sit up in the bed to get to meditating. And I I was really struggling. And it was in that moment that I felt, you know, just the mercy and the kindness and the love of the universe. And when I went back kind of to my sleeping position, my hands were in the prayer position, my head was here, and my body was kind of in the fetal position. And I just heard, let yourself be held. Just let yourself be held. And I noticed as my hands were in these almost prayer positions, my knees were curled up into my stomach. It's like that mattress is holding me, and the floor beneath the mattress and the earth between the floor. And, you know, similar to the exercise we just did with faith, you know, we're all held. We are held in an invisible, loving energy. And it was like, just let yourself be held. It's okay if you're not meditating. Just let yourself be held. And I began to realize that being held is the portal through which true prayer happens. True prayer, not cultural concepts of prayer, but true prayer. And isn't that what we say for people like people who, you know, may have a prayer practice of some kind? You know, they may say, you know, I'll hold you in prayer. But even if prayer is not part of your group, your family, or your friends, a lot of times today, I think this is the more modern version, you know, I'll hold space for you. That's a prayer. I'm going to hold this space for you. What space are we holding? You know, we're holding a space of well-being, of love. And because each of us is born of love, we can send love. So while my body is here in Los Angeles and your bodies are where they are, the energy of love of which we're born, it doesn't know any confinement, any limitation to where our body is. So pretty much all of us, I imagine, have had that experience where, you know, someone calls us and we're like, oh, I was just thinking of you. I was going to call you today. That's because the love, the presence that we are can't be confined. We're limitless beings. And the love that we are, we can send. You know, we can walk each other home through praying for each other. I'm going to hold space for you. Where you're emotionally hooked in and suffering, I'm not. So I can lift you in prayer, and I can shine the light of love that I am onto you. Whereas you might be like in the clouds, you're just thinking all the stressful thoughts. And even though you're love, it's like the love that you are, it's escaping you right now. It's like you're, you know, sitting down watching your horror flick, right? And no light is coming on, you know, you're just there. But I can open the windows. I can open the doors. And then suddenly that movie of fear, of doubt, of worry, of terror is a little less captivating. Hey, I wonder what's going on outside of my bubble of suffering. There's some blue skies out there. So then we walk out of that movie house, and gosh darn it, like, don't we have a bunch of old VHS copies of these movies, and we just put one in after the other and after the other in. Prayer pierces that habitual egoic habit. And it relieves us of our suffering when we realize we don't have to believe the stressful thoughts that would create images of future, of really an unsafe future, right? We all want this safe future. Meanwhile, we're safe right now, but somehow that doesn't matter. It's so funny, isn't it? Like, we're like, you know, I hope I'm going to be okay, you know, February 19th, 2027, right? You know, like, what's better about that date than this one right here, right? We're okay right now. We're essentially okay. Prayer brings us back to this essential okayness, this essential all rightness, by piercing the sense of illusion and isolation that we get in when we're watching our scary movie. And many of us were very compelling. You know, I could say to Jody, come, look at my movie. Look how horrible it is. You know, isn't it terrible? You know, and if we're not conscious, we sit down with our friend, we go, yes, that's a bad one, you know? So prayer is kind of transcends that. It's the opposite of that. So this first essential movement of prayer is being held. And the words are capsules of energy, and they allow you to enter into true prayer. And the words I want to give you is just this: I am held by a power greater than my own thinking, or I am held by a presence more powerful than my own thinking. You know, and we want to contemplate that. I am held by a power greater than my thinking. So, you know, right now we don't have to unmute, but just repeat that after me. I am held by a power greater than my own thinking. I am held by a power greater than my own thinking. I am held by a power greater than my own thinking. Amen, amen, amen. That alone can lead us to enlightenment, honestly. Just deepening in your acceptance that you're held. When we're in fear and when we're stressed out, we're bracing against it. You know, my voice is terse. You know, I'm bracing. I'm held by a power greater than my own thinking. That already enables us to let go. So the second essential movement of prayer is, and it may not come as any shock to you, but it's letting go. So when I'm in person doing these workshops with people, I will have people like, one of you will be A, one of you will be B, and you'll be in a pair, a dyad, and I'll have one person hug one person, but you can't hug back. Then the other person hugs the other person, but you can't have hug back. You've got to experience being hugged just as a receiver, just as a giver, you know. And we practice within that being hugged, within that being held, letting go, letting go, letting go. We want to let go within the embrace of the universe. And you are, and I am, we are embraced by the universe. The universe, one song, love. But it doesn't do us any good if we don't tune into it, right? Like I could walk down a street, I might be in desperate need for money, and maybe there's $100 bill right there. But if I don't see it, I pass right by it. So we want to become alert to the embrace of the universe. We can let go. You know, perhaps you've seen it in person. Perhaps you've experienced it in person. I definitely feel like in movies, haven't you seen a person who hugs someone and then finally, you know, and then the person lets it all go. That's the second movement, is the let go. You are held and you let go. Now, if you want to practice these essential movements, you start with, I am held by a power greater than my own thinking. Amen. You can do that in the morning when you wake up, just like I shared in bed, and really tune in to the awareness of being held. And then the second movement, to practice it, you can do it as a mantra prayer throughout the day. And it's just, I let go. Amen. I let go. Amen. I let go. Amen. You don't even have to know what you're specifically letting go of to do that prayer, because we're all holding on in one way or another. When I do this practice, I'm very threatened. You know, I feel that I'm letting go. What am I letting go of? What's going to happen if I let go? And you just meet that resistance. You remind yourself you're held by a power greater than your own thinking. I let go. I let go. I let go. I let go. Now, each of us is so profoundly intelligent. We actually do know the areas we need to let go. Like you know right now. I know right now. I know right now where I'm hanging on to the illusion of control, where I have designated myself the God of the universe, and my way is the right way, and it sure is, you know, it better go this way, right? So when we do this second movement of prayer, what we need to let go of will show up for us. I let go, I let go, I let go. Now, the third essential movement of prayer is opening. So just think of it. You're held, you let go, and now you open. And what you're opening to is the field of infinite possibilities. It's been said that every problem is mental and every solution is spiritual. You're letting go to an infinite possibility. The word possibility is another word for God. And so you're opening. You are held, you let go, and you open. So I would love to know from here if there's any questions that you have that you would like to speak. Oh, I heard somebody said my voice isn't loud enough. Sorry about that. So is there any questions you have to what has been said so far? I'm not seeing. See if there's any hands going up.
You can also type questions in the chat for Angela if you want, if that's easier. And I encourage you to come on camera if you can. Oops.
Okay. All right. So those are our three essential movements of prayer: being held, letting go, opening. So the next thing I'd like to talk about are the three faces of God. And when I use the word God, I really do mean that which is too vast to be named. and that word God can also be a toxic word for people, for, again, various reasons due to religious trauma. But I feel like a lot of times why people have issues with prayer is they have issues with God. God let me down. I prayed and something didn't happen the way I wanted it. And so when we pray, we want to be aware of these essential movements. And being aware of these essential movements, I want us to be aware of 3 faces of God. And the 3 faces of God that are important to understand as you move into effective, true prayer, I'm going to list them and then I'm going to describe them. One is God as I. The other is God as other. And the third is God as all. I, other, all. So God as I, that sounds like blasphemy. How can I be God? The idea is this: God is I am. God is I am. Perhaps you're familiar with this analogy that's often used. If God is the ocean, you and I are a cup of the ocean. And all that God is as the ocean is in your cup and my cup. The all in all of God is the all in all of you in your cup. So that is God is I am. God is I am. And in praying from God is I am, you begin with God is. And you can use different verities of God, different qualities of God. So if God is love, love is. God is peace, peace is. God is joy, joy is. Joy is, peace is, love is. God is abundance. Abundance is. And so you allow yourself to focus your attention on these qualities of God. And then you bring in I am peace. I am joy. I am love. I am abundance. All that God is, I am. And from that God is, I am, you actually, as the universe yourself, you declare, I release the qualities of God that I am into expression. Now, what is so important in this first face of God is that you let go of how you think it's supposed to look. You let go of outlining the outcome. If I say, God is abundance, I am abundance, I release my abundance into expression. Maybe that day I look down and I see a penny on the street. What's a penny? What does that buy you today? Is it even worth me bending down to pick it up? How many of these would I have to collect to get anything? 100 would only give me $1. What's $1 today? Right? So that's example of where the mind goes. But if you let yourself see the penny as an expression of abundance, money that has come to you, you pick it up and you see the fatness in that one penny. What's $1 million but a bunch of those? Like, that penny is really exactly what $1 million is. And you allow yourself to open to the abundance in the penny. And you go, yes, yes, answered prayer. And I'm open to more and more expressions of this. So that's the first face of God and a way to pray from that. It's any kind of God is I am. God is I am. The second face of God is God as beloved other. Now, in the metaphysical training I had, we were all trying to get that out of our consciousness. God isn't other. God isn't the, man with the beard in the sky. I am, God is I am, God is I am. We were all like really, really working hard to get that, But as I've worked all these years, I see that you don't have to get rid of that, because as a human being, the very first thing we do when we're born in this incarnation is we look up. We look up for our mother's breast. We look up. We need help. And that's also essentially what prayer is also. It's a recognition of a need. Why do we pray? We're in need. And so Yogananda said, God is the mother of all mothers, the father of all fathers, the friend of all friends. God is the mother of all mothers. So that means like whatever you imagine to be the great mother, the mother of all mothers, not how you think you've been as a mother or how you think your mother was, but I mean the energy, the great mother. God is the mother of all mothers. God is the father of all fathers. The same thing beyond your experience of father in this lifetime. God is the father of all fathers. And God is the friend of all friends. Whatever you've considered to be the best friend ever, the universe is that and more. The universe is your father of all fathers, mother of all mothers, friend of all friends. The second face of God invites us to be like children. And then we get to pray to God just like a friend or a mother or a father. There's many religious hymns that relate to this. Like he walks with me, he talks with me, he tells me I am his own. The joy we share as we tarry there, none other will ever know. It's like a communion. It's where you get to be like, I don't know, help. That's the second face of God. And the third face of God is all. And a lot of people who regard themselves as atheists, this is their kind of favorite way to pray. And many atheists do find themselves still called to pray. And at first, I've read a lot about this. Many remark like, why, I can't let this go. And then they get to a point that prayer is just another way of living. You don't have to believe in a God to pray. You don't even have to know what you're praying to. You just have to accept there's a field of possibility, joy, and peace beyond my current purview. So when an atheist prays, they're just praying into that field. And I think of God more as a field too, actually, like a state of being more than a being. So you reach into that, whatever you call that. And so that's what we experience a lot of times in nature, where you just feel like you become very empty and somehow the insignificance of you is a great reprieve from I. And suddenly the clouds or the sky or an ant or the ocean, like the immensity and the enormity of nature, it kind of right sizes us, doesn't it? And then you just open to surrender. I surrender to this enormity. And that is God is all. So I think it's very valuable to have a sense of this. That's not really a right way and a wrong way to pray. And at different times in our life, at different even parts of the day, one kind of prayer is what we need versus another kind in terms of God is I am. That's where we get really empowered as the spiritual beingness that we are. Beloved others, when we're feeling super vulnerable, help. And then God is all is when we're willing to allow ego to dissolve into the vastness of the universe. So I want to close with 3 prayers. And I already sort of said this first one, and this is the most fantastic prayer. I encourage it greatly. I've heard and seen amazing things happen out of it, and it is that prayer, help, help. And you're saying help to the universe. You're saying help to the aspect of you that's never been hurt, harmed, or in danger. You're saying help to the birthless, deathless nature of love itself. Jody mentioned in my bio that I studied with Reverend Michael Beckwith, and he had a story where he was in Costa Rica and he was swimming in the water, and a riptide took him, and he got like pulled really far out. So he started swimming, and he couldn't swim against it, and it took him further and further. And he was like, he couldn't believe it. And he's a good swimmer, and he was swimming hard, and it took him out further. And he started to think, my God, is this the way I'm going to go? Like, I think this could be it for me. And then spontaneously out of him came this huge help. And shortly after, he said this gigantic wave just pushed him all the way to the shore. You know, it's like so often we're just like in the ocean, we're getting pushed out, we're getting pushed out, but we don't say help. We keep trying on our own. Try to figure it out on our own, you know? Like, it's really hard to run out of all our own good ideas, isn't it? I've got so many, you know? Help. It's a powerful one. Easy. Four letters, one word. Help. Amen. Amen means so be it. But if you don't like amen, ashe. Or om. Help. Om. Help. Om. So that's prayer number 1 to put in your handy dandy prayer toolbox. Prayer number 2, and this one I love. It's really inspired by Marianne Williamson of the Course in Miracles. And this prayer, and Marianne Williamson, I'm assuming you know, is a teacher of the Course in Miracles. But this prayer is amazing too. And it's the prayer, heal my perception of. So, you know, I've been looking down at my belly recently. I'm like, oh, is my belly getting fatter? You know, right there, heal my perception of my belly. Heal my perception of my belly. See, my ego wants my belly not to be what's here, this wonderful section of my body, housing all these fabulous organs, digesting my food, like a miracle is going on right in my belly. But ego wants my belly to live just as a concept, this thing that's not the way it should be. It should be flatter. It should be thinner, right? Immediately, I want to heal my perception of my belly. Or maybe, you know, somebody's really bugged me and frustrated me. And maybe I'm in my head, you know, they should ... and they shouldn't ... And, you know, what they need to do is ... Heal my perception. That's in the nation of God I'm talking about. So heal your perception. It could be heal your perception of an institution. Heal my perception of the Supreme Court. Those are souls. Heal my perception of Congress. Heal my perception of the United States of America. Heal my perception of Donald Trump, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. You know, heal my perception. Because so often we want to live in our heads in the dualistic field where we're at war with people we've never met, right? Prayer is always about transcending that to live in the heart. Heal my perception. It gets us out of the head and into the heart where we can love, which is what we were born to do. So love this prayer, heal my perception. And the third one, of course, Meister Eckhart says, if thank you is the only prayer you ever pray, it's enough. We cannot be in gratitude and in fear simultaneously. So I'm not talking about, I know my mother, you know, when I was growing up, you know, she would be very annoyed sometimes. She was very critical too at times, but of my friends, like, hello, Mrs. Coxton. Thank you, Mrs. Coxton. And she was like, please call me Harriet. She was like, she didn't like the inauthenticity. So you can, thank you, but it doesn't mean you're grateful, right? You know, I mean, good manners are wonderful, but when we talk about this prayer of gratitude, it's not a curt, thank you for having me. It's a thank you, like, thank you, universe. So the prayer of gratitude is you really drop in You have unlimited gratitude within you. It doesn't mean you're using it, doesn't mean I'm using mine, but we really sincerely drop into gratitude. Thank you. So your 3 prayers are help, heal my perception of, and thank you. And I did just say sincerity. Sincerity is the key. I mean, we've got to be sincere when we pray. Gandhi said, prayer from the heart can achieve what nothing else in the world can. And prayer is not an old woman's idle amusement. Properly understood and applied, it is the most potent instrument of action. That's another Gandhi quote. So I thank you so much for being with me and listening. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat. And I'm just going to lovingly pass this back to Jody. And she's got my website here. I do a podcast where I take prayer requests. We pray together from all over the world. If you go to my website, angelamontano.com, you're welcome to be part of that.
Thank you so much, Angela. I love you so much. And it's
You're so
just
welcome.
wonderful to see you on here. And yeah, on her Linktree link that I put in there, she's got all her prayer on the air and all the things you'd need to find her.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Angela.
Alrighty, bye.
Bye.
Wow. Are you guys feeling that energy? Yeah. Awesome. So such amazing, amazing people. Thank you. But now we're looking forward to hear from Charles Bergman, and Chuck, as I call him, because Chuck and I have met and I've worked with him. He's a 3rd-generation psychic medium who realized his gift at a very early age. And during his 32-year career as a police officer in Salem, Massachusetts, however, Chuck kept his gift under wraps. Since retirement and going public as a psychic medium, the A&E channel and Biography channel have featured Chuck on the program with his own pilot program, Psychic Search. Chuck has been a repeat guest on many live radio shows, including Coast to Coast AM. And his presentation is, Can a Loved One that has passed over receive healing after a reading? And I just have to say, I've spent time with Chuck, and just being in his presence, his energy is amazing. Chuck, we're so happy to have you. The floor is yours. You might want to unmute yourself, Chuck. There you go.
Any better?
Much better.
All right, good. I'll start over then. Thank you for the introduction. It was very well done. And I only wish we were side by side here in my computer room so we could be doing the show together, really together. We really had a good time the last time we were, seeing each other. It was fun. And by the way, Ann is in California. I'm in Florida, so a little bit of a distance there. So you want me to just roll right into it? Okay, see, now now you're muted. Oh, you are muted. Okay.
You just go right into it, Chuck.
All right. So with the introduction, you know pretty much who I am, what I've done, where I've been with it. And I've been doing mediumship type readings for over 30 years. I've been very lucky with the growth in mediumship. And today it was really hard. Like when they asked me what topic I would like to, talk about, there's so many elements to being a medium and to doing what I do that you could go on all night long and, just talk about how wonderful the field is and the challenges. There are plenty of challenges in doing this. I've done a lot with law enforcement where I've found bodies, of people that have been murdered. I've also worked with police departments in other countries over Skype, and I really don't know, it's hard to believe that will even work, but I've led them to the remains of bodies and put together the entire case. And it's just amazing how when you're tuned into spirit and they want to work with you and you want to work with them, you really can get a lot done. The one topic that's probably in the forefront right now is the healing aspect of receiving a reading. People typically have a reading because they want to find a little comfort in knowing that a loved one's okay after that's over, or they want to apologize for not being with them at the very end. There's a lot of reasons why people on this side want to connect with people on the other side. And what we don't realize, our loved ones in spirit are around us all the time. I mean, I've proven this with many readings I do. They'll talk about things you did early that morning, things you did the day before, things you did 2 weeks earlier, on, you know. And not only that, but they carry with them the memory of all the things they've done with family members, the love you've had with them. So they've got kind of the harder part, because while they're around us and we're all very boring, I really do believe that to a spirit. You know, a spirit can travel at the speed of light. They can be in multiple places at any given moment. And here's one thing a lot of people aren't aware of. Mom, dad, loved one, no matter who it is on the other side, they can read every thought that we have. So they know how we feel about them. They know what we're doing, what we're thinking, how we're living. They can drop in on a, you know, all they want to do, they think about it and they're with us. And that intrigues me too, how they find us. I call it, they Google us with their own network on the other side, where they're able to find us and see what we're doing. Did mine go blank in? Am I still in the?
You went blank.
Oh, I did.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
That might be a plus. Gee, my end is showing camera on and everything working. I'm going to leave just a photograph. Is that okay with everyone?
That'll work.
As long as you can hear me, that's really what it's all about.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we can hear fine.
These technical difficulties, and that's why I was a little late today too. I had a complete hard drive crash, so I had to rebuild the hard drive, put all the programs back on, put a new drive in. But anyway, getting back to the spirit world and what they're, how they're relating to us, they're watching everything that we do if they feel like it. And when I said that we're all boring, because I know myself, I spend part of the day either cleaning house or talking on the phone, working on the computer, maybe talking to neighbors or whatever, but there's not a lot that they can watch us do. So why do they hang around us all day? I think that they come here, they see what we're doing, they know we're okay, and then they're off and, you know, go wherever they want in the universe. The best way to, for me to understand that this can be healing for someone in spirit is I've got a couple of stories that will enlighten how I arrived at what I arrived at, which is really all of my mediumship. So many things that I experience is how I turn around and learn about the other side. I learn about spirit communication. I understand their process. It's all done really through each reading I do. Every one I do, I learn a little bit more. And I'd like to talk about this one because this is pretty recent, where husband and wife sat down in front of me. And I've never had this happen before, so I was kind of miffed by it, where I said, well, your mom is coming in. This is to the wife. I said, your mom's coming in. She's got her hands on her hips. She's shaking her index finger at you. She's really mad. She's steaming. She's really angry at you and your husband. I said, I'm going to say this. I've never started a reading off with anger. It's always love, and I'm happy to do this. And, you know, it's really good. Why is your mother so angry at the two of you? Well, as it turns out, mom was scheduled to get her vaccine, you know, get the shot, and all ready to get it. Then her daughter and husband completely talked mom out of getting the vaccine. Well, a week later, she gets COVID and she dies. So here she is in the spirit world saying, look what you did to me. So mom is blaming the daughter and her husband. And, you know, who knows, even if she had the shot, you know, people are on both sides of the fence with that. And I don't want to get into politics. So it's up to I think mom should have done what she felt was right, but she did listen to her daughter, and look what happened. And another case I worked on, which I thought was really intriguing, where I'm giving a lady a reading. She's on the other side of the country. It's a phone reading, and her mom is coming through. And me not knowing anything about her mom or the situation, I said, "Oh, I'm sorry to say this. Your mother's telling me that your marriage is on the rocks." She said, "Well, it's not the greatest, but I wouldn't call it on the rocks." And I said, "Well, there's some bad stuff going on." I said, "Are you talking on a cell phone or, a handheld, cordless phone?" She said, "Cordless." And there's a difference. Cordless phones can be monitored with a police scanner. If you know how to program it, put the frequency in, you can monitor cordless. The FCC is pretty well taking that privilege away from scanners. When it comes to cell phones, it kind of falls under the wiretap law, so it's a lot different. So anyway, here I am not knowing anything about the lady, her mom, or anything. And I said, "Your mom wants you to go into the master bedroom and let me know when you're standing on your husband's side of the bed." Now, if you've ever done a reading, or some of you may be into this stuff, at that moment, I'm thinking, like, why did I tell her to do that? What are we going to find? And, how do I trust? And by the way, trust is a big deal. You have to trust. When you get the information as a medium, you have to give it out. So she says, "Okay, this is weird, Chuck. I'm in the bedroom. I'm standing next to my husband's side of the bed." I said, "Lift up the mattress. Let me know if you see a small little radio between the mattress and the box spring." She said, "How did you know that was here? Did my husband call you? Did he put you up to this? What's going on?" I said, "Oh no, he would be pretty disappointed that I know about the radio." I said, "There's two knobs on top. Turn the one on that says on and off volume. Turn it on. Let me know if you can hear my voice." She says, "Yes, I do." And you could hear the squealing and, all of that happening. I said, "What's happening is your husband's having an affair. He goes into the bedroom every time you're on the phone and he listens in. He turns on the little radio. That way he's one step ahead of you. If you've caught on to what he's up to, or one of your friends are informing you about the relationship or whatever, he's one step ahead. He knows what's going on." And then, as it turned out, because he had a job with the military, she knew that he worked Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. That was pretty convenient, but she didn't realize that every Friday he got off at noon. They gave him a half day every Friday. And that's when he was meeting a certain person at a certain place. And all of that came out during the reading, to the point where I got an email, a couple of weeks later, that she actually found his car in the parking lot of a certain establishment and just parked next to it and waited for him to come out. So that was the end of that marriage. But, I had to learn from that too. I didn't like knowing that I played the role of really breaking up a marriage, but it was probably going to break up anyway. And to me, I find it repulsive that a partner would be that decisive to go in and have a radio and listen to every conversation. That should be your conversation, your personal time. And for him to listen in, I thought was just totally wrong. So again, it's all these stories that I have in my head from different things that have happened that let me know that on the other side, it was really healing for the mom to be able to say, "I don't like the way he's cheating on you, and I'm going to do something about it." And she did. So there are good things about, happening this way. And believe me, it usually runs the other way. And I know I had one recently too, where a lady, as soon as she got on the phone, I said, "I don't know anything about your life, whether you're married or dating or what you're doing, but your mom is coming in telling me that she put your new boyfriend in your path." And she said, "That's why I had the reading. I felt that mom in spirit put my husband and my boyfriend in my path, hooked us up together." The funny thing is, I'm not going to say who, but as the reading progressed, I brought a few details about this woman's boyfriend And I'm just going to say it this way. The boyfriend's dad, who was also in spirit and arranged for these two to be together, was up there in popularity with one of the biggest rock bands we've ever had in the country or in the world. So I'm not going to give away who the deceased person is, but you would kind of freak out if you heard who it was. And I had no idea until the reading had pretty well ended. And then I got to see his face. I got to talk to him for a moment. And this is someone, we all know him very, very well. And he's put out some very beautiful music. You probably guess who he is just on what I'm saying. So, keeping that in mind, they really do know what we're doing. They do help us. They do set things up. They do work with they work with living people here where they can motivate people to either pick up the phone and call us or drive by and pull in and talk and have a cup of coffee. They can do a lot of things where they do a little matchmaking where they put people together. I know we're running short on time, Ann. Are we going to do you have a 3 o'clock coming on or
Chuck, you have a little extra time because we've been running a little late today. So,
all right.
About 15 more minutes, Chuck.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I didn't want to step on anyone else's time. I knew that, mine went over, was cut short a little. That's okay. Probably one other story I want to give, and I know Ann has heard this one, and it's by far my favorite. This has to do with two girls that booked a reading with me in my home. And I'll never forget when the young lady called, she said, she blocked her number. And then she told me, she said, my sister's on the other line, but I'm not allowed to tell you anything. And she's listening to make sure that you don't give any information. And I said, okay, I can work with that. We'll keep it. I don't need any information in advance. In fact, I don't want it. They show up, they have the reading. And the cool part was things were amplified a little for that session, where I'm sitting in my chair, they're sitting across from me. And I looked over to the right, we have a sofa, and all of a sudden a woman appeared. And when I say she appeared, she looked as human, as full of life as the two girls sitting in front of me. So I asked her, telepathically, are you here for the two girls? Of course, I knew that she was. And she said, oh yeah, I'm their mother. She said, I died a month ago. I went into the hospital with pneumonia, things went bad, and I died. I said, okay, so now I've got something to test. And I asked her, I said, so did mom die about a month ago? Yes. Did she have pneumonia, went into the hospital, and things went bad? They said, yes. That's why they're there for the reading. And then what I didn't expect, as I turned my head to look at her again, sitting on her left was Ray Charles. And I'm talking Ray Charles, the singer, clear as a bell. To this day, I can remember seeing the stubbles on his face, like he had a little whisker growth going on. And he had that raspy voice. He had his sunglasses on. And he used my name. He said, hey, Chuck, just tell them I'm here. I said, no, Ray, if I tell them you're here, they're going to get up and walk out. They're going to think I'm nuts. I said, I'll tell them their mom is here, but I can't tell them you are here. So we're doing the reading. And finally, the one young lady, her name was Lovey, says, Chuck, you keep looking at the sofa. You look amazed, but there's no one there. I said, that's true. To you, there's no one there. To me, I'm seeing your mom very clearly. And of all things, she was even wearing a veil in front of her hat, a little black veil with the lace on it and everything, because her son had just passed away within that month, her son, Ray Charles, which would be their sister. I mean, the two women are Ray Charles's sisters. So the sisters wanted to hear from Ray, but when they booked the reading, I had no idea who they wanted to reach or why they wanted to reach, Ray Charles of all people. But it was pretty cool when the reading was over. One of the benefits of doing what I do is they went up to the car, brought in the Ray Charles family photo album, and the two, Ray Charles's sisters told me all the stories of all the pictures with Ray and, pictures of home. And we had a little deal too at the end. They said, they'd like to have one more reading, but they want to do it in Ray Charles's, where he grew up, which is in Jacksonville, not far from me. So I said, yeah, I'll do the reading there with one agreement. If I'm going to go into Ray Charles's home, I'm taking something. I'm stealing something. Whatever I have to do, I'm walking out of there with something that I'll always remember Ray Charles by. But trust me, every time I see him on TV or hear a song on the radio or whatever, I'll never forget the way that he appeared so clearly. In fact, there was a cute element to that, just to make it, again, to show you how it's not always dreary, it's not always sad. He was sitting there with a white V-neck t-shirt and paisley red boxer shorts. And I'm thinking like, Ray, why would you dress like that to come to a reading? You know, why would you show up like this? And I asked the girls, I said, I'm just going to tell you what he's wearing. There may be a reason for it. And apparently it was a private story. They said it was never made public, but when he was much younger, yeah, and he had been on the Ed Sullivan Show and stuff like that, he was so famous that when he would visit mom, he would do it at night. He would arrive, late at night. They would hide him somewhat. They didn't want the neighbors knowing that Ray Charles's mother lived in the neighborhood because she would be inundated with, people trying to connect with Ray. So one day he's visiting and, walking around in his boxer shorts and t-shirt. While he was in the living room, someone knocked at the front door. That turned out it was two police officers. And then they're telling the mom, look, there's a problem in the neighborhood. Well, before she opened the door, she opened a closet door and Ray stepped in the closet. So even the police wouldn't see that Ray Charles's mother lived there. So it was kind of cool that they didn't even know. But while they were talking to Ray's mom, he kicked the door open and, back then, no air conditioning. He said, it's too hot. I'm not staying in the closet. So he walked out and he's standing in the living room with the white V-neck t-shirt, the red paisley boxer shorts. And of course, the two rookie officers are freaking out saying, is that Ray Charles? Is that Ray Charles? And I guess they had to give him autograph pictures or whatever and do their thing in order to have him, again, stay anonymous to to the public, to the general public. Apparently only a few people in the neighborhood knew about, Ray's mother living in that house. So again, it's kind of amazing where I do readings for people around the world. Some of the information I get on not only the private lives, but the things that go along with it, the little quirks and the, just the fun things that happen with it. And typically, if it's going to be a TV star, what'll happen is the reading will be booked under a different name, and then we'll get either a wife or a sister or someone on, and I start the reading, but then the person that really wanted the reading will just say a TV star, a movie star, or, a well-known singer. All of a sudden information will come through on them so that they've got proof that I am connecting with the person that they wanted, in the first place. So I just want to show that there are so many aspects of doing this and so many things you can learn. And after 30 years of doing readings, I consider myself still in the learning stage. I'm learning every time I do a reading. And I still do crime scenes with police around the country. Some I'll actually go to the crime scene and do it. And some I don't. Some I do over the phone. And it's running about 100% good. And everyone I've touched so far has had a positive result in the end. So I never give up when I do a case. I keep on it. And it's just amazing the stories that you have to tell later on. Trying to think what else. Are they able to ask questions, Ann? Does anyone?
Yeah.
If anyone would like to ask a question.
They can put their questions in a chat or simply take themselves off mute and ask a question. I do want to make a quick comment, though.
Sure.
When I sat with you and we did readings over the radio show, the biggest thing I noticed about being a medium, psychic, and all of that was how it brought peace to the people that were left behind. That was the first and the biggest thing that I've noticed in doing any type of readings like that. Because, you know, the person who passed on, the spirit is in a good place, right? But it's the people left behind that need answers and
Exactly.
you know, are struggling. So to me, that was the gift in it.
It really is. And you feel so privileged to get to facilitate and bringing peace to the person and letting them know that their loved one is okay. I mean, we all assume that. It's a little bit better when you hear that they're okay. You know, another thing I remember is when I had my first reading and I didn't really buy into talking with the dead. I didn't think it was possible. Back then, many years ago, I thought when you died, you were dead. That was the end of it. That's why they put you in the ground. You know, I thought that's it. It turns out that things started happening and I would see things or know when people died. So I thought, well, why don't I go in for a reading? And I'll never forget it. I went in, of course, being in Salem, Massachusetts, every corner you can go, you know, someone will give you a reading. So I went in to see a lady and she took me in the back room. And I got to admit, I just wasn't used to that environment where I went into the room and everything was purple with little fairies and angels hanging down from the ceiling. Then we had the little round table with a big crystal ball on it. I'm in one chair and she's across from me. I got to admit, I was a little frightened by it at first. And she gave me a few things and I went, yeah, okay, I guess that's accurate. But then she nailed it. She said, did you know, if you do another reading, Chuck, why don't you come back and see me? I really like talking to you. I like your mother. And I love her British accent. And it floored me. My mother's from England. But when you lived in, you know, Florida most of her life, and then the reading was up in Boston area, it's like, how in the world would this lady know, unless she's really connecting with my mom, that she has a British accent? So I got to admit, that was the one thing when people doubted that communication was possible, they wanted their proof. I understood it because I said, I wanted proof and I was lucky. I got my proof and it was, you couldn't argue with the proof. It was just very, very, very accurate.
Chuck, we have some questions in the chat. So a couple of them. What's the best way to connect with a loved one? And does Chuck do personal readings? So we can put all your information in the chat for people to connect with you. But Julia is asking, what's the best way to connect with a loved one?
I think they're always trying to reach us, and usually they'll contact us first in a dream. Dream is kind of normal. They can reach us, we can reach them. But then again, you wake up and you go, oh, I think it was just a dream, when it really wasn't. Some people can tell the difference. They'll know right away. It wasn't a dream. It was too real. Like I could touch their skin. I could feel them. And they know the difference between what we call the visit and the dream. They actually know the difference. So it's great. I recommend it highly. Meditation, more meditation. The more you do, the stronger it will get. The more you get used to focusing. You'll focus on their world and not this world. And I was trying to read, I'm sorry, one of the messages came up.
Julia, who asked that question, said, I've wanted to have that happen, but never dreamed of her. There's Julia.
Which one is Julia? Which one?
She's
I've got everyone on the screen here.
She's waving.
Oh, I see you, Julia. Hi. Oh yeah, I'm waving, and here you are looking at a still shot. My camera went down for whatever reason. One key, this is what I tell people, and I've had this come back as being true, where if you go to sleep and like, just say it's your mom you want to reach, it's normal. Mom, I want to talk to you, show up in my dream, mom, this, mom, that. I call it the little boy or little girl thing. You know, when you're a mom and you're talking to someone and your child wants another cookie or whatever, they pull on your skirt, mom, mom, mom. Well, the more you ignore them, the harder they pull, the more they get your attention. They're going to get what they want sooner or later. It's the same way with the spirit. Ignore them. Just say, hey, mom, it'd be nice if you'd come in tonight. I'd love to see you. But then put your mind elsewhere. If you beg, I found usually that doesn't work. When I do readings for people, I don't get into the mode and go, tell me what color eyes you have. Tell me this, tell me that to the spirit. I have to go completely blank. I have to go numb. And they tell me what they want to tell me.
Right.
So it's almost a one-way movie, if you will. They're going to tell you what they want to tell you, but the harder you push to connect with them, it just doesn't connect. I don't know why it happens that way. And that's why you want to do meditation. With meditation, you learn to take your brain, turn off all those extra thoughts, and just be very neutral. And then all of a sudden, things are going to happen.
Wow. Thank you, Chuck. Chuck, we have one last question. Jody said, I dreamed of my dad after he died, like he was living in another apartment in some other place. Do they have other lives elsewhere after they pass?
I don't know if they actually live in them, if they need them, because, you know, don't forget, I compare what we're doing in the human body as a fish in a fishbowl. They live underwater. They have their way of breathing. We have our way of breathing. Two different worlds. They're content with swimming circles and going in and out of the little stones or whatever you put up for them. And I think the spirit world, they're doing their own little thing too. So the one that really caught my attention with it, but I didn't think it was done for the wife to tell the husband that she was not only okay on the other side, but when we started the reading, I said, your wife has moved into her new house on the other side, and it's on a little bit of a hill, and she's got so many windows, so much glass, she can see the whole countryside. She doesn't have to go outside at all. She can see everything from inside. And he started laughing. He said, when we bought our new home, and I forget what state it was in, the one complaint her and I had was not enough windows. There are no windows. We feel boxed in. And she always said, when I go to the other side, I want a house with windows everywhere. And she showed me the house that she had. And believe me, it was nothing but glass all the way around. But I don't know if that was just to let him know that it really was her coming through.
Right.
And it made me feel like, if nothing else, her wish was granted. She did have the home over there that she really wanted.
Right. Chuck, I think, how are we doing on time, Rochel and Jody?
We have completed our time.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead and close up.
Yeah, Chuck, thank you so much. And I believe Jody already put your information in the chat so that you guys can connect with Chuck and ask questions if you like. Thank you again, Chuck, for your wonderful presentation.
Loved it. And what a great thing you're doing.
Yeah,
Thank
it was
you.
fascinating. I love this work. It's so awesome and so healing for people, which is key to their ongoing life, you know, their evolution and whatever.
Very important, very important. I love what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, friends, we are going to take a short break for our lunch. We are not going to extend it for an hour this time. We will be back and start at our regular starting time after lunch, which is Pacific time, 1 o'clock. So if you guys want to, you're welcome to stay on your, stay on the Zoom. But if you want to go take your lunch, you can turn your cameras off and turn your, mute yourselves and go on and take your lunch. And we are getting ready to do some sound checks. So that's what we'll be doing for the next hour while you are off having your lunchtime. So thank you very much. You definitely want to be here for our keynote speaker, James Gilliland, who I see has already arrived. He is going to blow the roof off of who we think we are. So you want to be back for that for sure. And we'll see you after lunch. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I think we got all of our responsibilities taken care of during lunch, and hopefully you had a nice energetic lunch, and maybe you got a chance to move around and walk around and get some activity and maybe take in a little nature and enjoy some of the freedom that we have in our lives. And we are back this afternoon for a power-packed afternoon of more Global Healers Summit. And oh my goodness, for those of you who've been on board with us for the duration since yesterday, I know you're experiencing some dramatic, that's a better word, shifts in your biology and in your consciousness. And that's what we're here for. And oh boy, I know I am. This has been absolutely phenomenal. Our speakers this morning, I felt like they were filled with this beautiful, amazing, gentle yin energy that was so empowering and so strength building for all of us to recognize that within us. And that was sort of it was an energetic shift from what we experienced yesterday, which is so vital to our existence as well. We need to have that balance of both in our lives. And so we are going to move in this afternoon. Our keynote speaker this afternoon is unbelievable. And I will introduce him after Anne, who is going to provide our opening minutes of centering and gathering and bringing ourselves in. And any comments, any thoughts, any wisdom you would like to share, Anne, before we get into the centering aspect?
Yes, well, I would like to. I was thinking about this as we stepped into this afternoon, and I thought, I'm going to show everyone something that I do when I allow my outer life, my outer world to take my energy away. And I think I've shared with you guys before that the cross is very important to me, not in the religious sense whatsoever, but if you study all different historical, cultures, things like that, you'll find some aspect of a cross, even within mandalas and all of that. So there's always a coming back to center. But there's something that I do very quickly if I'm out in public and I just feel like my energy is being drained. So I reach up, reach my hand straight up, and I say, thank you. And then I come down to my heart and I say, thank you. And then I reach down to the floor and I say, thank you. So I'm honoring the cosmos, the heavens. I'm honoring my heart, myself. I'm honoring Grandmother Earth and saying, thank you. And then I come back up and I reach up and I say, my hands over my heart. I am one with all. And then I bring that energy from my quantum field back into me. I am one. I am all with one. So I am one with all, and I am all with one. And wherever you are, when you start to feel like you're being drained, your energy being pulled from you, you can even just simply reach out in your energy field and say, I am all with one, and bring it back in. So I just wanted to give you that little tool before I do a very short little guided meditation. And so, again, we always start with the breath, right? That breath of life. So just take that breath of life, take it in, say thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hello.
Thank you for being here now. Thank you for this opportunity to connect with like-minded souls. Thank you for the opportunity to raise the frequency of this planet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm not going to go into a long meditation because I just wanted to center you, to have you notice that when you just take a breath and you say thank you, that in itself brings you back to center. So what I'm going to do right now is, as you center yourself and you take that breath in and you say thank you, and you come to your heart, that the rest of the afternoon, you will be using your heart center to take in information, to listen to these wonderful, amazing people that we have for you the rest of the afternoon. So stay in your heart center, stay present, and thank you.
Wow, Anne, that was beautiful. Thank you so much. Feeling like the connection is so tight here in this Global Healers Summit family. And I see that James is already arrived and eager to be a part of what is to be coming up. So without any further ado, I am going to go ahead and introduce him. And I am so excited for all of you to get to know him. For those who are not familiar with his work, he is a gem for sure. James is an international lecturer, a minister, counselor, multiple near-death experiencer, songwriter. He wrote The Anunnaki Return with Outback Gypsies, a contactee, best-selling author of Reunion with Source, Becoming Gods, The Ultimate Soul Journey, and The Anunnaki Returns. He is the founder of the ESETI Ranch. ESETI stands for Enlightened Contact with Extraterrestrial Intelligence. The ESETI Stargate YouTube he hosts on the YouTube, and well, it's a radio show. It's As You Wish Talk Radio and television on BBS. And he has appeared numerous times on Coast to Coast, where he was the first to do an extremely successful global intention experiment for contact. He also appeared on Midnight in the Desert, Jeff Renz, Fade to Black, and too many others to document. He is the host of the documentary series Contact Has Begun 1 and 2. The Uncontrolled Narrative has been featured in Ancient Aliens, Mount Adams with John Vivanco, the History Channel, UFOs, Then and Now, UFO Hotspots, ABC, Fox News, BBC, Danny Dyer Special, and Paranormal State. He is a facilitator of many Eastern disciplines, a venerable Lama Rinpoche, I know how to say this, Rinpoche Gautreaux bestowed the name Rigdozen, and I'd like to know how to actually say that, but Rigdozen Norbu on James, which translates to Jewel of Pure Awareness. And he comes to us with a talk entitled Multidimensional Healing and Planetary Liberation. I am so honored and pleased to present a person that I have learned and listened to for many years, and actually had the opportunity to experience the ESETI Ranch a couple of years ago. James Gilliland, you have the floor, and I know you're just going to make it amazing for us. Thank you.
I guess we're good. Yeah. What I wanted to do today is there's so much information to get out that it would be tough to do a slideshow. My slideshows go for like almost 2 hours, hour and a half. But it's probably better that we just get this information out, because there is so much going on right now to help people understand, what's happening, how it's affecting them. And we're actually going to go, we're really going to go down that rabbit hole, that some people, if you're not ready for that, it's okay. Just put it on the shelf. I'm going to tell you some things you may not be ready for, and just put it on the shelf and wait for it to make itself known to you. And if you're having struggle, but there's some gems in all of this information coming through that you can use to help get you through. But one of the first things I wanted to talk about is healing unseen negative influences right now, and what's happening on the planet. To go out, to really go out in a wide perspective, it's like the source itself, whatever you want to call it, God, Great Spirit, Creator, is saying we're going to the next level, and it's on. And so all the central suns are connected, and they're all connected to our sun and all the other suns, and the information is streaming through those suns, and it's coming to us. And that's why we're having so many solar flares. We're in these solar minimums, but it's never changed. It keeps exponentially getting stronger. So it's continuing to go on. And so we're having a lot of coronal mass ejections, a lot of solar flares. The Schumann resonance, if people are following that, is just off the scale right now. And it's really whacking people. Let me take a drink here real quick. So what does that mean? You know, basically what happens is this energy, it's a lot of energy coming in. And with all this energy, it's conscious and energy coming in, garbage out. You know, basically, to simplify it, you know, that's basically what's going on. And the sun, the light is conscious because there's consciousness and information in the light that's hitting us right now. We're moving through a highly energized place in space we've never been before. The electromagnetic light spectrum is off the scale too. There's new bands of UV light hitting the Earth, and the UV is basically the fourth dimension. So the fourth dimension, the veils between us and the fourth dimension are getting very thin, and the lower fourth dimension is where things go bump in the night. You know, you can have a lot of strange things happening in the lower fourth dimension, which is kind of go down that rabbit hole I talked about, because you've got royal reptilians, you've got serpent beings, you have tall grays, you have demonic type energies, you have discarnate spirits that have crossed over in the lower fourth dimension. They didn't really go anywhere. They didn't make it through the psychic barrier into the 5D on up. And so they're stuck there. Well, what's happening with all this energy coming in, it's like the higher dimensions are coming in. The Earth itself is expanding. She's going through her ascension process, and we're all stuck in the middle right now. And so that energy that's coming in is what's happening in the middle is that we're going through changes, extreme DNA changes. We're going through physical changes. The bioelectric fields around our bodies are being hit by this energy. And any old wounds and traumas and wrong conclusions from past experience are all coming up. They're coming up to be healed and surfacing. And also too, our past life stuff that we haven't cleared is also being amplified and accelerated and clearing. So we have there's so much going on right now. It's just, there's so many levels to it. But we're going to go from the top coming in, and from the bottom, the Earth expanding, going out. And so she's, you know, the Earth is changing as well. She's ascending, as I said before, and going to the next level. And if we're going to ascend with her, we have to heal all the unseen energies, the old wounds, the traumas, the past life, the cellular memory, everything is being activated right now to heal. And so that can express in a lot of different ways. Some you'll start feeling a lot of lethargy. You know, you'll feel, I guess the best way to explain it is, like Stanford research did some experiments with monkeys, and they exposed the monkeys to fluctuations in the magnetic fields. And so and they're going up and down, and that's what we're all going through right now. Well, the monkeys expressed behavior, everything from comatose to self-mutilation. So we don't have to be like monkeys. And so people that aren't real conscious are acting like monkeys. You know, it's like, you know, I'm not trying to be judgmental. It's just a reality check, is the people that aren't aware of what's going on are subject to it. And we're all subject to it. I think we're okay. We're good. Little things are popping up. I was trying to check out what they are. So the I guess a funny way of putting it, the muggles, you know, the everyday people that don't have a clue, they're just doing, they think they're a body and a personality, and that's their whole program. They're feeling all these things and acting them out. They're projecting, they're blaming, they're not taking personal responsibility, and they're kind of losing it. And I know you've seen that around you with friends and family and things that are just kind of going off the deep end and not doing very well with these energies coming in. You know, I'm having that in my own family. I've had to kind of back away from certain things and just say, okay, I love you, but we run with a different crowd, you know? So, and so it's really, a lot of people are actually checking out, physically checking out right now. they aren't going to be able to make the shift, and that's okay. You know, they're very easy to pick up on the other side. It's much easier to clear them on that side. And really, I think we should go into death on this one, because death is an illusion. It isn't real. And I'll tell you why, because the life force is in the atom, and your body even doesn't die. It just goes from a more complex state to the crystalline state or to the atomic state, but it just transforms. So your body transforms from a more complex structure back to the atom, basically, and your soul moves on. So death is an illusion, you know, and then you decide if you want to reincarnate, or if you you know, a lot of people will reincarnate because they're on the wheel still. They haven't gotten past the fourth dimension. And so they have to come back and clean up things, their karma and things like that. Other people have gotten off the wheel. They've gone through the psychic barrier. And there's a lot of kids now that are incarnating from the, I guess I'm on here. They're incarnating from the 5th, 6th, and 7th dimension, you know, some, you know, up to the 13th dimension. There's beings incarnating right now. A lot of the kids, you'll see these kids, and they're incarnating from the Pleiades, from the Orion Council of Light, not to be confused with the Orion Alliance, which is the Greys and the Reptilians and the other guys. That's, you don't want to go there. But the Orion Council of Light, those beings actually were victorious. They went to war. They were in the Orion Wars and everything, and they were victorious, and they got them out of their system. So they're here now. They're coming here now to the Earth to help liberate the planet. And so as far as that side, you know, we have the source itself, and then we have the Andromedans. We have some beings called the Jessai that are planetary protectors. I've seen them even show up in movies lately, where a lot of these sci-fi movies, like, oh my God, that's exactly what they look like. And they carry a staff, and the staff is kind of woven and has this purple light in it, this orb. And these guys are very powerful. They're here now. There are Andromedans, which are mythologically known as archangels, the Andromedan Council of Light. They're the main guys in the cosmos that all the other councils go to. The Orion Council of Light, those are 6-dimensional beings, and they're here to help in the liberation process. The Pleiadians, the Syrians, the feline beings, a lot of them are from Sirius, some were from Lyra. Lyra's not doing too, Lyra had some major explosions and problems there because they're kind of a warlike race, and they have a problem with conquering, and they end up conquering themselves. But there are the evolved ancient Lyrans. The peaceful Lyrians actually went to the Pleiades, the Hades, and the Orion system and set up colonies there, and they overcame that competition thing, and they continued to evolve. And even some of the most ancient Lyrians were the first colonies on the planet. And they're the tall ones. They're the bearded gods that everybody talks about. So you've got the Egyptian gods, the Greek gods, all those ancient gods, and demigods were where they mated with humans. Those were the ancient Lyrians that were here. And that's where we have that image of a bearded god. And then in the past, they honored the women too, because the women, the goddesses as well, and now Christianity got rid of that. And now they tried to bring in the male god, the bearded guy, got to have another bearded god up there, as an image. But, I should say, to me, people go, do you believe in God? And I always ask them, which God do you want me to believe in? There's so many of them, the gods. But I do believe in the one consciousness that encompasses all consciousness and all planes and dimensions, throughout the multiverse. And it's just pure love and joy and bliss at its most unlimited state. And it's not male, it's not female, but it is both male and it's everything. Everyone, it permeates everything. So right down to the atom, so that's my belief, but in every belief, there's a lie. So remember that the word believe has a lie in the middle, but that's the most unlimited expression I can give you. And having 2 near-death experiences, I've been there. I've experienced it firsthand. So I'm not just talking out of something I read out of a book or whatever, but there's so much going on. But I know I'm jumping around here. So the most unlimited levels, the source itself, you might say, that pure bliss and joy, that golden plane of bliss is pressing in. The Andromedans, which are one of the last places you go, and then you're in the void, you know, like they're God beings too. They're mythologically known as archangels. And they're pressing in. The Orion Counts of Light is pressing in. There's seventh dimensional Syrians that are helping us out right now that are lion beings. They're 17 feet tall, and they were the protectors of the gods in the past until the gods fell. When the gods fell and they started, you know, back when Marduk made a pact with the reptilians for total supremacy over the earth, we've been under that draconian influence ever since. And when the gods fell, the feline beings left. They said, you're not operating under universal law. We can't no longer associate or protect you, and we can't do your bidding either. So they have a very high moral ethic. And if you meet one of these beings, and it's really good to align with these beings because they're 17 foot tall, they're seventh dimensional beings. Narisha is what the ancient Hindus refer to them. They're protecting Lakshmi and the goddesses. And there's all kinds of stories about these beings in the past. Every culture kind of has a story about these beings. And in Egypt, they have Sekhmet, and they have other ones. But again, these beings are beautiful beings. When you first meet these beings, most likely, especially the male, will act goofy. They'll act really goofy because they're very intimidating. And so they'll do something really goofy to make you laugh or whatever, just so you don't, because a lot of us are intimidated by our own inner line, our own courage, and we're not stepping up into our own power. And so they're here to help us. But their whole thing is, again, they're not here to be worshiped either. They're here to empower us to find the lion within us. And I wanted to cover something about that because we have the genes of the gods in us. And it's all being activated right now. And we have the ability to channel the source right down through our crown and into the heart, and through the heart into every situation. So the ultimate power of the universe is love, and we can channel that love into every situation and change it. But first of all, we have to know who we are and know that that's possible. And we have to do our inner work, and which this is an internal process. And I keep telling people, there's a lot of external distractions, and a lot of people want to do everything for you and everything else. But the wraparound in the end, if they aren't empowering you to make your own personal connection, then it's a dependency, it's a distraction. So, you know, there are a lot of people that are helping people along, but the ultimate goal is empowering people to make their own connection. So when you make your own personal connection with source or creator, you're going to meet all these other beings along the way. And you're also going to meet some beings that aren't so friendly along the way, which is where you have to learn how to heal unseen negative influences. And I've been highly trained in that. But there's many ways. We have the training on our website. We have the training in all of my books. I put it in all of my books on how to heal unseen negative influences. And so we have, there's a lot of people who will say, you know, everything is love. And if it's not love, it doesn't exist. It's an illusion. Well, you know, that kind of gives evil carte blanche to do whatever it wants. And we have to realize that the polarities, there is positive and negative. That's real. And they're both necessary for creation. Evil is different. Evil are beings that have chosen to operate outside of universal law, and they're totally self-serving. And there are beings, we have to realize that there are beings like that. So we have a saying, just because you're dead doesn't mean you're enlightened, and just because you're an ET doesn't mean you're benevolent, you know. So we always go by that. You always test, you know, the spirit, and always, you know, use discernment whenever you're working with these beings, because there are some really, really tricky beings out there right now that are, some call them faker spirits. They'll come in and they'll say they're Jesus or Mary or Babaji or things like that. There's other beings, especially like the royal reptilians and the tall grays and the reptilians. They're very good. They're tricksters. They're very good at tricking you. They'll give you power. They'll give you abilities, but there comes a price with that. And so don't go there. It's very important that you don't go there. Always stay in the heart and stay in service, and that'll keep you through. Whenever you go and shift into self-service and the ego, you're going to get screwed. I hate to do this. The universe is going to smack you in the back of the head. So, but if you stay humble, stay in the heart, and stay in service, that's your foundation that we have to stay in to get through these times. So it's very important to realize there are energies out there that don't have our highest and best good. There are energies out there that the reason that there's so much inhumanity going on the planet right now, because there's a lot of non-human influence and interference, and they care nothing for us. They don't care about the children. They don't care about life. They don't care about, and as a matter of fact, some of them actually hate us because we represent back to them their own failures and their own disconnect, so there is a war between creator and creation and these other entities, and they do exist. You're seeing right now, everybody's wearing the symbols, and they're wearing the satanic symbols, and they're wearing the Illuminati symbols, and they're wearing the belts, and they're wearing and all those are given away. And those are people that have done ceremonies, and they've given their power away to these other beings, and so they can have power and fame and wealth. And again, there comes a price with that. And these people pretty much end up losing their life force, and they lose their own soul connection. So they're no longer, in which, I mean, that's the biggest loss of all, is your own soul connection, because your soul is connected to the source and creator, and you don't want to wedge in between there. And that's what happens. The people that have made those choices have actually, and the reason they make those choices a lot of times is because they've been really traumatized, and they have a lot of fear. They're trying to get their power back, and they don't care where it comes from. And so we have to realize that a lot of these people are really traumatized. There's a lot of people out there. One of the new things right now is they're trying to make chips fashionable, and don't go there. You don't want any hardware in you, because this body, when it ascends, it needs to be biologic. It needs to be organic to ascend. All the hardware is actually going to hold you back. So, the chips, the biotech, all that stuff, stay away from it. All the transhuman stuff, that's a trap. They're going to, hey, you can plug into the internet full time, but then they've got control of your body, because your body just became theirs, when you do these things. So and I don't want to go too far into that, but it has to do with that stuff, what I'm talking about. But there's ways around that too, to get that out of your system. But there's so many levels of what's going on. And that's why these, when you look at the heads of the people involved in this kind of activity, where they're harming the children, or they're harming, when you look at these beings, they're not human. Their humanness is gone. It's gone. They've sold their souls to, they didn't really sell their souls. They sold their connection to their soul. And so there's a wedge that's been put in there between them and their soul. And they've sold that. They've sold their soul connection. And so these other entities are actually running the show through them. And that's the only thing that makes sense. We can't project our empathy and our love and our caring on these people. They don't have it. They have no empathy. All they seek is power, and they all have an agenda. And the agenda is to create as much pain and suffering and depopulation and all the other stuff. That's their agenda, because they feed off of that energy, and that energy maintains their world. And so the more we can get away from that, get away from all the victim programs, get away from all the sadness and sorrow and the pain and the suffering, the more we can transcend that, their world diminishes. And so no matter what's going on, we can override it. We can call on that. What I call, we have within us, I call it the big eraser. It comes in and goes, never happened. Just, and we have that ability. We can go in, and I'll tell you, one of the best weapons we have, believe it or not, is forgiveness. And a lot of people go, what do you mean you're making a weapon out of forgiveness? No, what happens is when you forgive somebody, that leaves your field and it goes back to theirs, and it's energized. When you truly forgive somebody, and they're going to create an experience around that. And the lessons they need are going to come to them 10 times faster. And you get the burden off of you, because it's holding your frequency down by not forgiving. So it's so important right now, forgiveness. But again, at the same time, I want to stress that being a Christ does not mean being a doormat. And so it doesn't mean you allow these things to continue, because setting boundaries is really important right now in these times, and just say, not mine, not going to go there, because all these influences are coming in, and a lot of our thoughts aren't our own. A lot of the emotions we're feeling right now are not our own. These other entities are pushing those into us, and we're feeling the collective consciousness right now. And we're in Mercury retrograde, so I hope I can get through this this thing. And so it's really important to realize, and I'm laying heavy on some people about this stuff and what's going on, but if we are going to move into self-mastery, we're going to have to learn how to create sacred space and maintain that sacred space. And how you do it is through healing unseen negative influences. So I don't care if you're doing yoga, Qigong, you're going to a psychic, whatever you're doing, always clear your space, create sacred space, and then go into the heart and feel whether that feels right to you or not, because there's, Creator can talk through so many different ways. And even the insects will talk to you, when you're tuned in, they'll let you know what's going on. But anyway, I know I'm kind of going into a little bit, but we have to get this out of the way. But now here's the good news is, I was talking about earlier, all these other energies are coming in to help us. And it's really important not to hold them that far away. Like, we have this weird concept that, like, whatever you want, Jesus, Babaji, Mary, Buddha, whatever, we hold them far away. And these are omnipresent beings. And they're not far away. They're only far away in our own minds. They're just a thought away. And it's a loving, joyous thought. And that's how we rise. They connect. And they're there. They're waiting for us to do this. The Pleiadians, all these higher dimensional beings that are coming, they're waiting for us to rise to the occasion. And unfortunately, there's some in the spiritual community, but in the UFO community, there's so much competition and backstabbing, and I'm the one, and I'm the way, and I'm the Messiah, and I'm this, and that is a total deterrent to contact, especially with spiritually and technologically advanced beings. They aren't going to come into that situation. So all these channels out there, all these things, they're not there. They're there to entertain you. They're not there to give you the truth. I mean, a good example, I sat there with the ancient aliens. I gave them all this information, who's who they are, everything else. They cut me out of that whole show, and all you see is my hand reaching for a camera. They aren't going to air this stuff, because Hollywood is definitely not going to air this stuff, because it goes into a lot of the sex trafficking and pedophile stuff and things. They are not going to cover any of this. So you're not going to hear this information. Actually, I've been really blackballed in Hollywood, which is okay. I'm fine with that. We're going out now to, I think, 110 affiliates, and out to like 110 countries with our radio show. So, and that's just one. Then we have YouTube, which has got 600, almost 700,000 hits. The last footage we put up on ECETI Stargate, the official one. Go to the official one, and you can see it. But the information is getting out there, and they can't stop it. And there's all these new channels coming out. Telegram is great, Rumble, all these new channels out. So Truth Social, or that's coming out. So we're on those, and we're sending things out on those. So we're going to see a total flip, and you're going to see the censors actually either go down, or just people are going to walk away from them. And the ones that are actually bringing the truth out, the information out, those are going to, they're going to thrive. They're going to prosper. And so there's going to be a shift. Another thing, like CNN's lost its listening base. They're like down to nothing. You know, there's people on YouTube that have more listeners than CNN, a lot of people channels, you know, you know, they're pretty much toast. I mean, and so what we're seeing right now, I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. As I said before, the higher energy is coming in, the earth itself is ascending, and we're being caught in the middle. So what you're going to see happening is our whole political system is going to pretty much leave us the way it is in the future. It's not going to be around too much longer. There's going to be a whole new system, but there's steps involved to get there. And so there'll be a series of steps. The military will be involved, other people will be involved, and we have to go through a series of steps to clean up this system. And we're right in the middle of that cleanup, and that's why everything's going nuts right now. That's going to change. It's most advanced societies have councils. They have spiritual councils, like you have the Andromedan Council of Light, the Orion Council of Light, the Andromedan Council. You have all these councils out there. And I've always said, if we want to clean the earth up, what we need is a council of grandmothers, because grandmothers don't send their kids to war, and they're more into nature and gardening and the children and things like that. You need a council of grandmothers hooked up to a higher council, and then everything else shifts. And eventually I think we're going to go there. And or even balanced men. You know, men need to find that balance within. I was meditating once, and Mary came into me, and I had this Qigong teacher on my right and this other really powerful one on my left, and the energy was so strong, and boy, it hit me so strong. And then Mary came in and just took over. And one of her strongest messages was, she had two messages. One, she said that men need to learn to cry, that men need to get in touch with their emotions. And they're even talking about this right now. It's hitting me, but you know, men need to get out of their minds and into their heart, you know, and run from there. Your intellect is just a drop in the sea of consciousness. Your emotional body is huge compared to your intellect, and your spiritual bodies are even bigger. And so we have allowed this little run amok intellect to run things on the planet, and that's got to go away. And the other thing she talked a lot about was the children. And she kind of showed me an image of, she's coming and she has this big bat in her hand, you know. So the divine feminine is really pushing in right now, but it's got a bat, and and especially considering the children, they're very, very upset about that. And that was the last straw. You know, what these people are doing to the children is the very last straw. So that is pressing in big time to bring balance now and to open people up to the heart. And you can see the people. One time I was meditating and Babaji came to me and I said, what's this energy going to do to people, you know, coming in? And he said that some people are going to be hit by a feather and some people are going to be hit by a brick, you know. And then he explained it further. He said, it depends on your density. It depends on your frequency. And so the people that are on a very high frequency are going to do okay with this. You know, it's going to bring up a few things that we need to look at and clear. And the people that haven't done any work at all are going to get hit by a brick, and they're not even going to know where it came from or why they're feeling what they're feeling or things like that. And that's our job. You know, our job is to say, yeah, you just got hit by a brick. It was your brick, you know, and it's time for you to take personal responsibility and heal, you know, what you just got hit with. And you can ignore it. You can go into denial and send it around again, but next time it's going to be 2 bricks. And the next time it's going to be 3 bricks and 4 bricks. And next time it's going to be like a whole skyscraper is going to fall on you or something. You know, it's like whatever you need, the universe is going to provide. You know, so it's not, they told me one thing, they said it's not optional anymore. They said healing's not optional. We don't have the luxury of denial. And there's so much conscious and energy streaming in. And luckily I'm perfect, so nothing hits me, but no, I'm just kidding. But do not sniff that out. That was a joke. But we have jokes like that all the time. We're spiritually incorrect. And that's another thing I want to tell you too. PC correct, forget it. Forget it. It's a form of enslavement. It's mind control. humor is so important to get you to the next level, to get you through. You're going to have to laugh at yourself and laugh at this whole thing because it's so crazy. You're going to have to get into humor and laugh about it. You know, a lot of times I go, seriously, that didn't really happen. They didn't really say that, you know, and you're going to see a lot of that coming up. And so, but I like to joke about it. I always tell people, you know, I'm not infallible. I'm not your guru. You are. I'm just here to bend you inward and remind you of what you already know. And please put me out of a job. You know, I would rather be gardening and swimming in the ocean and doing a lot of other things, you know, but I do love helping people as much as I can, you know, but I don't need it. I'd rather have a whole bunch of friends on the same level, you know, and hanging out together. But, you know, I had this guy come and he totally laid out in front of me on the ground. He's doing this worship thing. And I actually kicked him. I kicked him and told him to get up. He goes, oh, you know, that's not a guru. And I said, I know, I'm not your guru. You know, I said, don't ever do that. Don't ever, that diminishes the God within you. I said, don't give your power away to anybody or anything. You know, it's like, all you're seeing is I'm reflecting back to you, the God within you, and you need to own that. Don't do this worship thing because I won't have it. I find it really disgusting, to be honest with you. And maybe that's my issue, but you know, it just, this whole worship thing has just got to go. And that's another thing you're going to see. All these people we worship in Hollywood and all these other places are all going to take a fall. We're going to see them for who they are, not what they pretend to be. And so politicians, you're going to see them for who they are, not who they pretend to be. All the leaders, everything. What they told me is that, you know, all the iniquities are going to be shouted from the rooftops and no rock will be left unturned. So that's the energies we're going. And the apocalypse is just the great uncovering. It means everything's going to be uncovered and be seen for what it is. So we're in the middle of that right now. And so everything is coming up for everyone and ourselves as well, except for me. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I've got my stuff coming up. I mean, I've had stuff come up that I thought I was done with that. You know, I can't believe I got hooked, you know, on that one. And so I just breathed into it. You know, I sit with it and meditate. And I said, okay, what do I need to learn from this? And I'm not going to go into defense because only the ego needs defending. I'm just going to breathe in. Why can't I just let this person express? Why did I take this personally? You know, and I go within and own it and heal it, you know, and then I chase them around with a bat. No, I'm just kidding. But it's, it is a time for setting boundaries though. We need to set boundaries, intense boundaries right now. And so that it's all coming up. It's all coming. Some of these people I'm seeing, they're coming out right now. There is a plan. The plan is multidimensional. It's beyond our imagination. It has so many levels to it. So the Great Awakening, whatever you want to call it, has the source itself behind it. The higher dimensional beings are clearing up all these negative influences. They're clearing out all the undergrounds, the dumbs, and all the child trafficking things and everything. That's all being cleared up right now. And, you know, on the ground level, you've got the white hats, and there's beings that some of them know about and some of them don't know about that are covering their butt while they're doing this and cleaning out the unseen guys, you know. So there's so much going on, right? It's on so many levels. It's really hard to explain. We have to kick our multidimensional mind on. We have to realize that we're not just a body and a personality. We're a spirit that has a body and a personality, and that spirit is multidimensional all the way back to the source. And the more we plug into that, the more we're aware of it. And we're actually in that world a lot right now, working. And you know, when you wake up in the morning, you go, God, I feel like I worked all night. You know, you did. You know, you were really busy doing a lot of work and helping people and healing and going into the future and going into the past and doing all these things. But the more you meditate, the more the veils come down and you can start remembering what you're doing on the other side. And the more you start remembering things, you realize you can actually go out of body and we have an astral body, and we have higher bodies, and we also have a body that's an orb that can go out as an orb, and we can go anywhere, any dimension. We can go forward or backward in time, and we can I actually have a picture of mine coming out of my chest. It's kind of interesting, but you know, you can go anywhere and inspire and heal and help from that level. And the more we focus on that love and joy and bliss, and the more, like the Lama I said with, he said, the reason there's so few enlightened people out there is because it's so damn simple. And he said, go out in nature, shut up, you know, sit down, focus on love and joy and bliss until you become it. And he said, that's the key. And just make that your focus, love and joy and bliss. And it's through the heart. And creator is a feeling. You feel creator when it comes to you. You feel the love, you feel the joy, you feel the bliss. If you're hearing a voice, I would be wary of that voice, you know, because it's more of a feeling. And so a lot of people will say, you know, I just feel all these energies, but I'm not clairvoyant. You know, I don't know, something must be wrong with me. And I know feeling is the highest level. It's the highest city is feeling. You know, there's some people that are batteries and they're just here to hold in energy and ground the energy. And there's some people that are clairvoyant, they're antennas, and they feel everything going on around them and see things. And they're both they're both equally important. But you'll find out that all the people that are batteries want to be antennas, and all the people that are antennas want to be batteries. They want to not be subject to all these energies. And so they want to ground and be a battery. And you can actually balance those out between yourself. And it's pretty simple. It's objectivity, subjectivity. When you feel things subjectively and you don't like what you're feeling, go into your objective side and do a healing and send the energy. Your objective is sending energy. Your subjective is feeling energy. And when we balance that within ourselves, we can clear out anything. So again, we hook into the ultimate, you know, the ultimate power, which is love, and bring that down through the crown and through the heart into every situation, and you can clear out anything. And I'll tell you something, one of the most nasty reptilian, serpent being, whatever you can come across, they hate divine feminine energy. They can't stand it. It's something about it just drives them nuts. And so I think that's why women have been subjected to all these throughout history, because the men were afraid of them, you know, but for calling them out on their crap. But anyway, that's being cleaned up and moving forward now. But I noticed that like Babaji is excellent for clearing. He's very balanced. His energy is very balanced, masculine and feminine. But he's one of the most powerful beings I've seen when you bring him in to clear energies. You know, the House of Mary, which is Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, and all the grandmothers and everything involved in that. It's a very powerful house to connect into. I work with the House of Ezekiel, which is Ezekiel and Cassia, a feminine energy, and they merged and went up into the seventh dimension. And so there's houses, House of Jesus. There's a merge energy called Baba Jesus, where Babaji and Jesus, it's a blend of East and West, and you can connect with both of those at the same time. There's so many houses of consciousness that you can connect to, and it's all within that unified field that we all exist in. So I found that one of the things that you know, when we talk about God as being omnipresent, I almost need to think of another word for God, you know, Father, Mother, Creator, I don't know, whatever you want to say, but it's omnipresent, right? It's the unified field that everything is. The only reason some of these Pleiadians and these higher dimensional beings, they have access to more of that field. And they're of a higher frequency. That's the only difference between them. They can access more of that field that all of us are in. And so we can't separate ourselves from that field. And we're in it no matter what, but we can partake of it as a body and a personality, which is a little small part of the field, or we can expand in awareness and in consciousness and take in the whole field all the way back to the source. And again, if you do that, there'll be challenges along the way, because there's a lot of beings out there that don't want to see you empowered. They don't want you to wake up, you know, physical and non-physical. And so just remember that, you know, and a lot of times I just become nobody, you know, and a lot of people will come up. Unfortunately, you kind of amplify and accelerate people's stuff the more light you bring in. And I even made a t-shirt that says, I'm not your father, I'm not your mother, I'm not your ex-lover, I'm just sitting here, you know. And we almost have to take that consciousness. We almost have to sit in that energy of loving detachment and let people go through the process. And I'll tell you one thing I realized when I was a lot younger. I was at a yoga. I did like, I think 11 years of intense yoga. And I had this teacher, and brilliant. She's a female, and she went all through India and everything and knew everybody. But she pulled a stunt on me once, which is the best thing that ever happened to me. And she put me up on stage, and she said, okay, and there's like 40 students there, so I'm not sure how many students were there, but she said, okay, James is going to give a presentation on yoga and what it's done for him. And I go, oh my God, my greatest fear was speaking publicly, you know, and things like that. I'm going, oh crap. I go, okay, here we go. I just went, I just got it out of my system. So there, I screwed up, you know, so now I can go forward. And it flowed. It just flowed out of me. And so she forced me to face that and get through that and move on, which was really powerful. But the next thing that she did was she had everybody in the class write down what they loved about me and what they hated about me. And so they put me on the stage, and then they had to read it out loud. And so I had to sit there through each person's thing. And I'm sitting there going, God, I'm not that way. That's no way. That's not me. You know, and I was really like, God, that is cruel. You know, that is cruel what they're saying and things like that. And so after they all got through, she said, okay, now I want you to read the same paper and say, I am before it. And so everything that those people said was themselves. Everything they loved about themselves was themselves, and everything they hated about themselves was themselves. And she said, here's your opportunity to heal that. And she said, you're projecting everything you love and hate about yourself on James. And it says, he's a mirror. He's accelerating and amplifying your projection. And you know, ever since then, it empowered me to realize that nobody is going to know who you are. Nobody. We're all projecting. We're all projecting from our reference points on people. And until you get past that, you'll never see things for how they are, how they really are, who they are. And it was very powerful, because now when people do that, I just laugh, you know. I just go, okay, I'll be whatever you want me to be, you know. Matter of fact, I'll push those buttons if you need to clear those, you know, those big red buttons. I'm going to push those and help you get through, because I don't need your acceptance and approval anymore. I'm already good with Creator, you know, so you can say whatever you want. And if I make a mistake, I'll own it. Yeah, I screwed up, you know, nobody's perfect, you know, but my heart was in the right place. We're always trying to do the best we can for everybody. And so basically that's where it's your come from. And if you're coming from the heart and you're coming from service and everything, we really need to pull back to our come from. Why am I doing this? You know, am I coming from divine inspiration? Am I coming from service? Am I coming from love? You know, why am I doing this? And I have to do that constantly. I'm always asking that, because there's all these traps, you know, ego traps and praise and all those things. And you're this and you're famous and you're that. And, you know, it doesn't matter. None of that stuff matters. You always have to go back to the heart and your soul connection and let that come through into everything, and have no attachment to the outcome, because you're going to say things to people and you won't even know why you said it. And then 3 months later, they're going to come back and go, you know, that thing you told me, that was totally right on. I wasn't ready to hear it yet, but you just nailed it. And it's when you're in that flow, you're in full service, and the energy is just flowing through you into every situation. And you'll get the guidance, you know, as to what to say and when to say. And sometimes they'll tell you, don't say anything. just listen, just sit there and listen. Don't say anything. They already have it figured out. They just want to, work it out, themselves, so that's a men thing. Men need to stop trying to fix everything. They need to start listening because, men in the intellect, okay, I'll fix it. I'll do this. That'll make them happy, and no, just stop and listen. They already have the solution. They're working it out. Just listen. It's important. And bless their heart, men are, it's kind of interesting because they're always trying to fix things. They're in the right space. They're trying to make things better, heal, or fix things. Some are, some just don't give a crap, but that's their program. But we have to realize they're doing the best they can with where they're at. And as long as they love you, and as long as they're caring for you, and as long as they're providing or whatever, we have to give them kudos, for that. And don't be insulted by, they're figuring it out right now. Men are really going through hell right now because they have to deal with all those suppressed emotions, like years and years, lifetimes of suppressed emotions, and those are coming up. And so they're having a rough go. But Babaji once told me, he said, the women shall be first. And because the women are more subjective, they're more sensitive, they're getting the information first. And in a culture an advanced culture, most of the women are in the leadership positions. And even on the ships, most of the women are pilots, are the pilots of the ships, because they're more responsive. The ships are conscious, and the women are more, they make better pilots because and one thing, they process faster, because the emotional body processes a lot faster than the intellect. And so they process faster, and they don't even know why they made a course correction till later, and there was a reason for it. So it's really important to realize that there's so much more consciousness that we can connect to and utilize. And we need to get out of this intellectual and get rid of all the social engineering and stop listening to all the fear porn and all the other crap, and really get clear within ourselves. And the one of the last things I really want to stress is that it's internal versus external right now. If you go, they own the external, the dark forces, you might want to say, unless it's nature, but in social consciousness, they own the external. And all the social engineering, all the stuff they're saying, and you should be very afraid of this and this and this, all that stuff is that they own that. And so you've got to go internal. When you go internal, you go, I don't want to watch this. I don't even want, this doesn't feel good. I'm going to turn this off. And that's the trap. They want to trap you in the external. They want to trap you in the first three chakras, which are survival, sex, and power. And the whole media is geared for that. The music industry and everything, to just keep you locked in and keep you out of the heart. And so we have to kind of turn a lot of these things off and get back into the heart and get out in nature right now, and take your shoes off, get grounded, and get in water if you can, get in the ocean, get in a lake. We really need to adjust to the earth and her ascension process right now. And, drink a lot of water and eat as close to nature as you can, and we'll get through these times. And if your guidance is telling you to, go buy a bag of beans and a bag of rice and turn your land into a food bank, do it. I've done that on both of my places. So, it doesn't matter. People go, well, you're operating from fear. And I go, no, I love doing this. I love providing for myself and others. Why wouldn't I do this? And so it is important. Just, if you have some, and if things don't go weird, you can give it to your neighbor or give it to a homeless person or something, it's or a family, that needs help. So, in the days to come, there's going to be a lot of shifts and a lot of changes, and hopefully we can get through this, have more events like this to raise the consciousness so we can get through them quickly and gracefully and not have the heavy stuff come through. But I think I'm about out of time according to my clock.
Yes, you are, James, and that was so exquisite. And we're hearing your roosters in the background giving you the arm.
Yeah, it's the national bird in Hawaii. Is the It's like everywhere. You can't get, can't go play anywhere without chickens.
Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know where all of our participants are in their consciousness level and their understanding of what's going on out there, but I think you just opened up the Pandora's box as far as getting us connected to some of the
There's a bunch of questions in the chat too, James, if you happen to peek in there.
Oh, are there questions in there? Yeah.
I didn't have my chat on. I don't see the, there's a chat, isn't there?
Yeah, we were giving you a little bit of an update during the so you didn't see my countdown. You did really well, actually.
No, no. Yeah, but it's just so important right now. Are we off? Are we still on with everybody? Or
yeah. Everybody's here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
we don't go off. We're live.
Yeah,
continuous live. Yeah.
The only thing I can say right now is that don't sweat the small stuff. And it's just not worth it going into all that drama and stuff. Just say, okay, as you wish, and walk off, walk away. But
yeah. So you don't take things personally. You just let it slide off of you because it is a projection from them, coming from them, right?
Oh yeah. I've had so many things thrown at me, unbelievable stuff. And accusations and things like that. I go, when did this happen? I wasn't even there. It's like, and I've been accused of being gay, being a pedophile, being a womanizer, being something else. And I go, you got to pick one. They're totally opposite. Come on, you got to pick one. It's just insane. And again, those are projections. And it's funny, the people that are making the accusations, that's them. I know their personality. I know that, and that's who they are. They're just pushing it out there. So it's going to come. The more you reach people, the more you're going to have that. You just have to get used to it. And I tell people it's like having those near-death experience. I go, well, I'm good with Creator. I'm not infallible. I'm going to make mistakes, but my heart's always been in the right place. And as long as you're dealing with other humans and egos, you're going to have problems. That's just, it's a process. And the trick is, don't take it personal, because the whole planet is in process right now.
James, I got a lot of nuggets of wisdom from your talk. And so I just wanted to say that, so I put in here, you said, create sacred space before taking action, and then go into your heart and see if it feels right. And then also checking into where you're coming from. What is your come from? Why are you doing anything? And to see if you're coming from love and service. And then sitting in the energy of loving detachment and letting people go through their own process.
Yeah,
and we're all connected. So it's like, as we do our own work, our own inner work, then it raises everyone up, because we're all connected in the unified field.
Exactly. And we're always, a lot of us are processing other people's stuff. It's people who are empaths and really sensitive. Stuff is coming in and we're clearing it, and it's not even ours, but we're helping others process.
Right.
Well, thank you so much, James. That was enlightening and such a wonderful perspective. And I know it might require some people to be, I don't know how to say that, but I know not everyone is there yet. And when you started talking, you said everyone is going to be opening to this in their own time and understanding.
Right.
I've had experiences from the time I was a kid, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I know that has been suppressed for a really long time, and it's hard to grasp when we're living in this physical being and going about our day to day. It's so hard to understand that there's this multiverse, the microcosm and the macrocosm. And I always think about how the tiniest particle in each of our cells looks like the grand universe. It's just, there's no accidents. And so I found it very thoughtful and enlightening. And I thank you so much.
Yeah, we have a saying here: if you don't like what you're feeling, do a healing. Again, the healing is it's free on the website at eseti.org, and it's in all the books as well. So a lot of stuff is, I set a boundary first. I say, not mine. And I shut it off. I go, not mine. And then I do clearing, whether it's in me or not. I'll just clear it, but I don't need to feel it anymore, and I'll clear it out. And people, if you did that in your everyday life, if you did it for your family, your home, your business, politicians, you know, it's you, and as a collective, if we're all doing these clearings, it would just change the whole world. It would be amazing. You would, things would just go away. It's amazing how well these clearings work. And it's a very old technique, and it's been working for, you know, hundreds of years.
Well, thank you, James. I hope we see more of you. And next up, we have one of our co-hosts, Rochel Rittgers, for part 2 of Manifest Your Destiny. What is it? The 4 R's to Unleashing Your Emotional Freedom, part 2, picking up where we left off yesterday. Rochel is a breakthrough strategist and author of her upcoming book, Radiate, Change Your Frequency, Change Your Life. And she's the founder and CEO of the Infinite Living Center of Holistic Experience and the Infinite Living Institute. And she's been a featured presenter and MC on radio, television, and national and international stages, sharing her unique techniques to assist people in achieving greater personal and business success. So I present my friend Rochel. You ready, Rochel?
There's so much. Thank you so much, Jody. I'm going to do something a little bit different, and then I'm going to invite all of you to absolutely dial into your attention. And what that means is turn on your cameras, because then you think other people are watching you, so you're more focused on what's going on the screen, right? And this isn't about me, but my talk is about the most important work you can do, which James just illustrated when he said, heal all your old traumas. That is vital. And that's what we're going to do today. So I want you to turn on your cameras, not so that I can look at you, but so that you can pay attention more closely and you can be more focused, and you're not distracted by, you know, getting some food out of the refrigerator, or, you know, what other things we get distracted by. You know, this isn't about me at all. This is about what I hope to be helping you with, which is really moving the energies out of you that no longer serve you. And that's what I'm here for. And let me get adjusted here so that I can operate from a speaking standpoint. So I just want to start with asking you all some questions. And I know there's new people. I was here yesterday. I did part 1 yesterday, and I know there's new people. So don't fret. We're going to catch you up. Okay, so be ready to catch up. I also want to make sure that you have something to write in, like a journal or a piece of paper at least, so that we can use that information throughout the remainder of the talk. So I just want to start with some questions just to get your sort of juices flowing, right? And the first question I want to ask is, who here, when listening to your inner dialogue, and I got to say, I didn't notice I had inner dialogue until very late in my life, so maybe I was a slow learner, but if you're listening to your inner dialogue, are you listening and finding it that it's less than complimentary? Are you listening and hearing it sort of beat you up at times? Who here is experiencing this? And if you are, put a thumbs up or a 1 in the chat. If you're listening, if you've heard your dialogue on the inside of your mind, you know, when you're quiet and you're not doing anything, or maybe you are. I notice it when I'm exercising often, or I notice it more when I'm doing something that's repetitive versus keeping myself busy in life. But how many of you are experiencing these kinds of things, so that you know that you've got inner dialogue that's just happening, and it's not serving you in a positive way? Anybody out there having that experience? If not, maybe I'm the only one. I'm asking for chat activity here, you guys. So drop it in if that's going on. If you're not having that, hallelujah, because my goodness, I have been working to overcome that for literally years, and it's happening, but it hasn't always been that way. So I appreciate that. All right, so I didn't get any feedback on that. Let's try this one, okay? Is there anyone here who feels like you haven't met your personal expectations of what you thought your life and your success would be like by this time in your life. Is anybody experiencing any kind of letdown with regard to what you feel like your life should be or should have been by this point in your life? Anybody say yes in the chat, or I have, or something? You guys, come on. I feel like we've got a slow...
You got to scroll to the bottom, Rochelle. There's lots of interaction.
Is there really? Oh,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. Yay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, dear Amy. I didn't see anything happening. So thanks so much for that. Oh my gosh. So good. I've got some feedback now, and this is helpful. This is so helpful. So yes, I see some ones. Amy's got ones. Michelle's got ones. Vera says sometimes. Beverly, one. Michelle says yes. There's Amy saying yes on the thinking that maybe I haven't made it as far as I thought I was going to be. I'm saying yes to that, as well as yes to the other one, Carolyn. That's yes too. Oh my gosh. Thank you, you guys. So the reason that we seek this kind of activity in here is because we want you to stay engaged, and we want to really know what's going on out there. I don't want to talk to, be sharing things that aren't valuable to you, right? And so the next question I have for is, if you, and this I also want to have in the chat, if you were to dream of the next level of infinite magic you would like to be creating in the world or in your life, what would it be? So I'm going to give you a moment of silence to just share, what would your next level of infinite magic be that you want to, that you feel drawn, you feel compelled, this inside of you that's trying to get out? What is that for you? Because this talk is entitled Manifest Your Destiny, and glamping retreat. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. For transformation and healing. Sign me up. I'm on board with that one, dear. Yes. Singing healing music for the world. Oh, that is so awesome. Yes. Love and peace. Beverly, can you expand on that? Love and peace for yourself, for others, for the world. What's your, are you working on yourself these days? Where are you with that? Who else what are your other dreams of magic that you would like to be? Can't be on camera. That's okay. I'm watering at client's house. Okay. For myself and others. Okay, Beverly, that's awesome. And it is imperative that we include ourselves in the process that we're going through. So I love that. That's awesome. Total revision of health, education far from what it is. Okay, Mindy, I love that too. That's great. Yeah, these dreams, until we have a dream that we write down, whoa, okay, I saw a whoa, I've got to open this up so I can actually see what's coming through here. Women helping others advance. Wow, Carolyn, that is fabulous. Mobile, going to communities and sharing, playing, healing, and tools for transformation. See, I knew we had this videos for people to embody their missions. Ah, awesome. Vera says helping people more and more worldwide. That was Anne, Anne said that in the Mindy section of town, I bet. Total revision of health education. Oh, I so totally agree with you. Yes, these are so exquisite, and this is so important because, as Dr. Clint was teaching earlier, if we don't have a dream, if we don't know what we want, we're not going to achieve it, first. And second, if we do have a desire or a want and we achieve it, are we going to have happiness afterwards? And all of that's imperative to our evolution, right? And so I want you to keep those concepts, those ideas in mind, and write them in your journal, because we want to do the next active step to make those things happen, right? But before we do, we're going to get into some of this trauma work. And I'm going to invite Jody, if you will, to give me a countdown, 10 and 5 and 1. Okay. Thank you. So I know you have your journals now. And for our new people, you are in the right place. If you have been seeking a way to get to the seed that is holding you back, to get to the self-imposed prison that has been keeping you from being able to step forward in your life in the way that you know, that only you know perhaps, but that you know is possible within you. And we all are our worst prison guards. We are the ones that are holding ourselves captive from stepping forward in our lives, but we don't always recognize that, right? We oftentimes want to pass that responsibility on to others who have held us back, so to speak, in our lives. But I'm here to share with you now that may be true because we have responsibilities in our life, but the ultimate responsibility is for us to achieve the dreams that we have within us, because those dreams come from source. And when we have those dreams fulfilled, then we are fulfilling our mission on this planet. So I'm inviting you to step forward away from your self-imposed prison bars, and perhaps even the ones that you project out to others, like James was saying, and take full responsibility for the action steps that we are going to take forward, right? So we want to make sure that you're freeing yourself from those prisons. And for our new people, my background has been in self-development my whole life. I actually spent 35 years in the field of Western medicine, sports medicine, taking care of the injuries of athletes and creating an academic curriculum for people who were doing the same or wanting to do the same in their life. And that was my old life. And at some point in that career, I was introduced to Qigong. And through Qigong, I realized all of the amazing grace and gifts that I had within me that I didn't know was there. I had some kind of a bypass that kept me from recognizing those gifts. And as a result, over the course of time, my career evolved from the world of sports medicine to the world of energy medicine and holistic medicine, and ultimately healing in inner traumas. The universe gave me the download to show me how I can assist people in healing their own inner traumas, and so that they can step forward in their life with their brightness and their expression fully out there. And that there's no ego involved in that. It is that the universe is asking us to be the most strong and empowered being that we have within us to be. And so I'm inviting you to own that as well. And so what I wanted to do here, hopefully my PowerPoint is up. It is. And, oh, wait, I have to better share my screen. I was seeing it, but you weren't. Okay, let's see here. Not, oh, wait, that's the problem. Okay. Hold on, I have to go out again because it's not coming up on my screen for some reason. So just a moment while I bring it forward. And make it live. Okay. All right, now we're gonna make it happen here. Perhaps. There it is. Okay, can everybody see the screen there? Let's go down here and we already went through this. A little bit of my background, a lot of my personal development work has been including working with some of the greats that you know today, like Tony Robbins and Greg Braden and Bruce Lipton and Dean Graziosi and all of those. But also I have been in this world since the early 90s when I was working with Dale Carnegie in his coursework, and actually eventually taught Dale Carnegie. But there has not been a time in my life that I haven't been working with people like Drunvalo, Melchizedek, and other spiritual greats that and personal development leaders that have influenced my life. And even after all of that work, all of my life, and being in the Unity Church, for those who are aware of the Unity Church, I didn't feel like I was empowered even in my late 40s. And I realized that then is when I started hearing this dialogue in my head. And it was so odd because I had never heard that before. But what I realized is that dialogue, which was defacing for sure for me personally, and was not positive, was not supportive, was beating me up most of the time. And it was causing me to have low self-esteem. So I had to go into meditation and determine what that was all about. And so I did that. And what I did was, as I shared, I was shown the techniques to remove the inner trauma that was causing this problem. And when I got on the other side, I realized how free I felt when I didn't have this cloud of dark energy and this ongoing negative dialogue playing in my head all the time. And so I just want you to know and even repeat to yourself that there's freedom on the other side of release. That's huge. And the other thing that goes on inside of me, and we had somebody talking today about you are what you eat, and that is absolutely true. Nutrition has been in my background, but you also are what you hold within. And most of us are holding inner traumas if we haven't been doing our inner work. And perhaps even we are holding inner traumas if we have been, because as we know, there's layers and layers to get through. And for me, that was the case. And so yesterday we worked on the 4 R's, and we started with the first 2, which is identifying where the density is stored inside of you. We'll help you with that when we get to the other ones. And reconnecting with the age that you stored that density. And this is what the universe showed me in meditation, is that I could do that for myself. And so today we're going to realign by identifying your core shadow beliefs. And we're going to use signature techniques to finally get the emotional energy that has been holding you back out of there, so you can step forward into that experience of being free. So I'm not going to go through these. I'm going to go through these very quickly. Chinese philosophy tells us that there's energy channels, and when there's a block in those energy channels, which is caused by 7 different things, but especially emotions, then everything under those channels, at the back of those channels, is blocked, and the flow is in a void of energy. And in front of those channels, there's too much energy. So we get illness, physical illness related to those voids. And that's significant because what Chinese philosophy says is when we have a block in our energy system, eventually it will become an illness, a physical illness. And so we want to clear those energy blocks so that the illness goes away, right? Or doesn't manifest in the first place. So now today we're going to talk about your core shadow beliefs, and then we'll go into a meditative state, and we'll go through all 3 of them for those new people who didn't capture the early part. So why is core shadow beliefs important? How many of you have seen the unbridled child that doesn't have trauma in their background? And when they have thoughts in their mind, there's nothing holding them back. Usually they're 2 or 3 or 4, or sometimes even as old as 5 or 6 or 7. But their imagination is present in their day-to-day activities. And when they're thinking about what's going on in their life, there's fairy tales and magic and exquisite energy. And they believe that they don't even have a thought about their belief. They just don't question who they are. They're just present in the world, right? But when they have been injured in some way, when they have a hurt in some way, then they start judging themselves and judging the world around them. And they think that there's something wrong with them. They think that they're somehow broken, right? And that becomes an embedded aspect within them. And so in the chat, I want you to indicate with a 1 if any of these are calling your name. So common beliefs, core shadow beliefs that we hold. And mine was that I wasn't lovable. And it came from an experience when my father and mother divorced. My dad left. In meditation, I learned what that meant was if my dad would leave, it means he doesn't love me. And if he doesn't love me, no one will. And I held that belief until I was in my late 40s before I even knew it was there. And that belief created the activities in the remainder of my life, because if I didn't feel lovable, I wouldn't put myself out there in a way that I would if I did feel lovable, right? So what are your core shadow beliefs? Tell me if any of these resonate with you. I'm not good enough. Put the 1 or the 2 or the 3 in the chat if this resonates with you in some way. I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not athletic enough. I'm not happy enough. I don't have, enough money. I don't have. Not good enough resonates in all kinds of different ways. My house isn't good enough. My car isn't good enough. My friends aren't good enough. It resonates. It becomes a huge aspect of our lives. Yes, I see some I'm not good enough people. Thank you for sharing your vulnerability that way. How about this one? There's something wrong with me. I'm broken in some way. Some way I've got to fix myself. You look in the mirror and you say, oh, I need to fix this. I need to fix that. Yeah, I'm guilty of that to a certain degree too. I mean, we wear makeup because of that, right? So yeah, thank you, you guys, for being your vulnerable selves here. I'm not lovable, which was mine. That was the hugest one in my world. How many have experienced that as well? I don't deserve love because I truly, at the core of myself, am not lovable. And this is an indication that I don't love myself as well. Yeah, reprogramming, Michelle. I so totally agree with you there. Thank you. That's true. True. We have to do that. How about this? I can never do anything right. And this, I didn't really own this out loud, but I think I had a resonance of this inside. And this is not an affirmation I would have ever said, but I think there was something like this resonating inside of me. And if anybody has experienced that in their past, that's another one. And then I have a story. I'm going to have to get through this quickly, but stories are so illustrative. I had a client who came to me in his mid-70s, and his wife had passed 3 or 4 years prior, and he was still grieving his wife like it happened yesterday. And he knows grief, happens, but he couldn't move forward in his life. And in his session, what he shared with me is that his father had passed when he was 2, and he didn't remember his father. But when we went into the treatment aspect of it, his father and Jesus came forward together, and he realized that he had mourned the loss and grieved the loss of his father so deeply that it affected every aspect of his life from that point forward, including not believing that he was lovable either. So when his wife left him, it wasn't that he was grieving the loss of his wife. Of course he was there, but he was also grieving the loss of his father from so many years ago. Once we were able to heal that, he was able to move forward in his life in a big way. So he's now got a girlfriend. Well, not, and actually he's married now, again, in his late 70s. So that's a beautiful. So what I want you to do now is let's just get into a place of quiet. We skipped through a lot of stuff there, but I want you to get into a place of quiet now. So just sit and let's take some deep, gentle breaths. And Jody, if you could just put on some gentle music. Sure. We're going to go through some big stuff right now.
Just give me 1 second here. I got to share my audio.
Okay. Yeah. And if just go through the process, and I'm going to just go ahead and get started here.
But Rochel, it's going to stop your screen sharing if I share my audio.
It shouldn't.
It says
it's okay. We don't need to screen share any. Go away. Go ahead. Yeah. So I just want you to sit into a place of quiet. Just start beginning your breath. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. We're going to quiet our mind and our body. We're going to get to a place of silence in our soul. Allow the thinking mind to just drain down into the heart. Allow your to-do list to just drain down into your heart. For those that just came in today, I want you to go to a place in your body where you feel tightness or pain or density or discomfort. And I want you to ask that body part, how old was I when I stored you there? For those that were here yesterday, you know this information, you have it in your journal. And I want you to connect to that little person or the age of that person that was there in your pain, in your soreness, in your tightness. For our new people, I want you to connect to that little person or whatever age is coming through. It might have been yesterday, or when you were a teen, or when you were in your 20s. Often it's when we're a child. How old is that person? And I want you to go to that person gently. And I want you to start radiating a wave of love into their little heart from yours. And I want you to telepathically talk to them with words that are words that they needed to hear and feelings that they needed to hear at that age in your life. Words like, I'm so sorry you've been carrying this burden for so long. I didn't know you were there. But I do now, and I'm here for you. You know that I feel your pain. I feel your loss. I feel your grief. I feel your anger. I honor that. And it's okay for you to feel that. And it's safe for you to experience that with me if you want to. It's truly safe for you to experience that in your soul. I want you to know how much I love you, how important you are. Not just to me, of course, the world. Now your unique self, your unique contribution, your unique mission, vital to the world. I want you to know I will be here for you always. You will never have to be alone again. And if you're open to it, I want for us to be a team, to work together, to support each other. We can both move forward in the most powerful, meaningful, abundant, magical way. Ask them if they're open to being a team with you. Ask them if they're willing to step forward in life with you in the biggest, most vibrant way. Maybe they don't trust you just yet, and that's okay. You can continue to do this work with them and earn their trust. And once you earn their trust, ask them what they would like for you to do for them. Maybe they want to play. Maybe they just want to be loved. Maybe they just want to be cuddled. Ask them if they would like to be cuddled now. And if they would, hold them in your arms, with your heart embraced around them. Give them the love they have not received for so very long. Because you didn't know that they were there. And as you're holding them and loving them, I want you to breathe gently and deeply and come back into this space and time. And I want you to write in your journal the location of your pain or your discomfort, the age of the person that was showing up for you, and whether or not you were able to connect to them. And then put into the chat if you were able to actually make a connection. Put a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or yes or a wow or something of that nature. And then I just want to do 2 more things here, and then we will finish really quickly. Oh, here we go. So I promise you there's freedom on the other side of release. And so as we're releasing, and the way that we release is connecting fully to this hurt little part of you and loving them in the space that they're in so that their love cup refills and they feel complete. And when they do, they will reintegrate back into the full adult you that you are with their gifts, their childhood or young life gifts, and you will be complete. So imagine what your rich, fulfilling life would look like. Living a life of magic is so fulfilling. And I have a center of holistic experience. It's called Infinite Living. And if you would like to know more how you can release, restore, and then radiate, reach out to me at infinitelivingcoaching.com. Just set up an appointment. It's a 15 or 20-minute appointment, free. They're all free. And you can let's just talk and see how we can move forward in your life. We call these destiny assessments. And so infinitelivingcoaching.com, and that will give you my calendar so you can set a time with me that we can check into your destiny and see where you're supposed to be headed. Okay. Thank you all so much for your courage and your willingness to go into the deep places. This is the most important work you can do right now to continue your evolution. I love you and I'm with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rochel. That was beautiful.
It went by very quickly.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So next up, we have Carolyn Renee. I saw her in there, and she is a teaching and healing artist. And she has decades of service and experience in the creative and healing arts. She's the former executive director of the Arts Exchange, a 37-year-old art and social change organization, and Alternate Roots, a 44-year-old social justice organization, lifting up art as activism in the Southeast United States. Carolyn Renee is committed to the pursuit of healing, art, and social justice and well-being for, I'm not sure how, BIPOC, at the forefront of advancing justice. She's a certified interplay leader, and in 2008 became a wellness educator and practitioner to heal herself from an illness, which led her to merge the healing and creative arts as a service to others. With interplay, she creates sacred space and for BIPOC and partners with USA Ghana-based A Life of Peace Wellness Education Institute to ensure that every home has an engaged artist and healer. And so today she's going to be speaking about weaving healing webs of connection. Carolyn Renee, if you are ready.
Thank you so much, Jody, and all the healers that are here. It is an honor to be amongst you and be with you. I would like to ask permission to have co-hosting access, if I may, because I will share a little bit of a PowerPoint in a little bit. But I do want to say a little bit about myself. And first, I want to ask, how much time do I have? Just acknowledging that it is 5:40 here on the East Coast.
You have your half an hour.
Okay,
and
give
we're,
thanks.
We're going to get Jonathan on here to make you co-host.
Okay, give thanks. I'll share in a moment, but again, I'm honored to be here amongst you. And as I've been listening, I almost feel like I'm about to start preaching to the choir because of all this wonderful experience that we all bring at this time. And, part of the reason I named this presentation, well, it was a download, weaving healing threads of connection. Okay, we'll go with that. And, just really thinking about, each time we touch a life as a healer, there's a thread that is sewn into that life from our life. And then we start to weave this beautiful thread. And of course, spiders are connected to immortality and dreaming and luck. And so there's so much to be said about the web and our connection and our connection to our ancestors, as an Indigenous BIPOC, and the BIPOC is Black, Indigenous, and people are persons of color. The Indigenous people, settled this land, 14,000 years ago. And so when we talk about Indigenous people and we talk about people of color and all the things now that are being present, it is as if Indigenous people showed up on the shores 400 years ago. And so one of the things I like to do, and I want to encourage all of us to do, is just to acknowledge the land in which we are based right here, right now. And you all may have done this throughout the last couple days. I'm just joining today in earnest and look forward to tomorrow. But I would invite us to, if you would just take a moment, to put in the chat box, just as a way to honor the Indigenous people of the lands in which you are on. I'm settled here in Atlanta, Georgia, and this land was settled by the Creek, the Cherokee, and the Muskogee people. And so I pay honor and homage to them for making it possible for me to be here today. So I appreciate our acknowledgement of them. Another thing that I like to do when I'm in community with healers, no matter what community I'm in, is honoring my ancestors. I heard Dr. Clint earlier. I did catch a little bit of that, just the idea that we may not be remembered, but I do know that part of Indigenous culture and part of Black and also African is storytelling, remembering our ancestors, bringing them present and really connecting them. And we really see the babies that come in as the ancestors. So I just want to take a moment to invite us together as a global community of healers just to call in our ancestors. I'm going to put up, I think I can share now. Thank you very much. And I worked on this piece a couple years ago. We did a project here in Atlanta, Georgia, where we were honoring the displacement of some folks in one of the communities here. And I created this, let me go to my presenter. I do this so much, teaching on Zoom, that you would think I could just do it like that. Bam, there it is. So I want to, we work with this group, and here in Atlanta, it was the Biracial History Project, because so much has happened to create this unity, but as healers, we have an opportunity to center healing, to center oneness. And so one of the ways that I like to do that is to bring in our ancestors. So I've adopted this piece for today, and it is a call and response. So I will read the leader part, and I will invite you. You can keep yourself on mute, but as global healers, I want you to respond with what's in the yellow. Okay, so let's all start by grounding our breath and let it out. You can even let it out with an audible sigh. And all are present and in one accord. So let's begin. We acknowledge the presence of our ancestors, those who paved the way, the brave ones who sacrificed, those who paid the ultimate price for our freedom and existence. Global healers, we are the proof that our ancestors survived struggles we will never know so that we, their children, might live. To you, we owe our existence and we give you thanks. Ashe. Leader, we honor your great works and we want you to know that it was not in vain and will never be lost, for your works awaken the dreams of our heart. Global healers, dear ancestors who once walked upon this land and are now part of our life eternal, we praise you with all that is sacred in our lives for the good you contributed. Leader, for the strength, brilliance, and sheer tenacity, your courage and leadership, and for the impeccable gifts and birthright practices you deposited into our DNA. Global healers, you who were makers of peace, you who claim love for God and community, we give you honor and praise your name. Leader, and yet there are those close to home whose names are not nationally known, but without them, there would be no us. We give thanks for you. When we were growing up, we knew them simply as Mother, Medea, Papa, Pawpaw, Granddaddy, Gran, Gigi, Pop Pop, or the all-inclusive Mama and them. They are the reason that we are who we are, think like we think, and do what we do. For all of them, we give thanks. Ashe, global healers. We draw upon your strength and positive contributions that we may move forward. Your steps we follow, for you are extensions of our families, and it is with pure hearts and unconditional love in our beings that we honor and call your names. And I invite you just to say the names of those ancestors you wish to acknowledge at this time, or if you want to drop them in the chat box, you can do that as well. Just bringing them into this present moment. Great-great-grandmother Isabella Adams, Grandma Seals, Papa Living, and then those that we all may know, Maya Angelou, Frederick Douglass, Mr. Rogers, those ancestors, calling them in. And Chuck did a wonderful job, helping us understand, that even though we are not, we will transition and we will not be in the physical realm always, right? And I think this practice is helpful to remember all the efforts. Just think that Jody, you've put into this today, and all your organizing team. This is a bright spot in humanity. This is a bright spot in your legacy, right? And so our family members can remember. So it's important to tell the stories, to remember, because one day we will be ancestors, and part of continuing to heal those who come after us so that they can continue the healing work, that it not be forgotten, that They will naturally honor the land. They will naturally honor our legacy and will be empowered by it. So I wanted to bring this in as one of the threads of weaving this healing connection that we are connected to. We don't stand alone, right? Maya Angelou said, when we come in a room, we got 10,000 ancestors coming in the room with us, right? And whispering in our ear and helping us know, affirming us and where we belong. And thank you so much for dropping the names of your ancestors into the chat box. Thank you so much. Let's remember to honor them. Another thing I wanted to share just as part of my journey is my lineage. And I had an opportunity to be with all these women are healers in my family and in my lineage. And I had an opportunity to, gain some pearls of wisdom from them down in Mississippi this past weekend. And you probably seen Mississippi in the news because they've got this big water issue and the National Guard was there, but it's good. It's all good. So I just wanted to share this image with you because I know that you too have an image of the folks in your family who are empowering you. And I want to say, as a Black Indigenous person of color, a lot of times in our families, it has been the women, right? Because we see a lot of what happens to Black men and how people are really afraid of Black men, and they, like the women and the race of people on the planet, are kings and queens. We all are. And so I feel like part of this global healing that we're bringing and sowing into the soul of humanity at this time is also about breaking down these barriers to where we can't see each other, to where we fear each other, right? And so a large part of my work is doing that as well. I love that there is a healer in all of us. There's a healer in me. There's a healer in you. There is a healer in everyone. And so being able to connect to the ancestors, like I said, that's one of the threads that weaves this healing that I'm able to bring to the planet. And then also being in nature. And like Rochel shared with us today, honoring that place, that broken place. And I just learned this summer, I was getting a reading, right? Because I'm getting ready to go to Martha's Vineyard with some people, and I want to just make sure that I'm present, so I want to give me a reading so I can be present. What do I need to pay attention to? I'm showing up in the fullness of myself as a healer. And the person that I was having this reading with, she was telling me these things about this 7-year-old person that I had left behind, and I just was like, okay, what does that have to do with, what I'm calling you for? But I really appreciate what you just did for us, Rochel, and also this reader who shared with me, this 7-year-old person, and she was so right. And I'm so grateful that I got that jewel on the summer solstice. So I can tell you for the past 3 months, or since the beginning of June, and today, even in this, grateful to welcome the Mercury retrograde, right? Today it starts. And what do we do in Mercury retrograde? Is a perfect opportunity to reflect and to refine and to do all the re's. And so I'm just grateful again to be here to remind us. Again, I started off by saying, I know I'm singing to the choir because you all already know these things, that breathing into our body spirits is one of the ways that we can infuse the energy and strengthen the threads of connection that we bring out to the world, and also walking in nature. And I love hugging trees, and that was me as part of taking that 7-year-old on a stroll. I sure did. We went on a stroll, and I said, baby, we're going to stop right here, and we're going to hug this tree, and then we'll continue on. So she's been right there with me every step of the way, and I hope whoever you were able to get in touch with today, as far as whatever age that you will take that to heart and do that work. It has made such a tremendous difference as I come to the end of the summer, the work that I've been doing with my inner child. Another thing I love to do is interplay, as Jody shared with you in the introduction, and you're going to hear more about that in the next presentation with Christine Gautreaux. One of the tools, interplay has like mega tools. There's 26 forms, there's 8 different tools. And one of the ones that I love is called X formation, because we're always taking in information. It's coming in through the cell phone, through the email, through TikTok, through Instagram, through Facebook. We got it coming in, it's coming in, it's coming in. And then if we're watching the news, then that's more information. So one of the things that we can do, as James was also saying, is, you know, getting more present through our breath and with ourselves through meditation, and that bring us back to meditation. And so I just want to bring us back to that through exformation. And exformation in interplay is just, sometimes we just might need to shake something out. So let's just practice a little exformation. If you want to shake something out, you can do that. You can also shake out your voice. Ah! Ah! It might look weird to whoever. And then you can kick your feet to shake out whatever needs to come out of the feet. You can shake your body and just allow what needs to come out to come out. So exformation is another way. And I'm sure we have some Reiki healers, because this is a global healing summit. And so one of my favorite tools also is Reiki. I'm a 3rd degree Reiki master, and I work to offer Reiki to clients, but I also enjoy teaching. I'm a Reiki master teacher through an organization called Life of Peace Wellness Education Institute. And our goal is to make sure that there is a healer in every home. And so we offer Reiki 1 just free of charge, because we think it's that important. And especially, again, you know, I am a brown woman, so, and I realize that brown and tan people have been traditionally marginalized and not given opportunities. So that's another reason that, you know, we really try to make this healing modality available to as many people as we can. And so I practice Reiki on myself and connect with my ancestors. Those are 2 things that I do no matter what. And when I take time to lean into that breath, and that is my encouragement to us, to take these tools. I know, I feel like I'm on a high from the short time I've been here today, you know, so I can't imagine folks who were here yesterday and all day today. But through this practice, through spiritual practices like meditation and Reiki and connecting with my ancestors, I am able to just hear, you know, things. And so I just wanted to share messages, not things, but hear clear messages, you know, because I'll ask a clear question. And so this was just one of the questions, you know, this summer, again, getting in touch with that 7-year-old and, you know, connecting with my ancestors and wanting to know, like, what is it, you know, for me to do? And what came through one of these meditations, and I wanted to share this with you, was my great-great-grandmother. And she lived to be 108. And I remember going to see her when she was 105. And this meditation came clear because I asked, you know, would you give me something? And after I did the meditation, I sat down and wrote, this is what came through. The air is a crisp. The air is a crisp. Okay, I don't know what that means, but it might be a typo. The air is crisp. The sun is beaming down and a fresh Mississippi breeze kisses our skin. I'm in Pocahontas, Mississippi, on the porch of my great-great-great-grandmother, Isabella Adams, who lived by herself as a centenarian. I visit with her for a day, stringing the pearls of her wisdom tales. I'm in awe of her vibrant life force energy, courageous spirit, and fierce independence at 105 years old. She holds my hand as we walk through the fields barefoot. Her pure white gown and hair is magnificent against her smooth, dark chocolate skin. She opens my hand and places the gift of an acorn in it and whispers to me, I have been like this acorn throughout my lifetime, strong and powerful, persevering as a woman. I have provided the community food and shelter through many storms. I want you to wear the acorn at the center of your pearls and carry all its qualities as I have, and be a mighty oak tree as you carry out your life's purpose. Throughout your life, pass this wisdom on to future generations as I have passed on to you, and live with great love and kindness toward all. And I tell you, when I had that download, after connecting with my ancestors, it was just quite moving, to have that. And I really wanted to share that with you all today as one of my personal healing tools. How am I on time? I want to make sure I'm respecting my time.
We're getting to the end here, but if you want to add, whatever closing statements you want. This is wonderful, Carolyn Renee. Thank you so much for this. I got teary-eyed during the ancestor prayer.
Looks like you have about 8 minutes. Huh?
Okay, thank you so
I'm so
much.
sorry. I thought it was at 3.
No worries, no worries.
We had extra time. Sorry about that, Carolyn Renee.
No, it's all divine order. So I wanted to just as a gift, share a Reiki attunement with us and invite us, because Reiki, again, I think about the threads of the weaving the threads, right? And it's one of the ways that we can love on ourselves. And I want to offer us a moment to, I have some hand positions here, so I'm going to stop sharing just for half a second. And I'm going to advance my slides a little bit so that we can just do a little self-treatment with this Reiki. Okay, from the current slide. And just, underlying principle of Reiki is that it can do no harm and it can't be used for any harmful purpose. So just want to presence that. And one of teacher that I work very closely with, I hope she will come next year, Dr. Akua Gray, has founded the Life of Peace Wellness Education Institute, and collectively has, I've been working with her. We are working with individuals who want to be naturopathic doctors, and we train them on all the things that are required to carry out that mission. And one of the classes that we do is Reiki. And I love this quote by her: living a spiritual life allows you to transcend the body's concept of existence, release the concepts of the temporary, and embrace the knowledge of the eternal today. Energy was, is, and will always be. So being able to, really use our energy as a source of healing, which we all do. That's why we are here. And with Reiki, we can do that. It's just another tool we can add to our toolbox. Source connection, the essence of physical manifestation is energy. The power of knowledge is energy. The beginning that has no end is energy. The basis of all things seen and unseen is energy. And so we start our self-treatment by taking our hands. Well, before we do that, I want to invite everyone to come into a relaxed state, acknowledging that the time is waning, but we can do this. Let's just take a moment, take a deep breath in, and let that breath out. And I invite you again, take a deep breath in. Following it through your body spirit, letting it out. And once again, this time softening your gaze. Letting that breath out. And with a softened gaze, just staying with your breath, I want you just for a brief moment to take yourself into that special place in nature that you like to go to. And as you do that, I am going to offer us an attunement. And gently open your eyes. And let's just take a moment. And you can follow the pictures on the slide, just bringing your hands over your eyes and just doing this for yourself if you're able to every day will help, as James was saying, clear away some of the negative energy that might even be in our bodies that we don't even know about. This is just one of the ways, just like meditation. In position 2, position of peace over our crown chakra. And then moving in to position 3, change, bringing our hands behind our neck. Can be triggering, change can be triggering to the central nervous system. So this hand position helps. And then what do we need to hear? Bringing our hands into position 4. Opening up our peripheral nervous system. In position 5, bringing our hands over our throat chakra, our truth center, as we speak the truth from our heart, one hand on the heart, one hand on the throat chakra. And then moving our hands down to position, next position of love over our heart, opening up our heart center. And moving down just a little bit to the solar plex, where our will is, activating our will. And a little bit more to the sacral chakra, activating our drive, our progress. Moving them down just a little bit more. And that hara is stimulating our primary energy source, our strength, and then a little bit more to our root chakra, our creativity, stabilizing our essence. And then some of us hold a lot of stress back here, bringing our hands just behind our neck, releasing tension in our shoulders. Coming down. Our breath back here, releasing tension in our back. I'm gonna take a deep breath in. And release. And when we do our energy work, it's a good idea to just do a sweep of our aura. So let's just sweep any debris that may have come out. Release it, release it. And you can tap the bottom of, you can tap the floor, release all that debris down to the earth. Because it no longer serves us, right? And as we close out, I want to say thank you very much for allowing me to be a part of the Global Healers Summit. And you're going to learn how to do something called adobo, a dance on behalf of, with Christine. And because I was going to do that, but I know she's going to bring that out of her toolkit because it's something we do when we work together. But I just want to express my profound love. And so we can all put up the love symbol. Please join me. Let's do that and send love out to each other and to our ancestors and to the rest of the world. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
That was absolutely fantastic, Carolyn Renee. We're so happy to have you as part of the summit, and I hope you'll come be a part of our next year's in person. And if you have any, links and things other beyond your website that in the chat, go ahead and put those in there.
I will do that. Thank you so much again.
Yeah. Well, as she said, we're going to be doing some movement and dancing. And if I know Sheila K. Collins and Christine Gautreaux, you're going to have to be standing up, people. Am I right?
Maybe just a smidge.
Just a smidge. Okay, so I have the privilege of announcing these two. And Sheila K. Collins is not only a family member, but also a wonderful human being, and her partner, Christine Gautreaux. They are authors of the upcoming book, Still Point, version 2, right? Still Point, The Art of Caring for Caregivers, Self-Care for Caregivers. I'm just trying to get to your bios here. Give me 1 second. Christine is also dedicated to the pursuit of play, art, and social justice. And her superpowers include connecting people, helping folks manifest their dreams, standing up against injustice, and using art to make a difference in the world. Christine Gautreaux, I hope I'm saying your name. I've known her for years, and I've been saying Gautreaux, and now I'm pretty sure it's Gautreaux.
It's Gautreaux.
Christine Gautreaux, MSW, holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in social work and is a professional speaker, coach, author, and entrepreneur. And she's also a certified sound healer and interplay leader. And as I mentioned, the co-author with Sheila of Still Point, a caregiver's playbook to find ease and to take a deep breath and reclaim joy. And then the upcoming book, Women Connected in Wisdom, Stories and Resources Rooted in the 8 Dimensions of Wellness. So her presentation is Finding the Still Point for Self-Care and Community Care. And a little bit about Sheila. She is our keynote for tomorrow, but she is a PhD. She believes in facing life's toughest challenges, we mature into our most authentic selves. And through writing, teaching, speaking, improvisational artist performances, she offers thought-provoking insights, embodied practices, and art-based tools to help people deal with what life presents to them. And she has a book called Warrior Mother, Fierce Love, Unbearable Loss, and the Rituals That Heal, which describe her journeys with the loss of two of her 3 adult children and her best friend through their life-threatening illnesses and deaths, and the rituals that help the family to heal. So there's, she has a TED Talk. There's more information about both Christine and Sheila on the website, globalhealerssummit.info. And I will be telling you a little bit more about Sheila at her keynote tomorrow. So you guys take it away.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are so excited to be here. And I know it's kind of the afternoon or evening slump wherever you are listening. So I'm just going to invite everybody to take a deep breath. We've been doing a lot of that the last 2 days, but it's so valuable to just take a deep breath, let it out with a big old sigh. And whether you're listening live or you're listening to the recordings, we are just glad that you are with us. And we want you to take a moment to check in with yourself, just to take a deep breath. If you can, put your feet on the floor and get a little wiggly here. Maybe even roll your shoulders. If you've been at the computer all day, you might want to move them backwards or forward. Might even want to do one at a time. And I'm going to invite you in the chat if you're listening but not on screen, or if you're on screen, to go ahead and put in the chat just a little quick check-in to the words "Today I am," and give us a 2-word check-in. How are you today? And as y'all are doing that, Sheila's going to talk a little bit about the book and how we got here.
Oh my gosh, what a journey. So I wrote this book so many years ago. It was back in the day when you couldn't even talk about self-care because that was selfish. So it took a long time, but it's not that bad anymore, thank goodness. And so when I decided or was advised to redo the book, I was able to talk Christine Gautreaux in helping me to do it, because actually I think the Divine Mother, she doesn't do stuff so much by herself. She likes the community or partners to what can happen when 2 or more are gathered. So that's certainly been the case with this book coming out. And Christine and I were going all over the country doing stuff with it, and then of course you know what happened to that plan. So anyway, we have some things we're going to show you. I guess we can show them a little bit about us, right?
Right. We're going to share a 3-minute video that lets you know what we would be doing if we were in person with you, and hopefully we'll be doing next year with you a little bit. And this is a good introduction to our work, and then we'll take it from there. So here we go.
I recognize when we're just busy out here. There's nobody home.
Self-care is not continuing to educate and train ourselves to withstand more and more stress in order to take on more stress, right?
In order to be fully present for others, we professional and family caregivers must take very good care of ourselves.
Toward the end of caregiving for a very long time, I had a frozen shoulder. I just gritted my teeth and I didn't ask for help.
I said no twice to people who I really, really love. I was so in love with her presentation and who she was, because it was not a snooze. She was like embodied. She was in her body. She was dancing as a material. And I was like, oh my gosh, this was so amazing.
So being in the body, that's how we take care of ourselves.
Your personalities are a perfect blending. I think it adds to the healing.
The good news for me is that we can teach this and we can practice it.
Take a deep breath with me.
It's just so much fun and so inspiring. We need to be radical about self-care.
Self-care means tuning into ourselves and learning how to read our own body language.
There actually are skills that we can teach, learn, practice. Sorting and separating. And exercising choice, yes and no.
So tending to ourselves, we perfect the art of not taking on other people's tension. And when we do take on their tension, by tending to ourselves, we learn to let go of it quickly so that we are free to experience a life of balance and vitality.
There are gifts of caring. When we care for ourselves while taking care of others, it leads to better relationships, better health, even better outcomes in our careers if we're working while caring for others or if we're professional caregivers.
That just validates everything that I try to teach people and most of all myself about self-care. So thank you very much.
So some of those people that were in that were from Atlanta, which is where Christine is, and some from Texas, and some, anyway, we've played a lot with people on the theme of self-care.
We did, and one of the things we want to bring this to the Global Healer Summit is that we know as healers, we are often caregivers. And often we care for other people. And if we're not careful, we can get out of balance with that of taking care of everybody else and not taking care of ourselves. So we wanted to, it was said in the video, but we want to just reaffirm the 5 skills of self-care that we play with on a regular basis. And when Sheila first read the book, it was, in the book, it goes into a whole story based on the myth of Psyche. And we're not going to go into all that today because of time, but we're just going to reaffirm what they are. So the first is sorting and separating what belongs to us from what belongs to others, right? And I love some of the teaching that also went along today about, which parts of ourselves, so we can even sort and separate that, like which part of ourselves is doing this.
Yes. The second one is letting go and surrendering and learning when and how to do this. So that notion of, I think in the 12-step work, it's let go and let God. It's that notion, but it sounds really easy and it's sometimes very hard.
A lot of times very hard, unless you have the tools and techniques that have been being presented the last 3 days, right? If you've been paying attention. Number 3 is one of my absolute favorites, as you could tell by the fact that I do Women Connected in Wisdom. Number 3 is building and using partnership power to get help from others. Y'all, we don't have to do this by ourselves. Like Carolyn Renee said, we've got our ancestors, like people have quoted over the last couple of days, like there are people that we can be in partnership with, whether they're on this plane or in another, that can help us. So number 3 is partnership power.
Well, number 4 is stepping back for a broader perspective. So like there's a little 11 right here when you're just looking very, on the screen and trying to differentiate. But if you step back in a broader perspective, you may see some other things that are related to this situation right here. And the last one, exercising choice. If I can't, well, I'm just a girl who can't say no. You probably heard that song. Well, if that's the case, this is not good. So there are people that can't say no, and there are some people who have trouble saying yes. And sometimes they're in relationship with one another. I don't know why that is, but anyway, you've got to be able to do both in order for it to be a choice.
So we're going to invite everybody to just take a deep breath. Let it out with a big old sigh and shake. Because like Carolyn Renee mentioned in the earlier one, when we let things go through our bodies, when we exform them, even the good stuff, y'all, because like we're on day 2, we're coming to the end of day 2, and this is a lot of good information, but we've got to let some of it just flow through us. So I invite you again to take a deep breath. Let it out with a sigh and a shake. And Sheila, will you tell us what self-healing is not, based on the book Still Point?
Yes. So when I was working on this, I recognized that self-healing and self-care are very connected. If we're not taking care of ourselves, we don't even know what's wrong with us, or that we're hurting, or that we need to rest, or whatever. So, but self-healing is not making unnecessary efforts from a desire to please, from the fear of making a mistake, or through the excess energy of our own enthusiasm. Our lives become graceful dances when we remove these extras and perform to our own inner rhythms. And then the second part is, I guess, turning ourselves over to experts. Now, this is something we have, the medical profession. There's the people that work with the right ear, and there's the one that works with the nose, and there's the one that, and they're in charge, but they're not. So turning ourselves over to experts, whatever knowledge the specialist might have. I am the only real expert on me. You are the only real expert on you. The self is not only the object of the healing, but the agent as well. If we don't yet consider ourselves experts on ourselves, we can become so by applying the skills of self-care and self-healing.
And in the book, we talk about a lot of different modalities that are embodied. There's a lot of storytelling. There's a lot of ways that we can do this, in addition to all the things we've been learning the last 2 days, and that I'm sure we'll learn tomorrow. So in the book, we talk about what self-healing is. And several people have touched on this the last 2 days, so it's not going to be a surprise. It's just going to be said in a different way. Self-healing is making whole. The place where it hurts may not be the place where the difficulty lies. We could have pain in our shoulders and our hips as the result of years of walking in poorly fitting shoes. Discovering the message in the pain involves listening to the wisdom of our body and then letting go of what is unnecessary while supplying the essential missing elements. When you were learning to write your name, it took great effort. It became easier when you learned to eliminate extra movements of your face and tongue and loosening your grip on the pencil. Anybody remember that when you were a kid and you'd hold your tongue a certain way? I still do that sometimes when it's a tech issue, right? Eventually, you easily made your signature legible. Self-healing is unlearning the habits we acquired and as we accommodated previous traumas. Recovering from a broken leg doesn't involve just getting the cast off. We must unlearn or let go of the way we have been walking to accommodate the cast. So like Rochel did in a previous session, like if we're not paying attention and unlearning what, that part of us that we disconnected from, it's gonna create problems. Self-healing is transforming the pain in such a way that its truth becomes understandable. Pain is a signal that something is wrong. Discovering the message in the pain involves listening to the wisdom of our bodies and taking steps to change the circumstances that have created the pain. And the last one we reference in the book, self-healing is correcting imbalances, whether in diet, which was mentioned earlier today, posture, body posture, work, or family. A lot of what we do to take care of ourselves really doesn't work because we tend to overdo one or two of our favorite things. Self-care and self-healing involves looking at the whole picture and discovering where omissions and excesses may be, and then taking the steps to move towards balance.
Thank
we
you.
want to invite you, we want to invite you to put in the chat, name something that you are using now for self-care and self-healing. So I'm going to write it in the chat. So just take a moment to think about it.
essential oils, writing, meditation, Reiki, and tap dance. I love that.
Yoga, sauna, massage, dancing, hiking, breath work. Yes, Jody, your session on breath work earlier today was phenomenal. If y'all missed it, go back and watch it. Meditation and walking, meditation, interplay, Reiki, and tap dance. Yes, Carolyn Renee, I love it. Hiking, meditation, good food, positive affirmations. One of the things Sheila and I know, we jumped on and started teaching on online classes right at the start of when everything was locked down, because we are professional speakers. And so we got the word really early on that this was going to be 2 to 3 years before conferences returned in person. And when we heard it, we at first didn't want to believe it, but we felt it in our bodies. Like we believed that everything's physical. So we were like, yep, this is happening. So what are we going to do about it? So we switched to online, and every Tuesday morning, we teach a radical self and community care class. And what we know to be true through doing this for the last 2 years, and for groups of people coming from all over the world, is that we don't have to do this by ourselves. Like when we say it, when we speak it, when we do those positive affirmations, when we write it down, when we learn from each other, as we're doing over these 3 days.
Well, and I want to just interrupt you. I just want to interrupt you for a minute here to say, I have to full disclosure. I never thought it would work. I never thought this thing on this little squares. I mean, come on, really. But she said, well, what are our choices? I mean, that's it. So at my age, I might never get out of this room. So it has been just what a blessing. And it's a blessing to be with you now here. I mean, even though we're on these little boxes.
So Sheila, will you tell them what is the still point and how do we find it?
Well, I think that there are many words that you will recognize this as something that you already know. But when I did the book originally, and I had a whole idea about what I thought the title ought to be, and I was very determined, and people weren't sure it was the right title. And then we went into a circle, and everybody went into silence, the people that had been working on the book, the original one. And somebody said the word still point. As soon as they did, as stubborn as I am, I knew it was the right word. And I wasn't even exactly sure why it was the right word. I just knew it was. So where it comes from, and it was in the book, because as a dancer, of course, I know dancers know about the stillness. Otherwise, we're just phonetically moving all the time. But it's really the T.S. Eliot poem that many of you may know, and I do want to read it because I think it connects to so much of what you all were also offering. At the still point of the turning world, neither flesh nor fleshless, neither from nor towards, at the still point, there the dance is. But neither arrest nor movement, and do not call it fixity, where past and future are gathered, neither movements from nor towards, neither ascent nor descent, except for the point, the still point. There would be no dance, and there is only the dance.
Thank you, Sheila. So we want to invite you in to dance with us. As Carolyn Renee said, we have a practice in interplay called Dancing on Behalf of. And what I'd like you to do, you can do it standing, you could do it seated, you could do it lying down. You could do it in your imagination if you need to and don't need to be moving. But what I'm going to invite you to do is we call this practice shape and stillness. So I'm going to invite you to find a shape, any shape that wants to come out of your body. It can be a big shape, it can be a small shape, just a shape. And I want you to rest in that still point. And I'm going to put on some music. And what we're going to do is and you're going to recognize this music because it's going to connect us to our first keynote speaker from yesterday. But what we're going to do is I'm going to invite you just to rest in that still point. And when you decide you need to move again, move and make another shape. And so we're just going to, whatever wants to come out of our body, and we're really going to listen to our bodies. What does our body say? and what wants to come out.
Let's invite the people that aren't on if they want to come on, because we are going to play together with this. So we're going to stay in our own still points and move, but we also can borrow from one another and connect with somebody else's.
You absolutely can. Here we go. And this is a dance on behalf of our work in the world and our world. I invite you to take a moment to just have that for yourself. And take a deep breath in. And take a moment to check in with your body as we wrap up. And what I want you to do is to scan your body and find a place in your body that feels really good after today and feels really good after moving. And I want you to take a few deep breaths into that place of wellness. With your other hand, I want you to find a part in your body that may not feel as great. It may be crunchy, it may be hurting, it may be talking to you after sitting at the computer or moving. And I want to put your other hand on that spot. And I want us to just breathe between those two places. Between the place of wellness and the place that needs extra support. And come back to neutral and just shake that out of your hands. In interplay, we like to do things and then we like to notice. So I just want you to take a moment to notice in your body what you're noticing. And you can put it in the chat as we wrap. I put our contact information in the chat so you can reach out to us. We'd love to connect with you. If you put your email in the chat, we are happy to send you a PDF of the 5 skills of self-care, because sometimes I like to have them printed so I can remind myself. And yeah, we are just so grateful to be with y'all today. And thank you. Thank you, team. Thank you, Rochelle and Jody and Ann, for having us. And
yes,
we're grateful to be with you.
Carolyn and Beverly and Mindy.
Yeah, and as we close, because we like to close this way every time, we just invite you to put a hand on your heart and a hand up to the screen and just give a little blessing and take a little blessing and tuck it away. You can put it on like lotion, or you can tuck it in your lady pocket for later this week. That's where I go every time, Jody. It's like, there it is. So you can remember and pull it out, that you don't have to do this by yourself, that you have community that you can call on.
Yes.
Wow. Bless you. That was really wonderful. It just feels like I reconnected with the body that's just been sitting in this chair all the time, right? Oh my gosh, it was fabulous. Thank you, ladies. Such incredible wisdom. That was so, so, so perfect. So perfect to finish this day. And we're so excited for Sheila to be a major part of tomorrow. It'll be awesome. Yes, yes. Wow. This has been phenomenal all day, you guys, has been phenomenal. And I don't know how I could express my gratitude for the last 2 power-packed, amazing days. In fact, it's bubbling, tears are bubbling up because this was our dream. This was our dream, and we just wanted it to be so powerful for the world, and it is, and it's so wonderful. And I thank you for being an instrumental part of making it happen, an instrumental part of making the world a better place, for everything that you do in the world when you're not here and when you're out there touching lives in every possible way. We are so grateful. This family, this Global Healers Summit family, is making an incredible impact on the world, and I am so grateful. I've got to stop repeating myself. It's just, I don't know what else to say. Jody, help.
Sure. I would love, I feel the same way. This has been exceeded my wildest expectations, and the presentations have blown me away. And I was saying, if Rochel and Ann and I just did this and got to sit back and enjoy this ourselves, it would have been worth all the work. It was so amazing. But and tomorrow I wanted to tell you about our keynote speaker at 8:15 in the morning, Dr. Smita Naram and her son Krishna Naram. They're amazing, amazing people. They, Dr. Clint G. Rogers, who was our keynote this morning, had followed Dr. Naram around for a decade before he unexpectedly passed during the pandemic, I think is when it was. But they founded Ayush Shakti, one of the world's most trusted Ayurvedic health centers around the world. And they have a wonderful presentation. She's a detoxification specialist and has performed or helped with, successfully executed more than 200,000 detoxifications worldwide for the past 32 years. She's got amazing health tips and international and national television shows, and has just helped hundreds of thousands of people worldwide. So they are in Nepal right now. We are hoping that their presentation and everything is going to come through, but either way, she said they would have something recorded, prepared if we have a faulty signal. But you can't miss them, right, Rochel? And
yeah, definitely be here because oh my gosh, they are magical. Krishna is a 21-year-old guru. He absolutely is incredible. And the wisdom that comes from that child is definitely ancient deep. Yeah. And his mom, she's beautiful. I spent 5 weeks with them in India this past year in April, and I mean there aren't words for the amount of Shakti and healing that comes out of them just by existing. And then they have this wisdom of the ancient Ayurveda and Siddhaveda techniques that comes through them as well, which
they worked with Mother Teresa, the Dalai Lama, presidents, kings, celebrities. They've healed everybody. They've healed people that Western medicine has turned away and said, we can't do anything more for you. They've taken them through the detoxification and rebuilding process. And I personally have been living on mung bean soup now for 3 years. I know I'm not the only one. And then we have Anne. Rochel, do you want to talk about some of our other speakers tomorrow?
Well, I have a comment.
Yeah.
So we have some other great speakers tomorrow as well. I'm looking forward to hearing Dr. Stefan. He was on TED Talks and wrote a book about, sit less, stand more. And his talk is on, sitting on your brain. So that should be quite interesting. We have a bunch of other amazing speakers tomorrow. But I did want to make a comment, about, you were talking about the summit and putting this together. And it just made me feel like I love the process. You know, sometimes the process can seem disruptive and it's up and down. It's never smooth. But that's where I felt like we bonded, we grew, and here we are. So I would not change anything about the process because I'm loving the energy and what we've created here.
Yes. And Anne, you're talking tomorrow too, right? Do you want to say a little bit about?
I am. Tomorrow morning, my topic is we are multidimensional beings. And so based on quite a few people that have already spoken, it'll be an extension of that, about we're not just this physical body. We don't have to feel like we're stuck in a box when we're trying to solve things. So that's sort of direction it's going to go in. And then I have a short video at the end. So yes, come join us tomorrow.
Yes, yes. I'm leading a meditation to start out the day, and then we have Dr. Smita as one of our keynotes and Sheila as our other keynote for tomorrow. And we are so excited to have this happening. And the speakers, well, we've got 7 speakers in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. So we've got another strong lineup. And if anybody is well, first of all, we're inviting you to share this with others, because as you can tell, it's meaningful to get this energy elevated even more. The more we elevate the energy, the more people in the world that we are touching and impacting in a positive way. And so bring your friends, your family, and have them join the summit. And anything that they might have missed, we will have recordings available for them to be able to catch up anything that they might have missed. And you know, it's a movement. This is not about just a speaking thing. It's a movement, right? And we want to create this movement in the biggest way that we can. So share this with everybody you know. Bring them in. We're going to be on Facebook Lives tonight, sharing it again, and just making noise out there in the world to bring people closer to this energy, right?
And yeah. I also wanted to mention that Christine Gautreaux and her partner Shannon Mitchell from Women in, Christine, help me out.
Women Connected in Wisdom.
Women Connected in Wisdom. They're going to be doing a presentation about the 8 dimensions of wellness and wisdom. So and Women Connected in Wisdom. And so that's tomorrow at 2:30. I have Leslie Wilson, who's also doing a presentation tomorrow, Seymour Coblin, and Elliot Tanzer, Peter Bedard. We have another great lineup. I'm so excited.
Yeah, wisdom that's just coming out of the ethers to be available to all of us. And what a blessing that is. What a blessing.
I'm trying to stay grounded here since
right.
And today I'm just trying to ground myself.
Right.
So, I am going to say I love you all. I'll talk to you ladies later. I'm off to UCLA to teach meditation. Love you guys. Thank you so much, Christine, Carolyn, Sheila, everybody on here today.
Yes, and all the participants who have spent the day and perhaps all of yesterday. Bring yourself back tomorrow. Thank you for your generous donation of your buns for the cause, and we will keep you moving, as you know, because Sheila and Christine are going to be here again tomorrow. So bless you all. Have a beautiful, beautiful evening. We are done for today, and we're happy to entertain any conversation anybody would like to have. If you want to open up your microphones, we're here for you. So we'll be here for just a few minutes. And if you want to share anything, please come on board. We'd love to have
y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my God.
Thank you so much, Christine. Thank you, Carolyn, Renee. It was so wonderful.
Yeah. I love you all. Thank
everybody. You. Thank you. Ronnie, Amy Joy, Jolene.
Oh my gosh, I know. Look at the beautiful. Thank you, Beverly and Mindy and Jolene. Who else is still in here? Amy, Joy. Oh my goodness, Ronnie, Vera's been here all day. Jonathan, thank you for your wisdom. Oh my gosh, thank you for your assistance and for keeping everything rolling smoothly. Yes.
Well, I love you and I'm with you. Take care.
Yeah. Have a good night. All right, everybody, we're closing out. Bless you all.
See you tomorrow.
We love you and we're with you.